SWB audio capture, not registered. SWB audio capture, not registered.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Friday evening week-ending report. Here it is. It's that time of the week. Already. Or perhaps the week ending did not come soon enough. Guess it depends on how you see it. I was hoping we'd somehow improve before the week ended, but no, we went straight into the oblivion. Right into the horizon of awful that we've been witnessing for the last 3 full weeks now. Day 21, the last day of week 3. By the end of the stream, it'll be the beginning of week 4, the U.S. war in Iran. Yay! I mean, boo. I can't remember which thing I'm supposed to be right now. Oh god, it's been a terrible week. My brain's been broken. Before we go to anything else, I better do some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist at the reference frame. Hermit, just said Hermit again. Mo and Noip, 123 in the YouTube chat. Frizzla, very close fourth, also with a very, very generous super chat. I'm the Quack Man. I don't think that's quite how he says it. I don't think that's quite how he says it in the song, but I get what you're trying to do. Who else we got in here? Mr. Spock. Maximus. Morbius. Method. Cheetah Man. Mo and Noip. Fishbone. Atticus Among Us. Mozart. And CJ from the 6 redeeming first on Twitch. Great job. So yeah, it's been a terrible week. I don't know if you feel like you're losing your mind like me. But it's been a bit crazy. It's been a little bit crazy. All week it's been just terrible. Just awful. And unfortunately, this week we're not gonna be doing a normal weekending report. It's gonna be all Iran, all night long. Since the United States has decided to start a war, and we seem to be on the brink of an invasion, it could very well happen as the stream is going. Which is why I didn't want to feel bad about suddenly ripping us away from talking about something else. Why not just start off where I expect us to go? So, that's exactly what we're gonna do. America.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
That's right. And of course, we have Donald Trump leading the United States, but he's not the only person. He's got a whole team around him. Team America,
Marco
World
Rubio
Police.
is very involved in telling me to do this.
So involved. We should call it Marco's War.
Don't worry
I mean,
about
here's
it,
the thing,
little Marco.
there is a lot of reports that Trump is spending his days doing 2 to 3 different things. One is asking people, should it be Marco or Vance? Oh my God. And then the other thing, according to reports, is that he can't stop asking whether Corey Lewandowski got part of that $220 million. He can't, I mean, that rat fucker.
Did you see?
This is NBC News. Trump has questioned aides about Corey Lewandowski's role in DHS ad.
I swear, if he got his beak wet and didn't tell me about it.
First off, I let this jerk off bang the hottest piece of ass he's had since the last term I had.
One thing playing grab ass.
And now He's keeping money from me.
My beak's so dry, I need chapstick.
I mean, come on. Trump told NBC News he wasn't thrilled when Noam testified. Behind the scenes, he's grown suspicious about Lewandowski's role in doling out government contracts. Now, do you think this suspicion is a function of, like, my sense of good government feels like the radar's going off? Are we,
Yes.
are we
of
not doing
course.
things above the board? Above.
Come on. What is Sam suggesting? Of course that's must be what it is. Donald Trump's spidey sense, his fraud, his government fraud sense is going off. Can't possibly be anything else.
He's pissed because he sees somebody else making cash. Like, listen, if there's a buck on the table, 25% go. 25 cents better be in my pocket before we even think about taking that table out.
Hey, the Don, kick it up.
It's like Tony Soprano.
Daddy
what's that guy that
first.
gets out of prison and then starts.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Cifaretto?
Oh yeah, he's like, come on. You know how it works.
It's unbelievable.
I know another thing.
Daddy first, it only makes sense, okay? Look, I give you a job, I protect you, alright? It's like this, okay? You're like a very vulnerable person. Vulnerable and weak. Unless you have me, the very strong man who will, on your behalf, protect all of your interests. For a small nominal fee.
He's apparently involved in the footwear of his
You
advisors.
guys are not wearing shoes that I like, and nobody wears nicer shoes than me. So we need uniformity. That's what we need. And here's a picture apparently of Marco
Times.
Rubio. This is from the New York
Marco.
Times? No.
I think it's the Times of England.
Okay.
Marco Rubio wearing oversized shoes. He's been buying $145 Florsheim dress shoes for allies. And this is one pic of Marco. You can see a giant.
It's a sensible buy. It's a sensible buy.
There's another one.
You know,
here
honestly,
of a bunch of different guys in these same shoes. And you can see they're all ill-fitting. There's
I like to think that you all have huge penises, and so therefore, I'm getting you all size 13 shoes.
Is that Trump's ankle falling over the side of the shoe there?
No, because he would have ones that fit. I'm not sure. That might be. Actually,
Yeah,
that
that's
could be Trump.
That's Kanks
That
right
does-
there.
That's
Is that what
absolutely
Jennifer Welch
Trump.
calls him, Kanks?
That's
Thanks.
absolutely Trump. I've seen that photo many times. That's 100% Donald Trump. I know the president's ankle, okay? I know the ankle of the great president very
That
well.
might be. Actually,
Yeah,
See,
that
many
could be
times.
that's
Trump.
Kanks
That
right
does
there.
look
Is that
like-
what Jennifer Welch calls him, Kanks?
Kanks.
Yeah, it does look like Kanks.
Unbelievable.
On the same page, Marco.
Hey, folks, don't forget.
And yet somehow incredibly believable. It's almost. I think it almost took too long. If you ask me, I'm surprised, kind of surprised that they didn't have matching outfits sooner. Considering this group of guys in charge of this country, actually surprises me it took this long. Paige Larson coming in third on Twitch. Hermetologist second. CJ Hermit Page 1, 2, 3. Good job. All right. Well, while the United States has the motley crew that is the Trump administration running things, let's talk about who's running Iran and what they've been saying. France 24 English.
Who exactly is running Iran now? It is a question that first arose on February 28th, when the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed. His son, who was injured and has not been seen in public since, was named Supreme Leader. But quickly it became clear the central figure managing Iran's strategic decisions was Ali Larijani, the head security chief. Now, with his death, the person or people making decisions not only about the war, but also about domestic unrest, the economy, and Iran's nuclear program remains unknown.
think the Iranian system is, dealing with multiple blows at the same time, with the death of the
Well,
Supreme
I mean,
Leader, the
hold on.
ascension of a
Hold on.
relatively unknown.
I mean, while the leadership is unknown to, by the way, look at this guy. It's a comb over. What in the fuck? Is that a comb over or a hat? What is happening? I can't look at it anymore. It's horrifying me. Maybe like a hairpiece. I can't tell. Just embrace it, buddy. What was I saying? Oh, I'm thrown off by that comb over. It's worse than the president's. It looks like some ill-fitting pelt. Look like he killed a squirrel or something. I mean, look at it. You can't tell me I'm the one. You can't tell me I'm the bad guy. Okay, you can't look at that and say, "Oh, you're not being fair." Shut up. You shut up. Hey.
What? Shut up.
I don't accept that. What I was saying is that we, the United States, the West, don't know who is in charge necessarily in the wake of some of these latest assassinations that the United States and Israel have undertaken. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people there. And the way that France talks about it makes it sound almost like there's nobody filling those roles, when in fact there's almost a 100% chance that there is in fact somebody who has already filled that role, because there is an infrastructure and a system with which in Iran to do that, because it's like a country, and they have lines of what do you want to call it, like hierarchy within within these different organizations like the IRGC. So, if the United States and Israel murders one person, well, the next person in line basically steps in, or some other process is kicked into place. Some sort of internal democratic process in some cases. Well, we might as well hear from Iran's ambassador, who spoke with Channel 4 News on Monday.
Ambassador, can you tell me which ships are being allowed to pass the Straits of Hormuz and which are not?
First of all, let me thank you for having me. Regarding for the situation of the Strait of Hormuz, let me explain to you that, what happened over there. First of all, that we need to, discuss about the root causes of this crisis in our region. The root causes are the one act of criminal activities, act of aggression against the Iranian people, against the Iranian territory made by United States and Israeli regime. Before that, we do not have any problem in our region regarding everything. And so unfortunately, this war that is illegal, the majority of the international lawyers and United Nations experts declared that this war is illegal, and this illegal act made a different problems not only for Iranian people, Iranian government, but also for our region and as well as for all of the world. But now we are defending ourselves according to our actual and potential capabilities. Declare to the world that Iran is very determined in using of and utilizing of these inherent rights.
And I want to talk about the causes of the war.
And so regarding for the situation.
What does he mean by that? I want to talk about the causes of the war? As if it's up for debate. What does he mean by that? Like, what do you... You know what I mean? Like, Krishnan over here, he's like, oh, I'd like to talk about the causes of the war. Would you? In what way? I mean, would you like... I mean, what is left to discuss about that? Who did the invading? Exactly. Did Iran invade themselves?
Of the Hormuz Strait, that as our Foreign Minister, Dr. Arakchi, mentioned, that the Strait of Hormuz is open for all of the vessels and ships, except the American ships and their allies to attack us.
Yes. So who do you regard as the allies?
You can see that every country that wants to help the aggressors, giving the different military bases or intelligence logistics.
So all the Gulf states.
No. Regarding for the Persian Gulf states, let me. I do reiterate that we have still with them diplomatic relations. Our Iranian ambassadors working there, and we do not have any conflict, any war with them. We are defending ourselves only for, according to our self-defense right.
But are you saying their ships can pass?
Yeah, they can pass.
So
yeah.
UAE.
Regarding for the
Saudi, all of those ships can pass.
Every case should be monitored. Every case should be nowadays. Unfortunately, this crisis makes a lot of extensive consideration for everything. We need to observe all of the matters regarding for the safety of the seafarers, safety of the vessels, safety of the...
But the ships that have been hit so far were not just American vessels.
No, we have warned to them regarding for the observation of their own security.
Anyways, Krishnan gets, I listened to this whole thing. It's like 50 minutes. It's like an hour. It's practically an hour long. Krishnan just goes on and on and on about how, shouldn't Iran stop defending itself? And isn't it Iran's fault that this war started? Like, didn't Iran invade itself and then invade its neighbors? And shouldn't it have not done that?
What you talking about?
Yeah. Unfortunately, now we are witnessing the false flag operations against Iran, and so we should observe everything. We should monitor everything.
What do you mean? Do you mean the ships are being hit by the Americans?
Why not?
Well,
unfortunately,
it's a crazy idea.
No. It's not crazy. Unfortunately, now we have realized that the false flag operation during this crisis has been doing, and so it is very, very important for us to be vigilant and careful for everything.
Do you have any evidence of false flag?
Yeah. Regarding for the, you see, attack to the UK military base in Cyprus. You see that we realize that this is a one false flag.
Well, you're denying that was an Iranian drone?
Yeah, we declared that we do not.
Now, this is a fascinating claim coming from the ambassador of Iran. This is Iran's UN ambassador saying that it would, or UK ambassador. UK ambassador. Right? Hold on. Either way, an ambassador of Iran to a Western, basically a Western power one way or the other, saying that the attack on Cyprus was not carried out by Iran. I don't think many of us have heard that claim up till now. It's certainly, if true, a bombshell.
Attack to the Cyprus,
But if it was a Shahid drone, then who else sent it?
Okay, this is another problem in our region, that United States produced some drones very like to the Iranian Shahid drone. It's name of Lucas, And so they are using of this kind of drones against some of the people that we do not have any hostility.
I mean, these are pretty wild claims that the Americans are the ones attacking everybody in the
American
region.
side, and as well as Israeli regime. You know, the using of the Israeli regime has a long dossier and very, unfortunately, dirty dossier regarding for using of this false
Okay,
flag.
but just to come back to the Strait of Hormuz, are you now saying that ships from all the Gulf states can pass?
Yes, according to the security arrangements for their own interests, for their own safety.
So what do they have to do to pass?
Yeah, why not?
No, but when you say according to the security arrangements,
you see that we have permitted to the different Turkish air vessels and some of the Indian vessels, so that we do not have any problems for the other people who do not have any hostilities and against the Iranian people.
How does Iran view Britain and British ships?
You know, regarding for the United Kingdom. We welcome their own initial position regarding not involvement with this war, but nowadays we have received some matters
Yeah, and about British involvement in this war, it would seem that they chose to jump further into this, or re-jump into the same place. It's not clear. I mean, the United Kingdom procures armor went back and forth on a number of occasions here, but we'll talk about it later more. But it was declared earlier this evening that the United Kingdom will be allowing the United States to launch strikes on Iran from all of its air bases.
The name of the collective self-defense that we declared to them, if they want, the British government would like to participate in this war against the Iranian territorial integrity and as well as the Iranian people. Unfortunately, at that time, we do not have any room to defend ourselves.
But now, Britain is not attacking Iran in any way.
Yes.
But it is allowing American bombers to use British bases. Does that mean Britain is your enemy?
We have warned the British government with our letters to the United Nations and as well as our verbal notes to the FCDO.
Yeah. The letter hack has disappeared. Is that true? I guess I haven't noticed that did he not stream? Did they do Left Past 10 this week? All right, let's keep talking about this situation. The topic, which was brought up by Christian just now over at Channel 4 News, that being the passage of the Strait of Hormuz, particularly by Gulf states. France 24 English from 3 days ago.
Time for the business news of the day. Brian Quinn is with us. He's starting in the Middle East. Iranian attacks on the oil facilities of neighbouring Gulf nations are creating new chaos for exports, Brian.
Well, Iranian attacks have targeted the United Arab Emirates port of Fujairah for the second day in a row, reportedly triggering a large fire at an oil facility there. Fujairah is one of the very few points of export for Gulf oil-producing nations that bypasses the Strait of Hormuz. It's the terminus for an Emirati oil pipeline that runs from Habshan. That's a port that lies before the key maritime choke point, now effectively closed by the threat of Iranian attacks. That pipeline typically handles around 1.5 million barrels per day, maxing out at 1.8 million of the UAE's 3.5 million daily total. Iran is well aware of the pipeline's value in allowing tankers to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia has its own bypass pipeline going from Abqaiq on the Persian Gulf to Yanbu on the Red Sea. A fleet of tankers has now gathered at Yanbu, waiting to load up on oil. Shipments from Yanbu have gone from 2.1 million barrels per day to 3.1 million over the past week. The head of the International Energy Agency, meanwhile, says the current war has created the largest oil supply disruption in the history of global markets. Here he is.
The volume of oil supply now offline is already higher than the supply loss during the oil shock of 1973, and higher than any of the big disruptions we have witnessed since then.
So what's the reaction then to all of that, Brian, from the markets?
Well, crude oil prices are once again, perhaps unsurprisingly, soaring amid mounting skepticism over the U.S.'s calls to assemble an international naval coalition to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude back above $103 per barrel. American benchmark WTI up around 3.4% as it inches towards $97 a barrel. For the Asian stock index, is a mixed picture on Tuesday. Korean tech and automobile firms like Samsung and Hyundai making big gains on news of new collaborations with U.S. AI chip-making giant NVIDIA. The Kospi in Seoul up around 1.6%. Chinese EV.
Okay, well, there you go. A little market update as well there. Gulf countries doing everything they can to try and circumvent this blockade in the strait this month, this week. All right, now whoa. What was that sound? All right, now one country we cannot forget to talk about right now is, of course, Lebanon, where Israel has been waging a war for the last 2 years. There's a fake ceasefire last year that Israel violated 10,000 times. They're back to just openly violating it now. Although I guess they were pretty openly violating it before. People are just noticing it, I think, more. And they've certainly stepped up their strikes on Lebanon. It's fascinating to think that you can violate a ceasefire 10,000 times and then somehow escalate from there. But that's what Israel's done. Donald Trump was asked if he had discussed plans of an invasion into Lebanon with Israel. This is from Monday.
Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did, and I know look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now, and it's a certain area because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And
how do you do that?
Over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed.
Rich people live in Lebanon is not just the poor. Huh?
What you talking about?
Hey, this guy is disturbed. What kind of what? He really does, like, just, he sees them, like, he sees countries like Lebanon, and he just can't compute how people could live there, right? Like, he can't compute why people would live and suffer things like, I don't know, Israeli invasions and bombings. You can't imagine why they would do that if they didn't have to, right? It's like, if you're rich, why wouldn't you just leave? Like, you could go to, like, Saudi Arabia or something. Why wouldn't you just leave? I don't get it. Like, let's be real. He claims to be America first, but if America got invaded, he'd be the first one to leave. Right? Like, everybody accepts that, right?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay, why? My headphones are doing something very annoying. Check. Nope, still annoying me. That's not it. That didn't solve it. Is that better? No, that's not better. That's not better. Is that better? No. I'm not loving that. I don't know. I've lost it. I've lost sound from my right ear. That's not great. That's not great. All right, staying in Lebanon. Israel, in fact, did send more troops into southern Lebanon, stepping up its invasion of its northern neighbor on Tuesday.
Well, France 24's Claire Pekalan joins me now from the southern Lebanese city of Sidon. Claire, what's the latest on the fighting around there now?
The Israel Defense Forces say they are continuing their expanded ground operation from the southern area of Lebanon. That their goal is to create what they call an additional layer of security for Israelis living in the north of Israel. So basically a buffer zone. The plan is to eliminate terror infrastructure. That's the words of Israel Katz, Israel's defense minister. Him saying very clearly yesterday that none of the hundreds of thousands of Lebanese residents who have been displaced from their homes, we're looking at more than 1 million displaced Lebanese now, none of them will be able to return to their homes in the south of the country until the security of Israelis in the north of Israel is guaranteed. What exactly?
Is YouTube where the party's at? Yes. Right now, there's way more people on YouTube than there is on Twitch. I feel like it takes us a while. Like we slow to warm up on Twitch. For whatever reason. Like, when we get there on the numbers eventually on Twitch, I feel like most nights. But it always takes us a little while. Not sure what that's about.
The guarantee is, of course, remains an open question. Hezbollah continuing to send rockets across the border, and some do get through Israel's air defenses. I'm here in Sidon, and I can tell you this is a city where many people from the south have been displaced. You can see behind me, tents have been put up. People who have not managed to find shelter in the various shelters that have been put up here, the makeshift shelters, are living in the streets.
Claire, as you're saying, this is 1 million people who have been displaced. If I'm not wrong, that's something like 1 in 6 of everyone in Lebanon over the past 2.5 weeks. Tell us a bit more about the humanitarian situation like there in Sidon and what's being done to help.
That's right. So we have the Israeli army Arabic spokesperson saying again today that anyone living south of the Zahrani River needs to evacuate. That was reissuing an earlier evacuation order, as well as those living in the Dahia, so the southern suburbs of Beirut. So 2 big areas which the Israeli army has said people need to evacuate. Some people are staying on. They want to stay in their homes, but many people, over 1 million now we're hearing, have been displaced. So here in Sidon,
everybody needs to evacuate so we can do an invasion. I mean, come on, dude. Oh my god. How? We gotta do an illegal invasion. Everybody evacuate. 2-3 billion people all just need to evacuate.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Schools have been turned into shelters. I was just speaking to Najwan. She's an elderly lady from the town of Sarafan, which is not too far from here. And she said that she was here on her own. Her son works in a hospital there, so he's staying. He needs to continue his duties in the hospital.
Her husband and her daughter are making trips back and forth to the home because they want to collect some of their belongings to get a bit more comfortable. She says she has managed to find a place to stay in a building, but she's in there with 15 other people and there's no running water. She showed us these plastic boxes and a bottle of an empty bottle of water, and she was basically planning to go up to some charities who set up here and who are giving out aid, and she was going to hoping she could fill up her boxes with some food, because without running water, she's got no real way of actually making or cooking any food.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. I think I fixed it.
Sooner.
Yes, that's much better. All right, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit the like button, too, really helps us out. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, over on Twitch. Right now, though, of course, we need your donations more than ever on Cash App, PayPal, or for you to consider becoming a Galactic patron over on Patreon, as we have a very sizable Galactic deficit to complete the next 11 days. It's like $30 a day. Oh God, we're in bad shape. And actually, I just realized we gotta change the goal color. We're no longer in green territory, I'm afraid. We're threat level orange. Threat level orange. That's how serious this is. The galactic deficit. Oh, God. I believe in us, though. I think we can solve it before the end of the month and everything comes to a head. And the space station comes hurtling down out of low Earth orbit. I go floating off into space, never to be seen again. All right. Let's keep this moving. I think this is at the same press conference Donald Trump was doing. Oh, no. This was the next day. This is the same day. Same day, different press conference. More transparency than anyone's ever seen. Let's hear some of Donald Trump's unfiltered thoughts about the war.
But here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength.
Hate wars.
But you know what? I've watched
Peace through
Iran
strength.
for a long time.
Orwell said that.
I called them out 20 years.
The great George Orwell said that in a beautiful book called 1984, and he was right. Peace through strength.
Ago, when I was a civilian that liked watching the world, and if violent.
When you think about it, wars are actually very peaceful if you only think about the very end. Right? If you just forget about the whole middle part of the war, you just think about the beginning and the very end, it's very peaceful. You just say, I'm declaring war, and then war over.
Fuck yeah!
Vicious people, the leadership, violent, vicious people. They killed 32,000 protesters over the last 3 weeks. They put out a memo.
300,000 protesters.
Saying, if you protest, we will shoot you and kill you in the streets.
3 million Iranians killed.
Somebody said, oh, there's not that many protests. Well, first of all, there are bombs going off all over the place. But even if there weren't, who's going to do that? Who's going to do it? They don't have any guns, and the other ones have latest in line machine gun, right? And every form of gun you can have. They shoot them right through the middle of the head. They're violent people. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And sometimes I'll have some of the people that, feel very strongly, like I do about wars. And I say, Do you think Iran is violent, and do you think their people are violent? Yes, leadership. Do you think they should have a nuclear weapon, which is massive power? I don't even want to discuss how powerful, because it's depressing. And they said, no, they shouldn't have. Definitely they shouldn't have. I said, and you don't want to fight war? No, we don't want to fight war. So these are naive people that frankly are stupid. If you believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, there's something wrong with you, because they would use it within, the only question is within 1 hour if they get it, or 1 day. They will use it, and they will blow up the entire Middle East, not just Israel. They'll start with Israel, but they will blow up. And you got to see that when they unexpectedly started sending missiles to every country within 1,000 miles of them.
Unexpectedly.
I mean, they're blowing.
Nobody aside from decades of military intelligence and war games and other sorts of research. Aside from that, nobody could have ever guessed that that's what would have happened. Nobody knew Iran would respond.
Neighbors, not necessarily some friends. They actually were blowing up some friends. They were blowing up the people that handle their accounts. They're sending thousands of missiles into countries that didn't expect to be in the war because they wanted to take over the Middle East. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's horrible Iran nuclear deal, which I did in my first term, one of the dumbest deals, perhaps the dumbest deal because of the danger involved, you would have had them have a nuclear weapon 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. They would have used it, blown up the Middle East, and they would have then come after us. And if these gorgeous B-2 bombers, give me that bomber, Andrews. Let me just hug that little sucker.
Give it to me. Give it a hug.
Over there. Thank you. You knew immediately which one. This looks small.
I mean it.
But
I want it.
person
I want
is very
it now.
big.
He's like a child. He's like a child. He's like a child with nuclear weapons. Show me that bomber. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. I want to kiss it. I like to hug and squeeze it in my sleep. It's my favorite. Because I like to think about how if I press a button, then it will blow something up somewhere in the Middle East.
Capable of carrying a 200,000-pound bomb. So I don't know how they do it because it's very sleek and nice, but it carries a lot of weapons and there's a lot of bombs. But had I not sent this incredible machine times numerous others to hit Iran at midnight with no moon, dead dark, every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to hit. How they do it, who knows? Nobody else can figure. No other country can do it. No other country has our military or even close. And I think we've probably proven that with Venezuela and now with because we have done a number on Iran. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't decimate, I call it their nuclear dust, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after that bombing took place. And they would have used it on first Israel and then the Middle East. And you know that because all of those missiles that were launched against their neighbors were set long ago, long before they knew they would be using them this quickly. Had we not done this, you would have had a nuclear war that would have evolved into World War III. And more important, this is a war.
You would have had the nuclear war before World War III. There you go. Donald Trump saying that he prevented World War III by bombing Iran's nuclear dust, as he likes to call it. Because they would have started a nuclear war, which would have turned into World War III, and not the other way around. Which, in my mind, is a weird, it's a weird escalation. First nuclear war, then World War III. Definitely not the other way around. That is the normal escalation ladder. Threat level DEFCON Red 1, whatever it is called. And then you go to 4 for a really long time. Now, while there is a massive displacement crisis to Israel's north in Lebanon, now well over 1 million people have been displaced, according to the latest reports. There's also a massive displacement crisis in, of course, Iran, where the war is going as well. At least started, I guess. Well, you know what I'm saying. Where at least 3 million people now have been displaced, according to CBC News from Tuesday. Oh, by the way, almost forgot. Wait, go back. I got so distracted by the
More than
idiocy of
3
the
million
president. I almost
people
forgot
are
this incredibly important thing I had to do, which is to say thank you to Ekios for the sweet, sweet super chat. It's my girlfriend's birthday today, Ep Silver Art. Can you greet her? Happy birthday, Ep Silver Art. Great job being 1 year older. Confetti for you. Okay, all right. Let's get back to it.
More than 3 million people are on the move in Iran trying to reach safety, and that has created the prospect of a humanitarian crisis. Salvador Gutierrez is in Iran monitoring that situation. He is the chief of mission for the International Organization for Migration. Salvador, good day to you.
Good day, David. Thank you for having me.
I want to ask you, because you are in the Iranian capital, what have the past 2.5 weeks been like?
Well, let me briefly explain you what we are seeing here.
I gotta say, you know, it's just continuing on that birthday message, considering how the last 2 weeks they've been terrible, and considering everything, making it a full year really is to some degree an accomplishment these days. I mean, my God, more than ever, making it a full rotation around the sun is quite a task. With all the conflict and terrible things happening right now. Really, there's not a lot of places where we are exempt from that, from the chaos. I guess you could become a penguin and move to Antarctica.
Winter is coming. In Iran, as you know, since 28 February, the situation has changed very fast. In Tehran and in several other cities, many families are waking up every day to damaged homes, broken streets, and a strong sense of fear. Many hospitals and basic services have also been affected, and attacks in major cities continue to put civilians at risk. So our message is clear. We need to protect civilians, reduce the violence, and ensure humanitarian assistance reaches all those who need it most. As of 16 March, more than 61,000 civilian structures have been already damaged across the country, including almost 35 homes. And only in Tehran's province, over 18,000 homes are already affected. This means that thousands of families have already left their houses, some because they are unsafe or have been severely damaged, and others just as a precautionary measure. This level of damage is already higher than during the conflict last year, the 12-day war, as we know it, meaning that civilians are most exposed today than previously. The most recent casualty number we have is around 1,500 people, but the exact number, of course, might be higher. We are also seeing significant internal movement.
And considering that number, you to some degree have to expect like a non-fatal casualty count. If the death figures are 1,500 in Iran, you got to assume that the casualty count is 5, 6, 7, 10 times higher. What is that? 7,500 to 15,000 people injured, maimed by these attacks, most likely. I mean, most of them are airstrikes, right? So people are getting hit by rubble. Maybe they lose an arm, a leg. But they survive. So they don't necessarily get counted in the official death toll, the headline figures. But I can guarantee you there's well more than 1-to-1 injuries to deaths in this conflict in Iran. As we've already seen, the United States and Israel have not been discriminate about their strikes. Okay. Well, let's go here to the, if I recall correctly, in the internal workings of the Trump administration, to a shocking drop site report discussed with the Breaking Points crew, Sagar, Crystal.
Joining us now is Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News, great friend of the show. Good to see you, Jeremy.
Thanks for having me back.
So, Jeremy, we broke down a little bit of your reporting and the White House's denials via Axia.
By the way, is it just me or does Leica look hungry? She's just looking so incredibly hungry. I'm gonna give her a treat. Even though no one's paying for treats on Twitch, I'm gonna give her a treat. She looks like she deserves a treat. Look at her, she's so cute. She deserves treats. Come
on! Why don't you just break down more, if you can, about these alleged communications that Steve Witkoff and the White House are denying happened, and which the Iranians are saying, yeah, they keep reaching out to us and we're basically leaving him on red this entire time.
You know, I think it was on the third day of the Israeli-U.S. bombing of Iran, I started hearing from Iranian officials who were telling me off the record at first. They were saying, it's interesting because a number of third countries have been sending messages to Iran saying that the Trump administration wants to start back-end talks about sort of, endgame, and if Iran is interested in having some kind of dialogue. And my understanding in that early stage was that Iran's political leadership had made a decision that they were not going to talk for one central reason, that they felt that that the primary goal in this war was to send a message that the U.S. and Israel can't just bomb Iran every 4 months and pretend to be engaging in negotiations. And so, they informed those third-party countries that Iran is not interested in talking. And then you started having Trump, once he was informed of this, and this is from the perspective of the Iranians, start saying openly, oh, the Iranians are begging us to talk. The Iranians want to make a deal. I'm not ready to talk to them yet. And then, some days after that, so this was early last week, I was told by a senior Iranian official that Steve Witkoff had sent WhatsApp messages to Iranian officials, including Abbas Araghchi, the country's foreign minister. And I said, oh, I want to go to Witkoff and ask him that. That's what I told the Iranians. And they said, well, this is still off the record because we haven't figured out if we're going to respond or how we're going to deal with this. So I was sort of informed of this for several days. Mm-hmm. And then I kept pushing the Iranian sources. And I said, I want to go to Witkoff and ask him about this because Trump keeps saying over and over that the Iranians are begging him to talk. And the Iranian officials were saying, can you imagine Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, like texting Steve Witkoff, the guy who he was supposedly negotiating with when they turned around and bombed? He absolutely has not. And they said, in fact, we're just trying to figure out like what our diplomatic response is going to be to this. Do we tell him we're not ready or do we just ignore him? And what they ended up on was we're not going to respond to him.
This is exactly what I've been saying this whole time. This being the second time that the United States has now scuttled negotiation efforts with Iran by bombing them and starting a war. It's 2 times. Why would you fall for it a third time? To quote the guy who started the Iraq War.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
At all. What they have done, though, is this is what they've told me, that they've told third-party countries that Iran's demands include a ceasefire that would apply to not only Iran, but to Lebanon and Iraq as well, that they want reparations for the damage that has been done in this war, and that they want a UN Security Council resolution. But they still aren't at that point because they feel that the deterrence has not been established firmly enough yet to try to raise the costs so high that the U.S. wouldn't consider doing this again in a few months' time. So then intermediaries from other countries go back and they've told this to Trump. And, you get some flashes of reality from Trump sometimes where he's saying, when he says, I think they want to talk, but they're not ready yet. They're not just around to the position. I think part of what he is revealing to the public there is that he's aware that Iran's position is we're not going to engage in a ceasefire right now. And so what happened yesterday was I go to the White House and I sent Steve Witkoff a WhatsApp message because apparently that's his preferred way of communicating. And I asked, I asked for comment on this. And typically when we go to the White House, they do give us comment, but it'll be, sort of a copy and paste of whatever Trump's latest statement was. They'll say, I refer you to the president's remarks on this. But in this case, they send this response that read like Trump had dictated it himself for his Truth Social feed, calling drop site abhorrent and saying that we're carrying water for the Islamic, terrorist regime, and that we're engaging in what they called America Last behavior. And the only reason that I think it wasn't Trump doing it is because there were no all caps.
Dude, what kind of statement is that? You're engaging in America Last behavior. America Last behavior.
Illegal.
It's a crime. That's a crime.
Right to jail, right away.
In it, but other than that, it basically was like a Truth Social post. And there's an old saying in journalism that you never know that a story is true until it's officially denied.
Yes.
And I think this is a case where they then freaked out about this because it's humiliating, and they go to one of their favorite journalists, Barack Ravid, and they spin the Alice in Wonderland upside down version of this. And it's like they could solve this in 2 seconds. Show Arachi's text messages where he's begging Steve Witkoff to talk. That would be my challenge to them. Okay, Steve Witkoff, let's see the text messages and put them out. Because what the Iranians are saying is there aren't any text messages for anyone to put out from their end.
Yeah.
Bombshell report from Ryan. I almost called him Ryan Grimm. Jeremy Scahill over at Dropsite News. Brought to us by the Great Breaking Points. A shocking revelation. Trump administration caught lying by independent journalists, claiming that Iran was begging for a ceasefire, when in fact they haven't even reached out to any of the former negotiators from the former negotiating team as a result of the insane way in which all of our negotiating has gone in the last year when it comes to Iran. I mean, at this point, if you're Iran, it's like, what? Negotiating is apparently just a predicate to an invasion. Why would we do another one of those? Why would we do that? Now, we're going to stay on the topic of Trump officials for a moment and go to another Trump official from Howard Lutnick. It's insane that Howard Lutnick is the fucking top negotiator for all of this stuff. The guy is a real estate guy. He's never done diplomacy. He has no background in any of this stuff. He doesn't speak any of the languages. He's just a guy. He's a guy who had a lot of money and knew Donald Trump before he became president. Those were literally, like, he played golf with Donald Trump, and he's a super rich guy, part of the Epstein class. That was it. He's Epstein class? Oh, get him in here. Top diplomat.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
This guy has been talked about for years. Now let's talk about a guy that's been talked about for days, at least Around here, last few days, we've been talking about the resignation of one Joe Kent. That's right, the top counterterrorism official in the country at the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC for short. Big Trump loyalist, America Firster, who suddenly decided he'd had enough of the Trump administration.
Joe Kent, a top counterterrorism official for the Trump administration, resigned Tuesday over US President Donald Trump's war in Iran. Here's what to know about Joe Kent. A 45-year-old Special Forces combat veteran with a record of 11 combat tours, mostly in Iraq, Kent became an opponent of US interventionism after his wife was killed in Syria in 2019 in a suicide bombing while serving as a Navy cryptologist. Before his appointment, he ran for Congress twice as a staunch supporter of Trump, but lost to the Democratic nominee both times. He's previously had ties to anti-Semitism and right-wing extremism and defended the January 6th Capitol riots. He was nominated to his role as director of the US National Counterterrorism Center in February 2025, effusively backed by Donald Trump. In his resignation, Kent said that Iran posed no imminent threat to the US in a statement at odds with Trump's insistence that Iran was poised to attack the US.
But I always
immediately,
thought he was
if not
weak on
sooner.
security, very weak on security. It's a good thing that he's out because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was.
Kent also asserted that the US started this war with Iran due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
Yeah, Operation Epstein
Are you
Fury.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
This guy's been talked about for years. He sounds like when he. He kind of sounds like Joe Pesci when he speeded up
Are you
like
still
that.
talking
Am I
about
the only
Jeffrey
one?
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Does that not sound like Joe Pesci? I don't know why that's so amusing to me. Okay. Let's keep talking about this Joe Kent. He was quite a bombshell, an unexpected departure of a Trump loyalist.
Well, as the US hails the strike on Larijani and Soleimani as a success, there's been a high-profile departure from the White House. Joseph Kent, director of the National Counterterrorism Center, has quit over the war with Iran. He's accused Israel of dragging Washington into the war, saying Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the US. Let's go back to John Holman in Washington, D.C. John, so what more details are emerging about Joe Kent's departure then?
Yeah, actually, one detail that has just emerged. So Joe Kent, in his resignation letter, said basically that he didn't agree with another.
By the way, I'm glad everybody on YouTube and Twitch agrees with my estimation on that, because it was actually, it felt like a revelation. It was like, wait a second, if you speed up Donald Trump's voice by, what is it, like 5% or 8%? I don't know what the percentage is. If you raise it by a minor third, all of a sudden he's Joe Pesci.
Immediately, if not
Hold
sooner.
on. I'm glad you all agree.
Kent, in his resignation letter, said basically that he didn't agree with another American intervention, another American war. He said, I can't support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. And he said that Israel was dragging the US into this war. President Trump has just reposted something that that Joe Kent posted on Twitter about 6 years ago, where he said we shouldn't sit and wait for the next attack, and I'm adding this bit, we should wipe Iran's ballistic capability out. So he tweeted that 6 years where he was advocating a preemptive strike on Iran. And I guess President Trump's using that as sort of evidence.
It's kind of incredible that this guy, who at one time was pro-Iranian strikes, is like, this is the wrong way to do it. He's like, yeah, I mean, I'm all for an illegal war in Iran, but this is the wrong way to go about it.
Capability out. So he tweeted that 6 years where he was advocating a preemptive strike on Iran. And I guess President Trump's using that as sort of evidence that that Joe Kent didn't always think this way. But Joe Kent definitely, it's important, not just because he was overseeing the department that looked at intelligence of terrorist activity in the US, which is particularly important in the context of what's happening right now, but also because he really was a Trump supporter and may still be a Trump supporter, a loyalist who was picked for President Trump, someone who thought that the January 6th rioters, for example, were political prisoners. And so that really speaks to part of Trump's base, which is MAGA, Make America Great Again. There has been dissent from that area of the base, from figures such as Tucker Carlson, saying this isn't what we were about and this isn't why we supported you, President Trump. We thought you were going to get us out of those wars, not put us into one. But President Trump has been responding by calling, in this case, Mr. Kent, Joe Kent, weak, and saying that he didn't know so much about security.
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
So the question always with these things is it going to be the start of a bigger crack emerging, particularly from within the administration? And it's been widely reported that, for example, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, isn't completely in step with what President Trump is doing in Iran. You can note.
By the way, I should ask everybody, like, I'm trying to solve something with my headphones right now, my audio feed. Like, I'm losing my right headphone, and it's fucking with me. Can everybody hear the fuzziness that, like, I'm like, as I'm like, can you guys hear that? Like, I'm messing with my own levels, but I'm just wondering if any of that stuff is, like, bleeding through into this feed. Just thinking out loud. All right, let's see what Republicans had to say about the departure of MAGA loyalist Joe Kent, who was hailed as a great choice by Donald Trump when he handpicked him to lead.
Resigned as the director of the Counterterrorism Center. He wrote that he cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. He writes, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nature. It's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. How do you respond to that and to those other Republicans who say that this war is actually putting foreign interests above domestic interests?
Well, that proposition at the end is clearly wrong. I'm on the Gang of Eight. I got all the briefings. We all understood there was clearly an imminent threat, that Iran was very close to the enrichment of nuclear capability, and they were building missiles at a pace that no one in the region could keep up with. They were far outpacing our allies and friends and us in our defense capability, because we had personnel, installations, members of the armed services, and civilians in the region. Iran was building up ballistic missiles at such a rapid pace, and we knew that their plan was to fire them upon Americans. The commander-in-chief and his administration had a very...
How was Iran going to fire ballistic missiles at America? They're as far away as they can possibly be from the United States. I mean, literally, it's like basically one of the furthest places from the continental United States. They could not fire a missile without it having to go over like the airspaces of like 30 countries, basically. None of the capabilities that they have could ever make it to the continental United States. So I don't know what Mike is talking about. They also don't have a navy that could launch a missile that could hit the United States. They have none of those things. But Mike is somehow very concerned about Americans by the existence of ballistic missiles, which are just missiles, right? We call them ballistic missiles. It sounds scarier. They're just missiles. You know, unless they're hypersonic missiles. I mean, in some cases they are. When we talk about these sorts of things, but they're missiles. Most of them can't get out of the Gulf. Like most of them can't make it further than like 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. Some of them can supposedly go further, but it's ridiculous to claim that America, aside from people at U.S. military bases, which are in every single country, which means that basically Americans are always under threat because American bases are constantly in places where we could possibly wind up having some kind of a, like, you see what I'm saying? Like Americans are always like one step away from another conflict, especially with this regime in charge. But like, when he says Americans, he's trying to make it sound like Americans here at home, back in the homeland.
A difficult decision to make. I don't know where Joe Kent is getting his information, but he wasn't in those briefings clearly because the Secretary of State, the Secretary of...
There we go. There's Mike Johnson, the leader of the House of Representatives, saying he doesn't know where the director for the National Counterterrorism Center gets his information.
What you talking about?
All right, let's go. Let's see what the president. Let's see what the president had to say.
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned.
It's weird to see Mike Johnson not making cookies in his tree. I know. It is weird. He's a little Keebler elf. And he's out of his element in Congress. Let's be real. He should be making cookies.
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy.
This is one of my favorite things that Donald Trump has said this all week. All week. It's got to be one of my favorite things he has said. He was weak on security. That's why I handpicked him to be the director for anti-terrorism. Like, what a claim from the president. I didn't know him all that well. I didn't really know him. Just my national counterterrorism director.
But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
Every country now.
And many people,
Everybody
many of the
was
greatest
saying
military scholars are saying for
Many
years
people,
that
everybody is saying. Everybody is saying Iran is actually a threat. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. The man I handpicked to be counterterrorism director. He's actually very weak on security. That's why I made him, that's why I gave him a very important job. Makes perfect sense if you don't think about it at all. Makes perfect sense. All right, let's keep talking about this Joe Kent situation.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby, unquote. Those are the words of Joe Kent, who resigned Tuesday as the director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center. Kent's the highest-ranking Trump official to resign over the Iran war. His resignation exposes a growing rift within the MAGA movement over Trump's foreign policy. Kent served in the Army Special Forces and as a CIA paramilitary officer, twice ran for Congress and lost. As a candidate, Kent faced widespread scrutiny for his ties to the far...
All right, just as with Leica, that treat I just gave her, I'm also going to give myself a little treat. Even though Twitch doesn't think I deserve them, I'm going to give myself a hat. And some sunglasses.
Yeah! Right, including Nick Fuentes, who once said Hitler was awesome, Hitler was right, unquote. Kent had acknowledged Fuentes took part in a call to help him broaden his campaign's social media outreach. During his 2022 election bid for Congress, Kent hired a member of the far-right Proud Boys as a consultant. Kent has also accused the FBI of orchestrating the January 6th insurrection. Last year, President Trump selected Kent to head the National Counterterrorism Center.
Aw, Hermit. Thank you, Hermit. I'll log that hat for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Incredibly generous. And glasses. Wow. Hat and glasses. All thanks to Hermeteorologist. Incredibly generous. So, this guy was an America Firster, Groiper. He's a oh, it's wild.
The Senate confirmed him last July. The Southern Poverty Law Center had urged senators to reject. Last year, President Trump selected Kent to head the National Counterterrorism Center. The Senate confirmed him last July. The Southern Poverty Law Center had urged senators to reject Kent, citing what they called his associations with white nationalists, violent groups, and anti-democracy actors, unquote. On Tuesday, President Trump was questioned about Joe Kent's resignation.
The Director of National Count.
I mean, it really is pretty incredible. You got a guy, you got a literal, like, you gotta stop the stealer. I don't know why I switched over here. I don't need to switch over here. You gotta stop the steal. MAGA loyalist. 11 tours of duty veteran. Like, couldn't it be the more like stereotypical Trump supporter type of guy? And the fact that this guy went, no, I'm good. Like, it really is incredible. And it makes you think that maybe it's just me. maybe it's just me, but I think that Nick Fuentes may very well be actually having some kind of a tangible effect right now. I mean, this guy is a groyper. This guy's a literal white nationalist groyper. There's no way he doesn't listen to fucking Nick Fuentes. They literally said it in here that he was like was a fan of Nick Fuentes. But we've been seeing the cracks over at the Fuentes camp lately. He's been seemingly growing more and more disenfranchised with Donald Trump, telling people to vote for Democrats.
I'm staying in the race.
Democracy actors, unquote. On Tuesday, President Trump was questioned about Joe Kent's resignation.
The director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security.
Weak on security.
I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
To talk more about Joe Kent's resignation from his position as director of National Counterterrorism Center, we're joined by another former government official who resigned over another war, Josh Paul, former State Department official who worked on arms deals. He resigned in 2023 to protest the push to increase arms sales to Israel amidst its assault on Gaza. Now, Josh Paul is director at a new policy.
You know, it's interesting to me because it's almost like self-reflective, unintentionally so, right? But when Donald Trump says that Iran's a threat, it's just about whether or not anybody wants to do anything about it. It's like, that's what the United States is, right? And other world powers, technically, as well. It's like, yeah, those guys are a threat, but I'm not sure I want to do anything about that right now.
Policy, the lobbying organization he co-founded with fellow resignee Tariq Habash to press for a change in U.S. policy on Palestine and Israel. Josh, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about the significance of Joe Kent's resignation, the highest Trump administration official to quit so far.
Thank you, Amy. Good to join you. So I think it is a significant resignation in several ways. First of all, of course, on its face, you have here a very senior U.S. intelligence official who is resigning and saying essentially that the United States is at war, but we are not at war to support our own national interests. We are at war because we have been pushed to do so by a partner country, specifically by Israel. Of course, in saying that, he is not saying anything that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, did not himself say just days into this conflict. The difference is that Kent, and here perhaps his background as a military operator on the ground in special forces for covert operations, coming into the DC political scene, I think, probably pretty strongly objects to, given his own experience and, of course, the loss of his own wife in a terrorist attack in 2018. The second important thing here is that Kent is, by my count, the 16th U.S. official in the last 3 years to resign over the U.S.-Israel relationship. That is a trend that now spans both the Biden and Trump administrations. Of course, Kent is the first to resign from the Trump administration and the most senior to resign from either administration. I think a third important factor here is the insight this gives us into the debate that is happening within the MAGA movement when it comes to the U.S.-Israel relationship. We know that there is a very visible, very vocal debate happening in the Democratic Party on that topic. It is clear that there is also a very vocal debate happening within the right wing of American politics. It is just less visible, and that's due to a number of factors, including, of course, President Trump's, management of the political party that is the Republican Party. But I think what we see here is this really coming to the fore, and perhaps a leading indicator of further breaks and shifts within the party on this issue to follow.
This is Joe Kent speaking in 2024 about U.S. policy towards Iran.
We have to stop making ourselves easy targets in the region. Our presence in the region actually makes us much, much more in an unsafe condition, and it gives Iran the ability to access us in a very, very easy way. Deprive Iran of targets, deprive Iran of funding, strengthen the Abraham Accords, let Israel take care of their own business.
Your response, Josh Paul.
So Joe Kent certainly knows the threat that Iran posed to U.S. forces when they are in the Middle East, having been awarded the Bronze Star several times, including for actions in Iraq. I think his point here is that this is, again, whatever threat Iran may pose within the region, it is not a threat to the United States. And the reason that we are currently engaged in this is in great part because of our presence in the region that is there to protect Israel, in many cases from the consequences of its own actions, and we see that most vividly here. I think it is very clear that we would not be in this conflict if it were not for that presence, if it were not for that relationship.
Absolutely. And it would seem that Howard Lutnick has completely come over. Like, at one point, he was... some people were lauding him for his ability to get Israel to do things they hadn't in the past or whatever. But he seems to have gotten fully on board with the project. Probably because he's been spending a hell of a lot of time with Donald Trump's son-in-law, who promised he wouldn't take part in any government activities, who is now basically the number 2 or number 1. It's not clear who's leading the team, actually. Although I guess he's the junior, if you want to just go by age. And of course, talking about Jared Kushner, the son-in-law to Donald Trump, husband of Ivanka, who has said some fucking crazy things about Israel in the past. Things like wanting to put all the Palestinians into a concentration camp in the Negev desert in order to build like a hotel resort seaside. Oh wait, that's exactly, I forgot, that's literally the plan now. The thing that Jared Kushner said before Donald Trump ever became president is actually now coming to fruition. That is shocking.
Fuck yeah!
Now, there are people who could technically do something about all of this. Prevent the president from waging an illegal war in the Middle East. And that is Congress, of course. But before we go to Congress, last clip on Joe Kent, who is apparently now being investigated by the FBI for quitting his job.
Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail, right away. For quitting your job. Can't do that.
And less than a week after Gabbard announced investigations into what she called politically motivated leaks, former counterterrorism director Joe Kent is reportedly now under FBI investigation over alleged leaks of classified information. This was first reported by the outlet Semaphore. Sources said the probe predated Kent's Tuesday resignation, in which he criticized the president's decision to attack Iran while placing most of the blame on Israel. Trump, in response, called Kent weak on security and not smart. The FBI and Justice Department have targeted several Trump critics and
Weak and not smart. That's why I made him the director of national counterterrorism efforts. Those are the kind of people that go into my administration. Anyway, there you go. FBI investigating Joe Kent. For quitting his job. I mean, I don't know what exactly else it is that he could have possibly done. We really do live in like a fascist country. And the great thing about fascism, and of course I'm being somewhat sarcastic about this, but the great thing about the great thing about fascism is that even fascism comes for its own eventually. It'll be fascinating to see how this investigation goes. I mean, of course, Donald Trump's administration is the DOJ has already waged all sorts of prosecutions against all of Trump's political enemies. Many of them have been Democrats, but not exclusively. But you got, I mean, so many people on the list now. I mean, how many people? Lisa Cook at the Fed, the Federal Reserve itself, Jerome Powell, John Bolton. I mean, Jerome Powell was nominated, I think, by Donald Trump himself. I mean, it's an appeal. It's like a process that the federal chair has to go through, but Federal Reserve chair. But like, it's clear that if you don't exhibit a certain level of Trump loyalty, you are on the chopping block. You have 237,000 space bucks on Twitch. Wow, wow, wow. All right, we're an hour and a half into the stream. And, well, let me look. Let me see if we can afford to do this. I was thinking today that maybe we would actually do breaks. At least a few breaks. Since people might need to do their own things here today on April the 20th. That's for 2026. And I just want to give people the opportunity to do that. They need to step away from the stream momentarily. So we're going to take a quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the thumb button. Hit the thumb button. Hit the like button as well. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without donations from individuals who enjoy the stream, we would cease to exist. Now we go floating off into that deep, dark void of space, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars. Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, 10 cents a day. It's like you probably lose that in your couch on a daily basis. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. I just realized it's not 420, is it? It's 320. Well, pretend like it is. You can pretend like it is. Look, I'm not perfect. Okay? Sometimes I make mistakes. right, everybody. The break is over. The stream is about to begin once again, so you'd better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Just a reminder, everybody, we are on threat level orange on the galactic deficit, and you can contribute to both the financing of that, as well as the galactic content goal on Cash App, PayPal, by becoming a galactic patron. All right, people, let's keep this puppy moving. Now, of course, the people who could prevent this war, people who should be doing everything in their power to stop Donald Trump from waging this war, are people in Congress who have the actual power to do so. People like one Chuck Schumer.
Each day brings more evidence that Donald Trump has no idea what he's doing in Iran. Yesterday, the president effectively admitted his administration badly miscalculated Iran's responses to his attacks. As he put it, they hit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Nobody expected it. We were shocked. They fought back. Comments like that show that Donald Trump is in over his head. The old saying goes, if you break it, you buy it. Well, Donald Trump, you broke it badly, and now you're trying to get out of paying the price.
Now, maybe this is just me, but what it sounds like Chuck Schumer is saying is that he somehow, what he objects to is that Donald Trump is losing the war, right? Like, he doesn't object to the war itself. He's just upset that Donald Trump isn't doing it better, right? Like, am I the only person that's getting that vibe from Chuck over here? Oh my God. He's all over the place. He doesn't know what he's doing. I could do a better job. Maybe you should let me do the war, Donald.
Is effectively shut down. Oil prices continue to rise. Yesterday, we learned that about 200 American troops have now been injured in this conflict. 13 service members have made the ultimate sacrifice.
What is GNN saving up for? We're saving up for April 1st, when the bills are due. That's what we're saving up for. It's the galactic deficit. Sadly, every month we have a galactic deficit right now. We don't make enough from YouTube, Twitch, and Patreon to pay all the bills, so I have to come to all of you folks to solve that crisis, that galactic crisis every month. It's sad but true. That's what we're talking about. Wait, I'm sorry, we're not done with Chuck.
We pray for them, their families, and for everyone in harm's way. But again, I repeat to Donald Trump, if you break it, you buy it. Donald Trump broke it badly, and now he is trying to get out of paying a price. Donald Trump promised this would be over in a matter of days or weeks. Well, we're now in week 3. There is still no sign this war is close to ending. In fact, despite severe blows, most reporting suggests Iran's regime remains intact and has hardened rather than collapsed. This war needs to come to an end. In the meantime, I repeat what I said last week. Donald Trump's cabinet must come before the Senate.
But still just as crushing as the first time I heard it. Did you hear that? That's the closest Chuck gets to pretending to be actually against this war. He goes, this war must end. But in the meantime, maybe we should have some cakes and some sandwiches. Maybe have a lemonade or something. I don't know. Donald Trump, he's all over the place. I just want to hear that one more time. This war needs to come to
an end. In the meantime.
Do you see it in like a fraction of a second? He licks his lips and then he goes, in the meantime, let's it's incredible. This guy sucks so much. He can't even kind of like his job is supposed to be crafting a narrative. He can't even kind of pretend to not be against the war. I mean, what did I just say? I think it just did a double negative somewhere. I think I screwed myself up. He can't pretend to be against the war adequately, not even kind of convincingly. It's incredible. This guy needs to be out of office. It really sucks that he's not up for an election this year. I think he's got another 2 years in him right now. Technically. Check out the throne. If you want to check out the throne, says somebody. Mary. Mary says check out the throne. I will check out the throne. I will do that. But let's move on to the narrative. Not the narrative from Congress, but the narrative on the media. The narrative on social media. The news. I mean, they're basically one and the same, aren't they, at this point?
That's on YouTube.
Dovish back to Hillary the Hawk and Donald the Dove in the New York Times, you would have to have no understanding of the Republican Party, no understanding of neoconservatives, no understanding of their philosophy to understand that. And here we are once again in another quagmire in the Middle East.
And let's take the other claim that he made in that statement, which was that he knew they would weaponize the Strait of Hormuz. If you knew this, and you were about to launch an invasion, and you knew, like, okay, we need to figure out a way of preventing them from weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. We know that Donald Trump has gone to NATO and has gone to European countries, asked China, asked Japan, hey, you need to help us escort ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. The idea being that Iran may not want to blow up ships that are not American because they don't want to expand their enemy list here.
I think he actually just doesn't want them to hit Americans because he'll get blowback. So he's asking to the European like young men and women to be on the front lines of his.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So I want to ask, what is GNN saving for? And you said check out the throne. Okay, that's technically true. We are saving for something on throne. We are crowdfunding an item right now, in particular. But the thing that really takes precedent right now is the galactic deficit, of course, because I mean, I have somewhere to sleep right now. Okay, I'm still technically sleeping. All right. But in about 11 days, I won't be able to sleep. So I won't be able to pay the bills.
Legal offensive criminal war in Iran and is like, I'll take NATO membership. I will threaten NATO funding if you don't acquiesce.
Well, yes. And the point being, though, is that Iran is going to be more hesitant to fire or send a drone against a ship from China or from Japan or from NATO. So Trump has begged them. But you would imagine if he predicted this you would line those ducks up before the war started, right? Like even George Bush attempted to have.
Donald Trump said nobody could have predicted this, though. We just got done watching a clip of Donald Trump saying nobody could have predicted this. Nobody but all of the intelligence and all of the think tanks and other sorts of military war games. Everything but that. Nobody could have predicted
coalition
this,
of the willing. It got very, very small by the end.
And I guess people with just a sort of tangential knowledge of the region. I guess those people also know, people who also know history, I guess. People with a tangential knowledge of the region and history. What was the other people on the list?
And was sort of like people were pulled in, dragged, and kicking. But Donald Trump did not do that, and it seems that they have all rejected him, and so much so that the Iranians now have taken a page from the Trump administration and produced their own AI video where they are mocking how the rest of the world is not listening to Donald Trump.
Podcast audience.
Boat gently down. Merrily, merrily, merrily,
So that's Macron,
Macron and
Starmer.
Gently down the street.
Driving past Trump.
Hey, I can't do the water splash.
Come on, stop.
I know how I feel awake up, fucked up. Pockets broke as hell.
Why nobody helps me to open Hormuz?
Why nobody helps me to
That's
open
pretty good.
Hormuz?
The coalition of the willing.
It's very rude and also nasty.
How rude.
People don't get that part.
Is a little bit easier to pull off when Bush's approval rating is not what Trump's is right now. The approval rating for the Iraq war is not what the approval rating for the Iran war is right now.
Oh my God. I mean, the approval rating for the Iraq war in the days leading up to it was somewhere in the high 80s, maybe low 90s. I can tell you,
There's an old
it was so
saying in
isolating
Tennessee.
to be against the Iraq war. And that's what's so strange about this moment is like, I don't think that this show has the ability to really reach any significant number of people who are in favor of this. Like, when I was on Air America, we would be reaching people who were in favor of the Iraq war, even as late as 2004. Because there were so many people. Take this clip. Do we have that clip from Michael Moore? This is the bully.
Sam's had a really weird career. And honestly, he probably had a very fulfilling life when you think about it. It's crazy how long he's done this show, though. For nearly 25 years now. I think longer. When did he first start Air America? Like a quarter of a century he's done this. But he's also done all this voice acting stuff. He's an interesting guy.
From Columbine. He won this Oscar just literally, I think it was a week or two after, maybe just days after the beginning of the Iraq bombing and invasion. Shock and awe happened a couple of days before. Michael Moore won the Oscar for Best Documentary for Bowling for Columbine, which was about the mass gun shootings. So this is roughly the end of March 2003 were the Oscars. And shock and awe happened in mid-March, I think it was.
March 19th and the 20th, that night, into midnight it went in.
And so this was like 3 or 4 days later, actually. And so here's Michael Moore, but I want you to get a sense of just how popular George Bush and the Iraq War were. You'll get a sense from this room full of Hollywood elites. Moore comes up on stage with a lot of people.
Aren't you the greatest? No, but what?
Yeah. I'm sure they're playing them off now.
I mean,
Liberal
you
Hollywood.
could see that the shot of the audience was really tight, where nobody wanted to speak up. You had one guy in there.
It looked like
clapping.
Scorsese was about to start clapping.
There, right there. I mean, that one is where everybody's just like, I wouldn't put myself out like that.
Who's the blonde lady clapping there? Is that Nicole Kidman? Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. But
you see, there one guy in there who's actually really. I mean, this is what it was like at that time.
It's probably a seat filler.
And I don't also want to like say things have improved in terms of what the approval rating for this war in particular was. But just because we had the Oscars on Sunday, there was one speech that mentioned the Gaza genocide, and it was Javier Bardem. And I know Joachim Trier said something afterwards about Sudan and Congo and Gaza, but like in the midst of our country funding a genocide, the fact that that was really the only display at this point of opposition is deeply upsetting. But like that mood there it was reflected in the poll number.
Yes, indeed. It's a very different time we live in because people are not a fan of this war. Not even a little bit. And we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that later because I'm trying to stick to these kind of chronologically. Not entirely, but I'm doing a weekending report on Iran tonight. It's a weird time we're living in, people. I know we're not doing the regular stream. Usually we would talk about everything, politics and stuff, but don't worry. I have been in the background preparing for the midterms. I've already laid them out to some degree. I have more work to do on it, but soon, prepare yourselves. We will be talking about the midterms a hell of a lot. We'll be talking about hopefully other things at some point soon. Hopefully the war is over immediately, if not sooner. Otherwise, I'm going to have to make some sacrifices over here on covering the Iran war, because I can't not talk about the midterms. We already went and kind of missed talking, and like, you know, we should have talked more about the Illinois midterms, the Texas midterms, as well as the other two that happened as well, Virginia, and why can't I think of the other one? That was a special election, though. That wasn't the midterm. I think the Virginia elections are later this year. I think in July. Perf XL with the sweet super chat on YouTube. Funds for the gunship, getting us to 35% of the way through the goal. 3.5 of 10 on the YouTube super chats by my count. Yes, I'm counting them in my head. Okay. Machine Ghost, thank you for the follow on Twitch. All right, let's keep talking about Iran and the way that this is all going down in the media, how it's all being governed. Of course, we just got done watching one of Iran's AI I don't know if you call it a deep fake. Everybody knew it was fake, but fake Iranian AI video of Donald Trump. Is it a deep fake if you know it's fake? Like if it's blatant, like if it's like blatantly fake, like intended to be fake, like nobody actually watched that thinking, like Iran didn't put that thinking that it was gonna like fool anybody. Anyway, let's talk about how AI is affecting the media narrative right now.
A massive Iranian missile attack in Tel Aviv.
Inside, keep moving.
Another one appears to wipe out a U.S. military base in Riyadh, while yet another causes massive damage to this building in Bahrain. All dramatic images that went viral on social media, all of them fake. A cascade of disinformation about the war in Iran is spreading like wildfire, contaminating social media with deep fake.
I'm in the middle of the Iran war with missiles and other deadly weapons.
I love the double car. Look, look at that. Look at that object permanence right there. Where does a car start anyway? It can start in the middle of another car. What's wrong with that? Perfectly normal.
I'm in the middle of the Iran war with missiles and other deadly weapons whizzing past me. You probably don't believe me, nor should you. But today's generated AI has dramatically expanded the ability of propagandists and state actors to very easily fabricate satellite imagery that is incredibly believable. A new kind of information warfare.
Another example, AI-edited satellite imagery used by the Tehran Times, falsely depicting the destruction of a U.S. radar base in Qatar, although on close examination, it's not the real building. But most consumers don't know the difference. Researchers have found that Google's AI overviews and Google Lens sometimes produced inaccurate summaries by treating AI-generated images as real.
Good. Our AI overlords are helping to push misinformation across the interwebs. That's good. That's good. That's what we want. This is why we shouldn't have AI. It can't be reined in. It feels like in many ways just like in that, like this kind of thing. Like, how do you explain to an AI not to do that, not to rely on other AI and or other sort like how in many of these, like in terms of detection, how is it even to discern it? In some cases, I guess like that's I feel like that's where we're heading. It's bad. That we're just relying entirely upon these AI systems do everything for us. It's bad. It really is. It's not for society. It's gonna collapse on itself. We keep going down this path. Now, some content, while not fake, can land you in jail.
A what now?
Right to jail, right away.
Well, that is if you are in the United Arab Emirates. A lot of Dubai influencers are finding themselves facing charges for having allegedly filmed the war.
13 missiles and 27 drones were intercepted in the United Arab Emirates on Wednesday. Yet images like these are hard to come by. Under the UAE's strict cybercrime laws, anyone photographing or filming the incidents could be arrested. Just like the 60 people who, according to France television sources, are currently in police custody in Dubai. Among them are at least 3 French nationals accused of threatening public security by filming Iranian attacks on the territory. Influencers too have been caught out. On the first day of the war, this French woman with millions of followers filmed herself visibly panicked. 2 days later, she was summoned by Dubai police.
I didn't say anything wrong. I was scared, really scared.
Other influencers have since spoken out about censorship.
I'm not quite sure what I'm allowed or not allowed to say. We're not allowed to show what's happening, at least not what's falling from the sky.
We can't post anything that might cause panic among the public.
Can't film this guy.
Publishing.
Can't film this guy. That's a crime.
Right to jail, right away.
We're living in disturbing authoritarian times, people. We need to fight back against all of it. Truly. Gotten out of hand. It really, really has. It's not just the United States. Certainly we're included, but... No. It's been an authoritarian turn. All over. Alright, let's go here now to Democracy Now! To talk more about the media narrative.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Trump administration's escalating threats against media outlets. In a post Sunday, President Trump said news organizations should face treason charges for disseminating false information. FCC Chair Brendan Carr has also threatened to revoke broadcasters' licenses over their coverage of the U.S.-Israeli war.
L-Pete or L-Pete? L-Pete. Thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Charges for disseminating false information. FCC Chair Brendan Carr has also threatened to revoke broadcasters' licenses over their coverage of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. Carr wrote online, quote, broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up, unquote. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut blasted Carr, saying, this is the federal government telling news stations to provide favorable coverage of the war or their licenses will be pulled. A truly extraordinary moment. We aren't on the verge of a totalitarian takeover. We're in the middle of it, Senator Murphy said. This all comes as allies of President Trump consolidate their control over several major media outlets. Paramount Skydance, poised to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, which includes CNN and HBO. Paramount CEO is David Ellison, the son of Larry Ellison, a close Trump ally. Last week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made this comment about CNN.
Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
This guy is ridiculous. Why is everything that Pete Hegseth, Kegseth, what are we calling him? He should go to The Hague. He's also been, of course, known to drink. Hegseth. I'm torn. I'm really am. But why is everything flag branded with Pete? He's got a flag tie. He's got the flag handkerchief. Of course, if you look at the thumbnail, I don't know if he's wearing that jacket right now. I wouldn't be shocked. But he has at least one jacket lined with the American flag.
Of course, for decades.
Like, what is up with this? Like, why are all these? What's up with all these flag perverts exactly? I don't like. Why? Like, isn't it also a crime technically? It's not enforced, but isn't it technically like desecration of the flag? Actually, I don't think it is. I don't think it's a crime unless you're in the military. I think if you're in the military, it may actually be desecration of a flag, and I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember how that works. I should look that up. Maybe it's just disrespectful. Maybe it's just like a disrespectful thing. It's a non. Right, you can burn the flag, right? Hold on. I should look this up. But what's up with all these flag perverts? Like, just settle down. You're the Department of Defense. You're the Secretary of Defense, or at least you used to be. Now you're the Secretary of War. Either way. Why is this the guy in charge of the entire military? Can you explain that to me? Okay, it is in fact First Amendment protected. So I think So I think that it's protected also for the troops as well, I would think. Troops still have constitutional rights. Although I feel like
Iran has
sometimes
threatened
they're
shipping in the
abridged in
Strait
weird
of Hormuz.
circumstances.
This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better.
At the Oscars Sunday, late-night host Jimmy Kimmel made this.
So yeah, I was looking through different stuff, and I think I was wrong. Or I was right. Whatever. At the end, I was right. Yeah, it's legal. It's legal. He can do whatever he wants. It's just weird. It's weird that he feels like he needs to cover himself in flags. You'd think he'd have other things to do rather than shopping on Temu
About
or whatever.
CBS, which is now owned by Paramount.
We hear a lot about courage at shows like this, but telling a story that could get you killed for telling it is real courage. As you know, there are some countries whose leaders don't support free speech. I'm not at liberty to say which. Let's just leave it at North Korea and CBS.
We're joined now by Craig Aaron, co-CEO of Free Press and Free Press Action, not to be confused with Barry Weiss's The Free Press, which is now owned by Paramount, and she's head of CBS News. His news...
Oh, you know what? That makes perfect sense, Papa Jeff. Now that you've said it, that makes perfect sense. He wears that so that it looks like he has service medals, of which he has none. He is not a general. He's never been a general. He has he's got no medals to wear. If he had them, he'd wear them. Let's be real. If he had a bunch of service medals, he'd be wearing them right now. We'd all, oh my God.
His news article is headlined, "Warmongers Come for the Media." Craig, talk about the significance of this moment. Senator Murphy says we're not on the precipice or the edge of totalitarianism. We're in the midst of it.
Thank you, Amy. Yeah, this is a very clear abuse of power. The idea that the chairman of the FCC would be, threatening broadcasters with losing licenses for not echoing Trump administration propaganda. The idea that the defense secretary is out there cheering on a mega merger so that Trump cronies can be put in charge of the media to get more favorable coverage. We really haven't seen anything like this in recent memory, and it has been going on through.
It's illegal to wear flag clothing. You know what? I'm looking it up right now, and it appears you're technically correct. Wearing flag-patterned items, shirts, hats is common, and while that's technically legal, the code does not permit using a real physical flag to make uniforms or costumes. When does it constitute a real physical flag? That's what I'd like to know. When does it constitute a real physical flag? Like...
throughout the Trump administration, just a complete abuse of power by FCC Chairman Carr, performing really for an audience of one that is Donald Trump, jumping on his every utterance to saber rattle, to threaten broadcasters. And really, the threat is the point. They want these companies to be afraid. They want them to change, and they are sadly too often willing to do it in order to push through mergers, in order to get special favors, in order to guarantee their other divisions big fat government contracts. They've shown a willingness from CBS on down to warp and alter coverage to make it more favorable to the Trump administration. And as we've seen, whether it's lawyers, universities, media companies, when the bullying works, you just get more and more bullying.
Craig Aaron, he's talking about threatening news organizations with treason. Presumably, this also means the journalists within them. This is extremely serious because if you are convicted of treason, you face death. You have, for example, Hegseth responding to journalists covering the death of the service members in the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, saying that this is unfair to cover this. You have when a reporter asked President Trump on Air Force One to talk about the deaths, for example, of the 6 service members. He goes next. He doesn't want to answer this question. Craig?
Yeah, this is really unbelievable. You're talking about basic coverage of the most important and serious issues. And you have an administration that wants to hide and warp coverage of their own incompetence, of their own failings, of their own crimes, like these that you covered earlier in the program, and the deaths of hundreds of school children. They don't want the U.S. media covering this story, and they are showing that they are willing to threaten the use of regulations, of government policy, of changing owners in order to push those media companies into silence, in order to have journalists question.
Yeah, or you're saying that people are engaging in America Last activities. You're America Last. Well, this stream is for only great patriots. Everybody write that down. Fuck yeah! And if you're a great patriot, hit the follow button on Twitch or the subscribe button on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
All right, let's keep talking about the narrative. A few young men engaging in free speech, along with one Don Lemon, down on the streets. So fascinating. Trichotomy, I guess you call it.
I think Trump's doing the right thing, honestly.
What's up?
I got no comment on that.
You don't know why?
Nah, I'm just taking a guess.
You're just guessing that he's doing the right thing?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Come on! I mean, I don't know. I don't think Trump's doing the right thing.
Is this a joke? What? Is this a joke?
Yeah.
No,
it's
joke?
not. It's not.
All right, you can fucking drive home, bro. Or walk home, sorry.
Damn, I don't know what just happened.
But he doesn't even know why.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just think, like, it's not good for the economy. Like, I don't know.
I don't really give a fuck about the war. Smoke weed, get money, fuck bitches. Hell yeah.
God damn, bro. Low-key, this is unironically... Dude, this is the full spectrum. This is the spectrum of American politics.
These kids are the future right here. These the Three Stooges. The three fucking stooges over here. Oh, God. His mind is mind-numbing. Mind-numbing idiocy over here from all three of these guys. They don't even know what they're just walking around knowing abso-fucking-lutely nothing. It's so sad.
Cultist psychopath who doesn't even know why he likes Trump but likes Trump. Democrat who doesn't know why he thinks it's.
And let's be real, for all three of these guys, the best we can hope for, I feel like, in the near future is for them to find like Hassan's stream accidentally and then start like learning things, I guess.
It's science.
Or the I guess they could find the Galactic News Network. Probably more likely they find Hassan,
Bad.
though.
And the plurality that goes, whatever, fuck bitches get money, Lamau. He hit 3 of the planks. All 3 are cattle. All 3 of them. Meanwhile, their cousins are going to get fucking fragged with a goddamn Shahed drone in a matter of a month from now. You can't have a future with a country like this. You can't have a future with a citizenry that is this out of touch with the unlimited super violence that we subject the rest of the world to. The American working class straight up are so far removed from the.
Yeah, these guys are wildly detached from current events. I mean, this guy's clearly the most just he's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Bitches and money. Bitches money. Oh. I am woefully concerned for the future of America. I don't know about you, Space Fams. Highly likely, if you're a regular viewer around here, that you too have that sneaking suspicion that America is heading down the wrong path. And that things are only going to get worse from here. I mean, if you've been here from the beginning of the stream, that is only played out. Like, you are really, what's the word? I mean, you're an innovator, certainly, but you're like clairvoyant or something. You know, you're a trendsetter at the very least, a clairvoyant or something like a teller of the future. We've been talking about the future doom for a very long time. It's only gotten worse on basically every single thing that we've talked about since I started this stream over 2 years ago now. That's crazy to think about. It's March 20th, which means it's been 25 full months of Galactic News Network. Brought to you by viewers like you. Next, let's go here. Some of us may have watched part of this interview the other day. Yanis Varoufakis. Breaking points.
For more on the Iran war, we are joined this morning by Yanis Varoufakis. He, of course, is an economist. He's a best-selling author. He's former Greek finance minister and also host of the podcast, The Econoclass. Great to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Very good to see you again.
Yeah, of course. So just off the top here, your reaction to the purported goals, to the best we know them, of this war and how this all seems to be going.
Well, it is going abysmally for Donald Trump, whatever his goals were. It is a war that he started without much of a strategy regarding how he's going to end it. This is not new, of course. It harks back to Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. There is a very long tradition of the United States pursuing its strategy of forever war on behalf of the military-industrial complex. It works really very well for those who are selling guns and bombs and missiles. It doesn't work very well for the American people. It doesn't work at all well for the rest of the world. So, on the altar of a forever war that suits the military-industrial complex and now the AI industrial complex or military complex, we are caught in a conundrum that is jeopardizing the well-being of the vast majority of the human species.
Jeopardizing the vast majority of the human species. Yanis Varoufakis.
That's in the Bible.
Pretty sure that's in the Bible. Last time I checked. In the Bible. Yep. Double check. Giannis 3:16. All right, I'm skipping way ahead to the part that we didn't watch the other day. The second half. Breaking points. Crystal.
In the United
Soccer.
States, you had a
Giannis.
massive wave of investment due to AI. Is going to be stemmed.
By the way, I'll be right back.
Why? Because AI is very energy intense, very energy hungry. And with energy going through the roof, the AI investment spree is severely circumscribed. Then at the same, there's another element to this. Last year, this time, around Liberation Day, if you remember, the Fed was in the process of cutting interest rates. Not as fast as Donald Trump wanted them, but they were cutting interest rates. Well, now, with yields going through the roof, 10-year bond yields in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in Britain, in Frankfurt, in Brussels, in Tokyo, all the West's central banks are either slowing down the rate at which they're cutting interest rates, or they're actually going to start increasing them. We already saw in Australia an increase in interest rates. So, this is a perfect storm. You have energy going up, AI investment tapering, interest rates going up. As I said, even if the war stops today, which it can't, because, Donald Trump has no way of de-escalating. Unless he opens the Strait of Hormuz, which the Iranians are never going to allow, because the Iranians, they felt an existential crisis. They were attacked. Their leader, whatever you may think of Khamenei, he was the leader of a member state of the United Nations, and he was murdered by the Israelis and the Americans. And they are saying no. I mean, we're not going to let you come back at us. We are going to bring you down, and even if it means bringing down the Gulf states, even if it means damaging significantly Bangladesh and India. These are countries, and South Korea. These are countries that rely on the natural gas and the oil that goes through the Straits of Hormuz. So, Donald Trump, like George W. Bush before him, like LBJ in the 1960s, has been caught into a trap of his own making, and he doesn't know how to wriggle out of it.
Giannis, you have described this previously as a breakdown in the neoliberal economic order. What do you see exactly the different pieces that make this happen?
Well, this breakdown goes back to 2008, to the great financial collapse, to Lehman Brothers. American-led dollarized capitalism never recovered fully from 2008. You have to remember that between 2008 and the end of the pandemic in 2022, the central banks of the West pumped out $35 trillion. That is $35,000 billion. That was quantitative easing, if you remember, while at the same time imposing austerity to the vast majority of people in the United States, in Europe, in Britain. So if you have this combination of austerity for the many, which depresses demand, and therefore in turn the secondary effect is that it depresses investment in productive machines, in real stuff, and at the same time you print 35 trillion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in many Western economies, the financial crisis, like the United States, we pumped a fuck ton of money into the financial sector by giving banks free money. At one point, we basically had there was a negative Fed funds rate at one point, if I recall correctly, which means that the Federal Reserve, the Treasury was literally giving banks, loaning banks. Usually banks, like big banks, they go to the Federal Reserve. They borrow money. Like, you can't do this, but a bank, a financial institution, could go to the Federal Reserve and apply for funding for their bank. I guess guess maybe you could. I mean, you wouldn't succeed most likely. But banks go and apply the Federal Reserve for, billions of dollars for whatever reason. Federal Reserve usually takes some amount of money in interest, but at one point it was literally negative. But for a very long time, it was at literally near zero interest rates. Those banks were not lending that money out to you at 0%, of course. Your credit card, your car loan, your mortgage, whatever it might be. No, but they were getting free fucking money. Meanwhile, the rest of the economy was still in pieces and didn't really help. But it's a combination, right? Is that not only were they giving out money for free to the banks, they were also literally throwing money at the stock market every single month by artificially lowering interest rates during the quantitative easing period by buying up trillions of dollars of U.S. treasuries and holding them on the Federal Reserve's books in order to lower interest rates, disincentivize the purchasing of bonds by foreign countries and by institutional and mom and pop investors, if you will, and instead get them to buy stocks.
Zuckerbucks.
And you give it to financiers who give it to big business that use it to buy back their own shares. So asset prices go up, but there's no investment. And the only people who invest in this world of ours, essentially, are the Chinese on one.
Exactly. Right.
China.
China. But what did people like Meta and all these other fucking companies do when their stock prices went up? They rewarded themselves by doing stock buybacks. They didn't do investment. At the very most, they bought up companies to further entrench their monopolistic stance and posture in the market and tech, and then and then just enrich themselves and their shareholders further. Elon Musk is, of course, the epitome of this example. His entire legacy is based upon buying things. He bought everything, right? He bought Tesla. He didn't invent it. And then he turned around and asked the board for $1 trillion. He's almost there, by the way.
On one hand, and big tech on the other, who are not producing anything except the power through, Amazon.com and Uber and so on, to reach deep into your pockets and take money out, which then is not invested into productive capacity. It is invested into more machines that create more power for the Jeff Bezos of the world to put their long arms deeply into your pocket. You realize that this is not a sustainable macroeconomy.
Well, it's not sustainable because we've given all of our money to people like
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Who just likes blowing rockets up in the stratosphere. Like blowing up rockets in the stratosphere, buying up his own little fiefdoms, creating weird eugenics-like numbers of children, I guess you could call it. The guy has a creepy obsession with passing on his fucking genes. Let's say that. Got a real weird fixation on that. Like, I'm still a young man. I'd like kids someday, but that's, I wouldn't, whatever. I'm not gonna get sidetracked. I just figured I would use the Giannis interview as a good moment to talk about who it is that runs all of this right now. Our entire world is run by billionaires, and many of them are profiting from this war right now. Not entirely. Some of them aren't having a very good time with all of this. Stock prices are down. I know they're not. I know that many billionaires aren't very happy about that. But they're not that down. They're fine. They're perfectly fine. But defense stocks are up, I'm pretty sure. Gas prices are up, so I don't know if you're... I feel like billionaires get into all sorts of investment. Abysmally. Now that's a $50 word. Yeah. At least a $50 word. All right, well, since we were just talking, we're listening to Yanis Varoufakis over there on Breaking Points. Is Breaking Points something? Is it like Breaking Points Media? I don't think it is. It's just Breaking Points, isn't it? Over there at Breaking Points, from Yanis, talking about NATO, our European allies, and what Donald Trump had to say about them during his meeting with Tisach, I forget how you say it, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland, Michael Martin.
We've just been watching President Trump meeting with the Taoiseach of Ireland at the White House. The two leaders reaffirmed their relationship and the connection between the U.S. and Ireland. President Trump also said NATO is making a foolish mistake not helping the U.S. secure the Strait of Hormuz and suggested he could rethink the U.S. relationship.
Is she saying it right, or am I saying it right? Is it Tisach or Taoiseach? Taoiseach. I should look it up. I should get someone to help me.
White House correspondent Karen
I don't trust the fake
news. Is here
news.
for more on all of that. Hi, Karen. So President Trump has long complained that the NATO alliance is unfair and that we protect everyone else, but they don't return the favor. So what does the controversy over the Strait of Hormuz mean for the larger U.S.-NATO relationship?
Well, we'll see how the president makes good on this sort of threat there on the NATO alliance. He said he is disappointed in NATO. He is not happy with NATO. He has said this for many years, of course. But now he is saying specifically that he has asked these countries to come to the U.S. assistance in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and they're not saying yes to this request. He said to a question about whether the U.S. would get out of NATO that he would think about that, and it's a
We're thinking about it. We're thinking about it. They're not very helpful. Not very helpful. Oh, there you go. Donald Trump is... every single day, he somehow creates more chaos than the day before it. And I don't know how he's doing it. Because it's been like 405 days, am I right? I think it's 405 days, and somehow every single day brings a little bit more chaos. And since day one, it's been utter chaos. It really has. It's mind melting. And while we're talking about the EU, Keir Starmer and Volodymyr Zelensky met earlier this week on Tuesday, and Starmer had something to urge amidst the Iranian war that's now going on in the Middle East.
Let me start where I must start.
What do we call it?
Paying tribute to the...
I gotta stop calling it the Iranian war. With Operation Epstein Fury in full effect, Keir Starmer just
Let
wanted
me
to remind
start
us
where I
all
must
of
start
something.
by paying tribute to the
Jesus,
courage
that's
and
loud.
resilience of the Ukrainian people over 4 years of this conflict. They've shown incredible courage, both on the front line and the civilians, day in, day out. And I hope you can convey to them again that the UK stands with them for as long as it may take. Our resolve is unbreakable and will remain that way. I think today, obviously, we've got a lot to discuss. I think it's really important that we're clear that the focus must remain on Ukraine. There is obviously a conflict in Iran.
There is obviously a conflict in Iran. Yes, Keir, there is a conflict in Iran. It's true. It's true, there is a conflict. But, according to him, we need to keep our focus on Ukraine. Which, I mean, considering all the efforts that he has been putting into it, I can see why he would want that. Speaking of other countries, as it relates to Iran, let's see what Donald Trump had to say about China.
Mr. President. Are there any repercussions for NATO, and are you still going to China?
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. We're going to say, I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me, I think. But I do look forward to seeing him. We have a good relationship with China. China actually has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past.
Economically very good.
And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Mr. President. NATO for not supporting you on this.
So this was Donald Trump talking about his decision to delay his trip to China, which was supposed to happen, I think, this week, but did not happen. Instead was delayed 4 or 5 weeks. I like how he's changed everything. I like how he's changed his... Like, he's really mellowed it out. He's become much more conservative about his goals, his big dreams. Like, everything was 2-3 weeks for about a year, and now everything's 4 or 5 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. We'll see. Over time, he's decided that he can't achieve as much as he thinks. Actually, 4 or 5 years. We'll see. 4 or 5 decades we'll have it done. 4 or 5 centuries, and America will be great again. 4 or 5 eons, America, perfect America. Great once again.
His message to 7 countries, including China, was clear. Send warships to the Strait of Hormuz to secure the vital shipping route. But the response to Donald Trump's call has so far been vague and reluctant. When asked about the US president's remarks, Beijing avoided addressing the demand directly.
China calls on all parties to immediately stop military operations, avoid further escalation, and prevent regional turmoil.
Trump said Sunday China should help restore oil flows through the waterway ahead of his planned trip to Beijing later this month, and suggested he could delay the visit. The president argued China gets 90% of its oil through Hormuz, but analysts estimate China relies on the strait for about 40 to 50% of its seaborne oil imports, and that shipments through Hormuz account for just 6.6% of the country's total energy consumption. China has also built large crude stockpiles and diversified its energy sources, including renewables.
China has strong energy supply security capabilities.
Yeah, that's right. China has really grown its renewable energy sector in the last 5-10 years. It's expanded massively. And in recent years, it's practically gone exponential with just enormous solar fields that just take over entire mountain ranges. Wind farms. Killing all the birds. Killing all the birds. As Donald Trump would say. But, unfortunately, science says that they don't actually kill all the birds, and China is actually seeing a huge boon in this moment by having at least electrified its grid, gotten off of petrochemicals to some degree, not entirely, of course. They still use coal, they still use oil, they still use methane. I'm not saying they don't, but they have, in fact, reduced some of that and drastically increased its mix of renewables. Now I believe overtaking its use of fossil fuels. All right, people, we're not going to take a break because of how much stuff I have to cover tonight, but just a reminder to all you folks, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And to please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All right, what next? Moving on
has a
from
solid foundation and favourable
China.
conditions.
Whoopsies. Moving on from China to... Oh, I meant to put these together. Whatever. Let's go back to Donald Trump's tirade on NATO, the United Kingdom, and Keir Starmer. I am hungry right now. I am hungry. I need to do
was
something.
killed in a wave of
Food-wise.
strikes that, according to Israel, targeted Iranian military sites in Tehran, as well as Avaz, Shiraz and Isfahan. The shipping lanes in the Straits of Hormuz remain blocked by Iran, which is only allowing vessels from countries such as India and Pakistan to pass. And a tanker was hit to the east of Fujairah in the Gulf of Oman. Multiple drones also targeted the US Embassy in Baghdad. For the second consecutive day, the UAE closed its airspace after a drone fire near Dubai Airport. Missile explosions were reported in Abu Dhabi and Al Bahia. Multiple explosions were also reported in Qatar and Bahrain. Iran continued to fire missiles at Israel overnight, showing it retains the capacity to carry out long-range strikes. Israeli forces again targeted southern suburbs of Beirut, with explosions reported in Kafat, Harakek, and a residential building in Doha Aramoun. Israeli ground forces pushed further into southern Lebanon under instructions to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure. So here's how day 18 of this war unfolded. Wars can be just or unjust, but the path to judgment is always strewn with rubble and death. And this one is no different. In Tehran, we don't know what they really think about America's and Israel's destruction from the skies, but we do know it is removing leaders that were once deemed unassailable. On Friday, this was Ali Larijani.
I just want everybody to think about this for a second. Because while the United States, people are halfway trying to sell the United States as liberators of oppressed peoples, how much do you figure you would like getting bombed by another country? Or just bombed in general? I mean, would you like that? Is that good? Is that good for you? Epi Mew with a super chat. Here. Coffee donut wink. Thank you, Epi Mew. And PerfXL with another sweet super chat. Greens for the StreamLord. Thank you, Perf. Thank you very much. I appreciate both of you. Getting us to now 5.5? 5.5 sweet super chats of our 10 goal. Oh shit, Frizzla coming in. I can't even get back to talking about Iran because of all of the super chats flying in. Food for Leica. Okay, I'll accept that as if you don't want to go over onto Twitch to feed her, I'll feed her that way, certainly. Much appreciated. I'm sure she appreciates it as well. Treats for the puppy. All right.
Iran's de facto leader walking for the cameras at a Jerusalem Day march in Tehran. A show of defiance from a regime where every leader is now dead or walking dead.
This morning we eliminated Ali Larijani, the boss of the Revolutionary Guards, the gangsters who in practice run Iran. We're undermining this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people an opportunity to remove it.
A sign of Iran's revolutionary royalty. Here is Larijani with Vladimir Putin. Here with the EU's former foreign policy chief.
It's like, don't you see, we're doing war crimes so that you guys can do a coup. Great. Great. I'm sure the Iranian people will pull that
immediately,
together.
if not sooner.
Please do a coup. Everybody, we're bombing because of coup.
When he helped negotiate a nuclear deal. An adept diplomat who always nurtured his links to the hardline Revolutionary Guard. A real power behind the throne. Listen, though, to this. Cheers from balconies as ordinary Iranians learned the news. Larijani was one of the principal architects of the...
That is such a suspect clip. It's like, what? It's just a random clip of people yelling. Like, this is proof that people are really glad. I mean, it is possible that they were. But I'm just like, I don't know. With the narrative that's been getting spread, I'm just so incredibly skeptical about it all. I feel like we're trying to be sold, like they're trying to sell us a war after the fact. That's part of the problem. They didn't really, like they didn't do any of the stuff that the previous Forever War had. You know, the sort of years of build-up to it, really. All the weapons of mass destruction, the inspectors, going to the UN, asking people, hey, can we do a little invasion of Iraq?
The brutal repression that saw thousands of anti-government demonstrators massacred early this year. So too Gholam Reza Soleimani, head of the Basij militia group, the regime's army of street-level enforcers, call them thugs. We're not currently allowed into Iran, but one Tehran resident sent us this reaction to his demise.
The best news of all is that the Basij commander was killed last night. He was the commander who played a central role in the massacre of Iranian protesters on January 8 and 9. This has led to a deeply grim and tense atmosphere in the country. Even the way Basij forces treated me recently on the street was terrible, and it was under his order. Right now, I have a very strange feeling. I'm happy.
18 days in, and Iran's leadership has been decimated by Israel and the US. The supreme leader was taken out on day one. This, the strike on his compound, along with members of his family, top advisors and military officials during the same wave. Over subsequent days, strikes targeted others in the Supreme Leader's office. The defense minister and much of the military top brass have also been killed, as well as Revolutionary Guard Corps leadership, police, and now, overnight,
I love how they just keep trying to work it in every other sentence that everybody in Iran is happy. They're not. They're not all happy. I can say that with 100% certainty that not everybody in Iran is happy. In fact, there's some portion of people that are very much unhappy about what's going on.
two of the most important figures in that January crackdown on protesters. As Israel hunts Iran's leadership,
in fact, I could probably put like a number to it. I'll bet you like 1/5, at least 1/5, if not much more than that, of Iran is unhappy. At least. You gotta assume that at least like 1/5 of the country supports the regime or like tangentially benefits from the existence of the regime, right? So they're like, you would consider them supporters, right? 20% of Iran. That's 18 million people. It's a country of 90 million. That's 18 million. I would assume that there's some other people who are upset, who aren't necessarily the biggest fans of the regime, but would prefer not to be bombed and not to have this fucking conflict going on, and they're literally in their backyard, in their streets. So I don't know exactly what number I could put to it, but like, somewhere between 18 million and maybe 30 million people are probably very unhappy with being bombed in Iran. In fact, it's possible it's much higher than that, because getting bombed is an incredibly unpleasant experience. Having your family members die in front of you is an unpleasant experience. There are, in fact, a fuck ton of civilian casualties so far. But you gotta figure is if any people were on Team USA are probably now souring to this whole invasion. Frizla with another freaking sweet super chat. Does that count for 4 green super chats? As always, keep it up, GSLI. Earlier noticed you're closing in on 2,000 subs. Well deserved, and many more. Ooh, yes, we are making big strides on YouTube, I must say, and honestly, on Twitch too. We're making big progress on Megastar with a 10-stream streak over on Twitch. Speaking of which, I should hydrate myself, but I'm out of tea. Either way, thank you for the sweet super chat. That is good enough for 4. Which means we need a quick confetti party. How else would we know that we just completed another sweet galactic content goal? Thanks to all of the space fams like you, like Frizla, who helped round us out. But EpiMew, Perf XL, who else is in my immediate vicinity? Another one from Perf. And there was I'm trying to think. Frizla, didn't Frizla do a half a chat? You were the half chat from the very beginning of the stream. Either way, thank you to all of you beautiful people for helping contribute to the completion of the galactic content goal. We had an hour left. Great job. Bask in the glory. For just a moment longer. Also, I'm going to change the color. Again, what can I say? What can I say? I want a new color for confetti. Is that so wrong? Is that really so wrong of me? I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy now. Oh. Actually, I kind of like this one. Where was I at? It's kind of... I don't know how different that is, but whatever. Right now, though, we've got like 3,000. We got like 3,000 subs / followers across Twitch and YouTube. We're making moves. Appreciate you for noticing, Frizzla. It's nice. It's nice to know that we're making these sorts of progress. All right, everybody. Confetti party over. Bask in the glory no longer. Let the robo vacuums clean it up. Back to Iran. Back to reality. Reuters, 2 days ago. 2 killed in Israel, near Tel Aviv, by Iranian missile. Casualties in Israel continue to mount, as well as the damage. The Iron Dome no longer now being mocked on social media as the Paper Dome.
We are at the most serious scene, where there are 2 fatalities inside a building on the 3rd floor. Apparently, they were unable to reach the safe room. Just a few meters from the safe room, they were struck and killed. At the same time, across several scenes,
I almost forgot.
we can say
Echios.
there is an additional person likely injured. But the numbers may change. This is the most severe scene.
Ah, horrifying. Continued loss of life across the Middle East. I almost forgot. Echios also contributed to the goal early on, getting me to shout out Ep Silverard. Birthday. Alright, I'm removing the content goal on YouTube. Custom Fetty. Yup, custom Fetty. What I think I need to do is like a Patreon drive, another Patreon drive. It's been a long time since we did a Patreon drive. Of course, during our Patreon subathons, the Patreons decide what we watch. We gotta go back. I was planning to do like one a month. Remember that? I was like, oh, like it was like so long ago. I was talking about that. I was like, oh, let's do like one of these a month. That would be nice. We don't have that much stuff to talk about.
Give me a joke.
I remember those simpler times. Now, you would be shocked to hear that some people think that Donald Trump wants to get out of the war in Iran. That he wants Operation Epstein Fury to come to an end now. And
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Well, you would be right. You wouldn't be shocked. I mean, you would be wrong to be shocked because he, in fact, does seem to want to get out of the war, but can't. He both seemingly thinks the war is over, and yet simultaneously plunging the United States further into it, saying it's been a perfect victory. Entire army, all of Iran's military is gone. On the same day, Iran does strike. I mean, like we've watched this now for over 3 weeks almost. It'll be the beginning of the 4th week in like 6 hours. Right? Like, when did we find out about it? It was like 4 in the morning or something like that. On a Saturday. Long, long ago. In a galaxy far, far away.
The U.S. president sounded so sure about Iran's liberation.
I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand.
That the war would be over quickly.
I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion.
But Donald Trump has discovered that Iranian freedom is not at hand.
They don't have guns, and the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated
They don't have
machine
guns. It's the small observations that are revealing that the Iranian regime can still threaten a global economy.
Literally, a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a...
Oh my god. Oh my god, how is this guy in charge of the country and in the largest military on the planet? They don't have guns. They don't have guns.
That's really weird.
Missile.
Trump said he didn't need NATO's help, then asked for it, didn't get it, then declared he didn't need it, and never did.
Incoherent. I would describe Trump's approach to all this as strategically incoherent.
This expert on U.S. foreign policy.
That's exactly what happened. We won the war. We don't need your help. We need your help. Actually, we're fine without it. We've got this, America first. Well, remember, you're not helping us when we said we don't need
objectives
you.
have swung from regime change to nuclear disarmament. He's not even sure who to talk to.
I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders.
All of this suggests to me that nobody's on the same page and nobody really knows what the point of the war is.
Oh, the point of the war?
What you talking about?
The point of the war is the war. It's about, you know, it's about Israel's desire for a U.S.-Israel joint forever war in the Middle East. With Iran. In Lebanon. And who knows? I mean, Yemen will probably get pulled into it too. As well as possibly all the other countries that are getting hit now. Who knows? Who knows how long this, like any of these Gulf countries can hold out in one way or another. Some of them are going to have to take sides. Many of them seem to be siding with Iran at this point. Or at least siding with, working with Iran to allow their ships through, to keep their economies from completely collapsing, people from starving. Whether that turns into some sort of military collaboration at some point, I really don't know. Although I suppose anything's possible. Any of these Gulf countries could join in on either side, to be honest. I wouldn't be shocked to hear in either direction at some point, if this continues on long enough. If they see enough consequences, I think you'll see at least the likelihood of at least some of these countries getting involved. I think on the list of countries most likely to get further involved in this is Yemen, the Houthis, Jordan, Syria. Possibly Armenia and more likely probably Azerbaijan. If you want to count them, the Kurdistan. Can't forget the Kurds.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Of course, if you... I technically was already counting the Kurds in some of these things. And honestly, Turkey. See what I mean? Like, we're already in World War III. We're just deciding who's going to be in it now. It's like, it's already begun. It's like, where are the lines being drawn? Where are the battle lines? Where are the the alliances? What are the economic factors that are now playing into people's decision making? This is World War III. Maybe the fledgling, whatever you want to call it. The early on times, less than a month in. We've already seen a number of war crimes here in Iran. And also war crimes from Iran, certainly some war crimes that were these things that would be war crimes if Israel was a signatory, or Iran or the United States were signatories to the weapons treaties that prevent the use of things like cluster munitions, but of course they are not. Because, you know, in international law, it's inconvenient. Like, in theory, it's great, but, you know, start signing your name to things, then you gotta start following it. It's, come on, it's a lot of work. Cultural heritage sites have also been on the list.
Amid a war of choice with little regard for residential areas.
The Iranian people are caught between a large-scale military campaign by two countries, the US and Israel.
And so is their cultural heritage. UNESCO heritage sites shine a light on centuries of history. One of
Yes, that's right, Mary. That's right. Azerbaijan. And Armenia. Armenia and Azerbaijan. I mean, he's a special kind of stupid. He has no real understanding of any of what's going on here. That's part of the problem.
the most well-known and ornate World Heritage sites in Iran does that literally. The Aina Kari mirrorwork at the Golistan Palace in Isfahan is legendary, created by craftsmen from the pieces of broken Venetian mirrors.
With the incredible decorative elements, glass mirrors, and many things like that. We sometimes even compare it with the Versailles Palace in France.
The work had little chance against a missile strike just meters away on nearby Arag Square in early March.
The strikes remain.
Well, there's a crime. There's another international crime being committed. United Nations UNESCO heritage sites protected under international law being struck, something that Israel's been doing for years now. We've been watching it happen in its neighbor states, especially places like Palestine and Lebanon. But now they're expanding that to some new countries. They've run out of targets. Let's be real. They've run out of targets that they don't like themselves. The rest of the buildings they want to keep. They've already bombed all the sites they don't want there anymore. In their immediate vicinity. Now they gotta move on. To Iran. These things have been there for thousands of years, but Israel doesn't care about that. Now let's go back to talking about Iran's government. President Pezeshkian, an interview with Al Jazeera a couple of days ago. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Foreign Minister Aragachi. Why I always get these fucking guys confused?
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Always.
I'm Ali Hashim in Tehran, where Iran's foreign minister insists the system will hold despite the ongoing US-Israeli offensive, no matter the cost, as the region stands at the crossroads with far-reaching consequences. Stay with us as Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi talks to Al Jazeera.
Mr. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, thanks for talking to Al Jazeera.
Shukran mamnoon.
The first issue today is the announcement that they've assassinated Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Mr. Ali Larijani.
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. Of course, individuals are influential, and each person plays their role, some better, some worse, some less. But what matters is that the political system in Iran is a very solid structure. We have not had anyone more important than the leader himself, and even the leader was martyred. Yet the system continued to work and immediately provided a replacement. If anyone else is martyred, it will be the same. If the foreign minister were ever to be martyred, there would ultimately be someone else to take the position.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. In recent days, we have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place. So far, 53 hospitals have been attacked, along with many schools. The Minab school, which has now become well known, where 168 students were killed, is the most famous example, but there have been others as well. Bank branches and many residential buildings have also been attacked. Political figures, civilians, scientists, and university professors have all been targeted. It is even possible that the foreign minister could be attacked. But like everyone else, we are standing firm and working for the goals and interests of our country, and we have no hesitation about giving our lives for it if necessary.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I needed a snack, but that was Foreign Minister Araghchi. Araghchi? I forget exactly how you say it. I've been trying to keep all these names straight in my head. It's tough. Foreign Minister of Iran, saying what I've been saying this whole time, that Iran has a structure with which to deal with all of these assassinations, and while it's perhaps, I don't know, probably bad for morale to some degree, and it may be very well eroding some of the seniority, I guess you would say, from within the regime. They're all just being replaced. It's a vacuum that's immediately filled. And while you may get somebody in there less experienced, they still have the person, the job that's needed to be done, whatever, filled with somebody who at least to some degree knows what that job is.
In the middle of a war, and it's an American-Israeli war on Iran. At the same time, Iran is in a wider war. It's launching rockets towards Israel, towards American bases, and also towards neighboring countries.
We did not expand the war. The war is inherently expansive. This is a point we had already warned our friends in the region about for a very simple reason. When the United States attacks us, our armed forces, our missiles, and our drones cannot reach U.S. territory. Therefore, we are inevitably compelled to respond by striking U.S. military bases in the region and attacking U.S. military assets in the region. Unfortunately, these assets are spread across the entire region.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Iran does not have the capability to reach the United States. They cannot strike the continental United States. It's a fantasy. It's impossible for them to do that. With a nuclear weapon or otherwise. They do not have those capabilities. They just don't. Not even close. They're super far away. And they don't have a navy. Certainly not one with missile launch capabilities that I'm aware of.
and regrettably are located on the territory of our friendly countries. This is the nature of this war. When the United States attacks us, coming from 10,000 miles away to strike here, it is only natural that we must respond.
Involving airports, ports, hotels, sometimes even some residential areas. And there are many people killed. For example, I'll give you an example from myself. I was in Doha. In Doha, all the time, we're hearing the drones, the rockets. And at the end, it's not the idea that these are clear bases, because in a way or another, there are some areas that are residential areas, businesses that are being targeted. Now, in Qatar, they're being intercepted. In some other places, they're not.
First of all, I am truly surprised that the world does not speak out about the attacks on Iran's residential areas, the attacks on schools and hospitals. Why does no one talk about these? But I can say with confidence that we have not attacked civilian targets in neighboring countries. We have not targeted them.
There we go. Arachi of Iran, foreign minister saying they're not striking civilian targets. They're all legitimate military sites, according to him. And I think that argument can, in fact, be made. Although I'm fairly certain there have, in fact, been civilian casualties. Although they're really just playing by the same rules that Israel and the United States have been playing by, really, for quite some time. And that's part of the problem with this. Because, you know, I would object to all this sort of thing. Like on its face, I would object to this. I would say this is problematic behavior, you know. But this is in response to two different countries that have basically committed war crimes. The United States, Israel, right, who's been doing a genocide, ethnic cleansing, a number of other international crimes that the international court wants people like Benjamin Netanyahu in front of The Hague for. The United States has been funding it the whole time. Now doing this war, we've been using indiscriminate tactics this whole time, or, you know, decrying, we're not. I mean, it is a difficult argument. I think it's hard actually to argue against it. It's like, how can you? These two countries that are waging this war against Iran are literally committing have been committing international crimes leading up to this, and then started doing some more.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The moment that they did the invasion in Iran.
All right, guys, so you know that the Trump regime is struggling because now you have the white nationalists and white supremacists and Nazis are yearning for Joe Biden. They are nostalgic for Sleepy Joe right now. Let's take a listen to Fuentes here.
Do you know who stood in the way of all of this? Just a fact. Just a fact. Don't let me inconvenience you. Do you know who stood in the way of this entire thing? Joe Biden. Joe Biden did. Because Joe Biden did not take the bait. He didn't take Israel's bait and fight Iran. He had two opportunities. When Israel provoked Iran in April 24 and in July 24, Joe Biden deterred Iran but did not attack them.
Okay, I will say he's glazing Sleepy Joe a little too hard here. I got to be honest, he is. Biden actually fucked up. He said on the campaign trail, I'm going to get back in the Iran agreement, the JCPOA that Obama negotiated with John Kerry. He said, I'm going to get back in that. Then he didn't. So if anything, he fucked up, because if he got back in that deal, Trump would have had to come in and pull out again and then escalate to war. But Biden didn't even get back in the deal, right? So you can give him credit for not going to war with Iran. Okay, fair. But there's a lot of criticism there for not
Let's be real. What would the existence of the JCPOA have meant to Donald Trump? I feel like Kyle must know that what he's saying is a little silly. Because even if Biden had gotten us back into the JCPOA, you don't think Donald Trump would have ripped it back up? You don't think he wouldn't have come, he would have just literally come in and ripped it up. And he doesn't care about agreements and deals. Not ones that he didn't make. He would have just said, that's Obama. That's an Obama deal.
Getting back in that same agreement, like to demand stricter terms after the U.S. violated the deal and Trump pulled out and ripped it up. That's fucking, you got some fucking nerve to you break the deal, you violate it, and then you fucking blame them? Like, that's sort of crazy. So the real person he should be giving credit to, but he's not gonna because the person is black, is Barack Obama. Because Barack Obama negotiated the JCPOA and it fucking worked perfectly. Verified over a dozen times by the IAEA. This was a non-issue. Iran was off the table as an issue completely, right? Like, that was it. It was over. And the reporting was that Netanyahu tried to son Obama and do to Obama what he did to Trump. With Trump, he's like, I'm going to attack, and then you can decide what you're going to do, right? Basically, it was like, I'm doing this thing. You can either come along or not. And allegedly, the Trump regime went, okay, then we're going to fight too, right? So Israel started the whole thing.
Thank you, Kyle. It's fascinating. I love how Nick Fuentes has gone from extremist white supremacist now to being a centrist Democrat. It's like, I miss Joe Biden. Quite an arc for that guy. I mean, he's still an extremist and white supremacist. But now he's Team Joe, Sleepy Joe.
On a beach in Dubai, bystanders hear the now common sound of an Iranian drone's distinctive
Sleepy
buzz.
Genocidal Joe.
Cell phone footage
You got some
captures
things
it
right.
flying low overhead, chased by an Emirati jet.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. It's gone. Action is over.
It's an Iranian Shahed drone. They're cheap, mass-produced, packed with explosives, and sent on one-way missions. Since the U.S. and Israel launched their first missiles at Iran, Iran has launched hundreds of them in retaliation. An NBC News analysis shows the U.S. and their allies appeared unprepared for the threat of these cheap drones, which are proving highly effective. We verified and examined more than 24 drone strikes captured on video and found that Shahed-style drones have hit a wide range of strategic targets, including U.S. military bases, airports, and energy infrastructure. We spoke to defense policy expert Kelly Grieco about what these videos show.
I think when you look at these Iranian missile and drone attacks, it's easy to think that it is sort of random and just looks like chaos and an adversary trying to lash out. But when you look at the more closely at what they're actually doing and you look at their target set, you can see that it's actually remarkably coherent and it has a clear strategic and operational logic.
The majority of successful strikes confirmed by NBC News are close to the coastline, and that's happening for a reason. Iran is launching Shaheds on short-range flights across water, which makes them harder to detect.
If you are even delayed in your ability to detect it, it reduces the number of options you have in terms of how you might intercept it.
Yep. Iran's use of drone technology has been really limiting the ability of Israel to defend itself and for other nations in the area and the United States to defend their military targets. We're going to talk more later about how badly things are, in fact, starting to look for the United States as it relates to technology being used in this war. Stuff that's being, I mean, funded by the United States. That may or may not be all that effective. All right, let's talk about some of the countries that are dealing with the consequences of this war.
Consequences.
Now we're going to take you live to Dubai. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is there. There have been missile interceptions here in Doha. Zain, early this morning. You're hearing explosions there, or have done in the last few minutes.
That is correct. An air raid alarm went off on all our phones just a few minutes ago, and we began hearing that low rumble of outgoing defensive fire confronting these missile and drone attacks coming in from Iran. And it's been going on since the early hours of this morning, since about 3 or 4 a.m., again at 6 a.m. And really here in the UAE, which has been the largest hit, the bulk of Iranian retaliation has happened on the UAE. If for instance, 3,000 projectiles have been fired, more than half, well over half, have hit targets in the UAE, and today is no different. In fact, just to read to you a statement put out by the Australian Defence Forces just a few hours ago, or just in the last hour, an Iranian airstrike impacted an area at the Al Minhad Air Base here in the UAE, where Australian Defence Forces have a long-standing presence. No personnel were injured in the incident, and all personnel deployed to the Middle East are safe and accounted for. The strike resulted in minor damage to an accommodation and medical facility on the Australian section of the base. So Australian forces confirming that impact. Overnight, multiple explosions seen in the skies over Dubai, the glow of defensive fire, which has become familiar not just in Dubai, not just in cities in the UAE, but across the GCC region since this war began, once again in these skies. The UAE confirming that air defenses were at work, and it wasn't just air defenses, wasn't just intercepting missiles. They also had jets in the sky intercepting drones and what they call loitering munitions, those debris fall that we've seen in multiple areas in the GCC, which have turned deadly in Abu Dhabi just in the last 2 days. At least 2 people killed from debris fall in recent days. The UAE saying it is currently responding to incoming missile and drone threats. Similarly in Qatar, there was active defensive fire this morning, as you said, and overnight in the last 10 hours on Tuesday, throughout the course of Tuesday, 9 ballistic missiles and a number of drones were successfully intercepted by the Qatari Defense Forces. Saudi Arabia, just in the last few minutes, another drone alert, a suspected strike targeting the embassy area in Riyadh. The Saudi Ministry of Defense saying at least 2 drones were intercepted over the eastern part of the country this morning. Kuwait had air defenses working this morning. Bahrain had sirens going off. But again, with all of this activity, the UAE remains the hardest hit as part of Iran's retaliation.
On that note, Dubai had a record, 2 million visitors in January this year, with the Eid holiday and Easter fast approaching. Tourists are giving it a very wide berth. What's the mood there in the city?
Well, it certainly is far more quiet, far more sullen than it has been in the past. This time of year, the streets should be packed. It is a festive time of year, but the traffic is notably far lower than it usually is. There isn't that festive mood at the different hotels and different hotspots in the city. If you speak to real estate agents, which I have,
people are leaving the Gulf states faster than rabid Islamophobes claim that people, billionaires, are going to leave New York City. PCAT. Internet issues, that's no good. Oh, one of our mods, our beautiful mods, internet down. That's not good. It's a tragic situation. No, it's not just the Gulf nations. Iraq also being hit in the last few days. Blasts at the U.S. Embassy in the Green Zone, which is effectively a U.S. territory.
Let's go live now to Iraq's capital, Baghdad, where there have also been attacks. Al Jazeera's Asad Beg is there. Asad, what's the latest?
The latest is that there were a number of drone strikes last night targeting the Green Zone where the U.S. Embassy is based. Now, we understand 2 of those were intercepted in the early hours of this morning, but there was smoke seen rising from near the U.S. Embassy. Now, another drone was intercepted near Victoria Base, that U.S. base near Baghdad International Airport. Again, we understand that that drone came down on the adjacent street and caused a fire, and smoke was seen rising. A 4th one disappeared off radar. So really, there's been no let-up in drone attacks here in the capital, Baghdad. And we could hear through the night the air defenses, the CRAM the system, that rockets, artillery, mortars, that is designed to intercept those. And it's largely been used now to intercept drones. But what's concerning for authorities is that some of those drones, considering their range, are launched from within Baghdad, the capital.
Well, the thing is interesting about this is originally the United States was talking about enlisting Iraqi Kurds to fight in Iran. But now it would seem they might almost need to enlist Iraqi Kurds to fight inside of Iraq because of all of the separatist groups that are now emboldened and or what's the word? Incentivized, I guess, to engage U.S. forces and other assets in the area in Iraq and their country, which is completely. I mean, I'm not saying the whole country, but like Iraq is occupied by the United States, right? Like they didn't ask for that military base. Not like generous benefactors who showed up and answered the calls of Iraq to build a massive military base, a city-sized military base in the middle of their country called the Green Zone, whatever the fuck that means. It's all built by like Halliburton and all these other sort of like military contractors. Okay. Let's go to talking about the results of more strikes across the region in Israel and in Lebanon.
So much dust coming from here, so I told my husband maybe the bomb is the fall down from the rockets is from us, from our building. So I'm afraid, I'm thinking about that. So I saw that only here. So but what we can do, that is happened, someone died. So it's so sad for what's happening.
There we go. There's an on-the-ground witness describing what she saw at the site of this strike in Tel Aviv, Israel. What was an apartment, I believe an apartment block, apparently. Whether there was a legitimate target at the apartment block by Israel standards, I don't know. There might have been IDF underneath the apartment. You never know. Could be. We're just gonna need it. We're gonna need an investigation to determine that. Till then, we're just gonna have to err on the side of caution and assume there was some sort of military target at that apartment building, I guess.
We've reached the site where the bomb squad is about to explode an unexploded ordnance. You can sort of see them in the distance there, but they've told us to keep far back for our safety as they are about to explode this. Now we know that this is a cluster munition, according to police, that came in from Hezbollah overnight Tuesday and into Wednesday, that has spread across parts of the north here. We were at a kibbutz earlier this morning that had another fragment of a missile that they found there. And now this from Hezbollah also came on the same night that Iran was launching its attacks, a volley of missiles over central Israel that ended up killing at least 2 people and injuring many more. So they've said that the explosion when they detonated the bomb is about to happen right now. Hear that? That was quite strong. That was the second one. The first one.
Okay, the Associated Press, as you can see, they're on the ground in northern Israel. They got a up close and in-person experience of a bomb squad detonating an unexploded ordnance from Lebanon or from Iran. I'm not sure where it came from. She may have said it during that clip. I'm not sure. What's convenient about all the wars in the Middle East is they all were started by Israel and the United States. So you can always just err on the side of caution and assume it's one of our faults. That's right, Omega, not the mods. Yep, one mod down. You're flying solo right now over there on Twitch. Modless on YouTube. Basically, Nightbot is our babysitter. That's probably bad. Although, really, we haven't had any problems. Everybody's behaving themselves. Everyone's behaving themselves very well right now. All right, let's keep going now up to Lebanon. I put these together because honestly, I think it's more than likely that in northern Israel it's from southern Lebanon, but not a guarantee. Because a lot of Iran's missiles and other ordinances have been making it into Israel, making its way to the ground. That Iron Dome is being, I mean, people are roasting the shit out of the Iron Dome right now on social media. People calling it the Paper Dome.
Give me a joke.
But in Lebanon's capital city, an Israeli strike hit an apartment, residential neighborhood, actually. Multiple buildings hit simultaneously by this big fucking bomb that they dropped here. Like, I love that we don't get caught. Like, I love how Associated Press just just gives us like pictures of the skyline and don't explain what's happening in Lebanon, but they do. You know, like, oh, there's a, what's the word? It's an imbalance. It's an imbalance. Like, these are strikes on what are clearly apartment buildings, residential areas. We don't get, you know, oh, it is an apartment building. It's just, oh, a strike in Lebanon. Oh, a strike in Beirut. It's like, Beirut's a giant city. You know, it's not quite New York City size, but it's fucking huge. It's certainly, Lebanon's New York City. It's like well over 1 million people. It's like 2 million, I think. Maybe more. Beirut population. Or at least it was until everybody got fucking ethnically cleansed out of the area by Israel. 2.4 million in Beirut. Israel's just leveling some apartment blocks, no big deal. I just realized nobody can see on the vertical. That's incredibly rude. That's incredibly rude. I'm sorry. I am sorry to you, those of you on vertical stream on YouTube.
How
Sorry
rude.
to me.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
And that's my bad. That's my bad. Okay? From me to you, that's my bad.
Israel is waging a war on two fronts. The military stepped up its offensive on Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, an ally of Iran. A series of airstrikes on Beirut has killed at least 10 people and wounded dozens more. Israeli forces and the United States have continued to bombard Iran in the coming hours. Funerals will be held for the two senior security officials killed on Tuesday. Iran has responded to the killing of Ali Larijani and Gholam Reza Soleimani by launching a wave of attacks against Israel. At least 2 people have been killed in Tel Aviv. Strikes, meanwhile, have continued across the Gulf. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have all reported intercepting drones and missiles. Well, we're going to be taking you live this hour to our correspondents in Dubai, Tehran and Ramallah. But first of all, let's speak to Zeina Khodar, who is in Beirut. Zeina, several strikes in the capital overnight, including a possible targeted strike. What more can you tell us about this?
Well, undoubtedly, this latest confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah, there's been a marked escalation. 5 strikes to target central Beirut in the span of just a few hours. We are at the site of one of those strikes. Behind me used to be a 12-story building, home to families, now totally destroyed. This particular strike came with a warning. The Israeli military issuing a warning in the early hours of the morning before that strike came in and demolished the building. And as you can see, we are in the center of the capital. The other 4 strikes, we came without warning. Apartments were targeted in residential buildings in densely populated areas. The death toll has now climbed to 10 killed, 27 injured.
Thank you, Al Jazeera, for doing the thing that the Western media should be doing with all of these things happening in Lebanon that they're ignoring. All of these war crimes that they're, when it comes to Israel, they're certainly talking about, but and the Gulf countries, yeah, they care about that. When it happens in Lebanon, it's silence, it's crickets.
Do not know who the targets were in those strikes, but for many, it was a sleepless night in the capital with the sound of those explosions. The escalation following an escalation on the front lines in the south of the country. Hezbollah firing rockets across the border, continuing to do so despite repeated Israeli warnings that they will respond disproportionately as long as those rockets continue to be launched. We heard from Hezbollah's Secretary General Naim Asim yesterday, remaining very much defiant, saying that, Hezbollah will continue this fight as long as Israel's attacks continue, as long as the hundreds of thousands of people who have been displaced from their homes cannot return to their homes, and as long as the Israeli military stays in Lebanon. The Israeli military has been controlling up to 10 square kilometers of Lebanese territory over the past 2 years, despite the ceasefire. And as of late, they have been advancing from multiple axes along the border as they push deeper inside Lebanon. So a ground battle underway in the border. Here, there's no front line, no red lines. People are concerned, especially in the capital, worried about where this conflict is going, with no really end in sight.
No really end in sight. Yep. That is exactly how I would describe this situation. No really end in sight. Now back in Israel, Iranian strikes got through. At least some of them certainly did. Strikes that were, according to Iran, responses for the assassination of the national security chief. This was on Wednesday. We're still making progress here, folks. Slow, but sure progress. This is going to be a long-ass stream. I've been moving hella slow. I don't know what that's about today.
Video from an Iranian news agency shows what it says are missiles fired toward Israel in retaliation for the killing of top national security advisor Ali Larijani. He and the leader of an Iranian paramilitary group were among those killed in an Israeli strike late Monday. And authorities in central Israel say at least 2 people were killed by what appeared to be a cluster munition strike. Several neighborhoods and a train station were damaged.
CNN Jeremy Diamond joins us now from the scene. What more can you tell us about the attack, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, the channel is starting to make so much progress that I'm no longer able to keep track in my head of how many subscribers I'm gaining on a day-to-day basis. Right now I'm struggling. There was a time where I knew it was not hard for me to remember how many subscribers I had at any given time. I was keeping track of it, very, very close track of it, and it was not moving so much that it was hard. It wasn't that it was difficult to keep track of. But now I'm genuinely how many did we have yesterday? It's kind of weird.
Anderson, we are in Ramat Gan, just outside of Tel Aviv, where 2 people were killed in the latest Iranian ballistic missile attack. This is as a result of what appear to be cluster munitions that Iran has increasingly been outfitting to the warheads of its ballistic missiles. And at this scene, one of those smaller bomblets appears to have made a direct impact. I want to pan up here to that balcony that you may be able to see that is destroyed there. Part of that apartment as well suffered a serious blow. 2 people, apparently in their 70s, an elderly couple, were killed by the blast. Paramedics said that they arrived on the scene and found them both unconscious without any sign of life and pronounced them dead at the scene. They did not make it into a bomb shelter as those air raid sirens sounded. But Anderson, this is just one of what appear to be multiple impacts across the Tel Aviv area. We've seen videos in neighboring communities outside of Tel Aviv as well. We also saw one of Tel Aviv's train stations that appears to have been hit by one of those cluster submunitions. And from the videos that we saw earlier tonight of that ballistic missile coming in, this appears to be a larger variety of Iran's ballistic missile. They have something called...
Oh, this whole thing is fucking insane. I cannot believe what we're living through right now. Another forever war in the Middle East. The more that Israel gets struck, the more that I feel like Benjamin Netanyahu has to try and come away with something from this. The United States, same for how much money we're losing, how many people are dying. It's already been more than a dozen reported to the public. People die, 13 to be exact. At least from my latest count. And billions are just literally just vaporized. By the way, Congress approved, I think 200, or did they approve it? I can't remember if they approved it. I think it's going to the House. I think the Senate approved $200 billion. Like a $250 billion with a T. Trillion.
The Khorramshahr in their arsenal that can deploy up to 80 of these cluster submunitions, as opposed to the normal 24 bomblets that we've been seeing with the missiles that they traditionally use in their attacks here.
What's funny is I was making this point to somebody on my day off. I think I took like 1 day off this week, or maybe I get 2 in. I can't remember. But my day off, I was talking to somebody in real life, well, down on planet Earth, I mean, and I was literally making this point earlier. I was like, they're gonna need more money for this. They already appropriated $1.5 trillion, but they had plans for that money. So they're gonna come and ask for more money. And what do? They come and ask for another $200 billion. It's mind-melting amounts of money that it should not be getting spent. We're like approaching $2 trillion on a year-end base. Like by the year-end, it's gonna be like $2 trillion.
And this brings the total now of people killed in Israel due to Iran's attacks to 14, and Iran showing once again that despite the fact that some 70% of their ballistic missile launchers have been destroyed, their air defense capacities obliterated, so much of their military infrastructure devastated, they are still showing capacities to exert a price on both the U.S. and Israel, and here getting through Israel's air defenses, and in this instance tonight, killing 2 people. Anderson?
Has the pace of, I assume the pace of incoming Iranian attacks has certainly slowed since the start of this. Have they decreased much in recent days?
Honestly, from what I've seen, they seem to be at a very consistent pace. There was a few very, very, I don't know what to call them, busy days, I guess, with a lot of strikes, and then Iran said, no, we're going to turn not the temperature down, but turn the dial down, I guess, on the number of strikes we're doing, but it just stayed very consistent. I feel like it stayed very, very consistent. And it's just like this low, slow burn of strikes every single day. If it's not Iran at one moment, it's another group that's doing another attack, or it's the United States and Israel doing another attack, and then another response from another group, and then a response to the response, and then a response to the response to the response, and then a response to the response to the response to the response, and then so on and so on, and so forth. And that's the world we live in. A tit for tat, might makes right. War is peace. Ignorance is intelligence. That's the Orwellian world that we live in right now. Make 1984 fiction again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's see what the the Prime Minister of Israel had to say. Benjamin Netanyahu is apparently alive. I know there's been a lot of speculation about his being alive, or lack thereof. But like I said in the stream on, what was it, Tuesday? Wednesday? Did I do a stream on Wednesday? Can't remember now. Did I take 2 days off in a row? I think I might have. It's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
In the past 24 hours, we knocked out 2 of the terrorist chieftains, the top terrorist chieftains of this tyranny. Our aircraft are hitting the terror operatives on the ground, in the crossroads, in the city squares. This is meant to enable the brave people of Iran to celebrate the Festival of Fire. So celebrate, and Happy Nowruz. We're watching from above.
Exactly, Papa Jeff. We're taking all the money that we could be using on mass transit and infrastructure, healthcare, affordable housing, universal pre-K. We're taking all that, and we're giving it to the military and the military-industrial complex. then we're sending it overseas to blow it up. In some cases with human beings inside of that technology. It's great. It's great. It's a good use of our tax dollars. I'm glad to know billionaires are at least getting a break. At least they won't have to foot as much of the bill. Whew. Oh, thank God. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I thought Mark Zuckerberg had to pay his fair share of this war.
Joining me now is Hassan Al-Hassan, a senior fellow for the Middle East policy at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Hassan, great to have you with us. And it's quite a moment here where you see the killing of Ali Larijani and, you know, so many questions about what this means for Iran's decision-making structure. Who is going to replace him? Has this degraded the regime? What is your assessment of this move of removing a heavyweight like Larijani?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I think it's quite clear that Larijani has been one of the key influential figures within the Iranian regime that has been calling the shots alongside a few others. He is a veteran of this system in Iran. He has served within the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. He commands wide respect and is able to really bring together and work across factions and institutions. And he, I think, really plays an important role in ensuring the cohesion of a regime that is under immense stress and pressure because of US and Israeli military strikes. There are reports that Larijani was heading negotiations, potentially, and orchestrating at least negotiations with the United States behind the scenes. In any case, he was definitely one of the few people who would eventually be able to pull the right levers within the Iranian system for a would-be diplomatic solution, if at all. So I think by taking out Ali Larijani, I think Israel is, on the one hand, most certainly trying to spoil, I think, any chances for a ceasefire. I think as far as Israel is concerned, there are far-reaching objectives that have yet to be accomplished.
Yeah, like entire regional dominance, I guess. So subjugating its neighbors. They're subsuming their territory, I guess. They've been talking about creating a buffer zone around Israel in, I guess, places like Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt. A buffer zone.
Zuckerbucks. Give me a joke.
Zuckerbucks and Give Me a Joke are the same color. Throws me off sometimes. All right. Oh, what is that sound? I hear a puppy barking. Leica wants the treat from Omega Star. Okay. Let's keep going through these videos, talk about Israel's assassination of Iranian intelligence minister, who was killed shortly after Iran responded for the killing of its defense minister, national security chief. I think there are two different people, if I recall correctly. It's hard. I'm trying to keep track of all the names that I'm probably going to forget because all these dudes are getting fucking assassinated, but I'm trying my best, everybody, to keep it straight in my head.
The immediate effect.
Al Jazeera from Wednesday evening.
Now, we're getting the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, claiming that they have killed the Iranian Intelligence Minister, Ismail Khatib. Do you know anything more about this?
Yes, we've just heard from the Israeli defense minister confirming in what he says the success of the assassination attempt of the Iranian intelligence chief Ismail Khatib. And according to Israeli military journalists and analysts who have been reporting on the story in the past few hours, he's been a target in attacks that targeted Tehran last night, saying that he was close in the Israeli perspective to the new supreme leader Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei. According to the Israeli sources, they say that they have been gathering intelligence information that allowed them now, Rashad, in the past 24 hours to declare the death of 3 senior Iranian officials. We were talking yesterday about Israel's announcement. In fact, it was Katz who announced the killing of Ali Larijani, the top security official in Iran, as well as the Basij commander Ghulam Rida.
So I was right. That's what I thought. I thought I had these in the right order. I did try and put things in fairly chronological order here, so that we didn't talk about too many go back to talking about too many topics unless they were like updates. In which case, I tended to keep updates on stories in chronological order, so we might revisit a couple of things fairly quickly. But try to piece together this is what I do. I have 140 videos for the last 4 plus almost 5 days now. Not a full 5 because I made the list before the end of Friday. Started the stream fairly early tonight. I have been trying to start the streams more around like 7 p.m. Eastern Standard instead of 10, just so I can loop more of you beautiful space fams in here, because I know some people go to bed early in this audience. How long have we been going? 4 hours and 15 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. I feel like I don't have enough hydration.
Soleimani. Now we see a second announcement in 24 hours by the Israeli defense minister saying that they indeed killed the intelligence minister. Now, in addition to that, the Israeli defense minister has said to expect surprises on all fronts, saying that this war is going to continue on both fronts, the one targeting Hezbollah and the one targeting Iran. Also, he said that the defense minister, Israel Katz, has him and Netanyahu instructed the military to conduct assassinations without requiring to get approval from the official sources, saying that this day will see even more surprises when it comes to this war. This is seen as yet another target, another success in the Israeli perspective to assassinate and crack down more on the Iranian regime. Since the war started, it started with a major assassination, the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Then Israel kept upping the rhetoric and threatening to kill anyone who replaces the supreme leader. That was during the time the General Assembly was meeting to appoint a new supreme leader, or those who were meeting to appoint them. So this seems to be in line with the Israeli policy of trying to undermine the regime to help get it fall. Now, in the past few days before these recent assassinations, the Israeli Prime Minister has said that it was proving more difficult to get the Iranians to take to the streets to topple the regime, but that they will continue to do so to help them topple the regime.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of movement on any sort of regime toppling talk that I've seen. Any real movement on the ground of any sort of popular uprising. No revolution from where I'm sitting. Just a bunch of people like trying to avoid being bombed. Some people turning themselves into refugees and leaving their homes. Please make sure you hydrate. Thank you, Columbia Rican. I'm trying. I might have to take a trip to the corner store down on Earth at some point. Take a break. I don't know. I gotta look at how many drinks I got here. I guess I could just drink water like a normal person. But I also need the caffeine to get through it. Because it's gonna be a long, long stream here. I got a lot to talk about. Got a lot to talk about here. It's been an incredibly, ridiculously long week. Let's continue talking about the assassination of some of these high-up national security figures in Iran's leadership. Hassan Parker. I think that's what they call him.
Hassan Parker.
The problem is the Israeli side keeps killing all the people that would be willing to talk to the Americans. Israel now is saying that they've killed 2 senior Iranian leaders as strikes continue. Now, with the Israeli side lies about everything all the time. The American side lies about everything all the time, except for one thing, and that is high-profile assassinations. They were right about the Ayatollah. The Iranian side
Columbia Reed with a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube. Trump said he's going to target Cuba and Colombia next with regime change after Iran. All this to distract us from the Epstein
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
This guy has been talked about for years, Columbia Rican. Why? What are you talking about? It's true, he did. And I was gonna say, I guess you could take solace because he's talked about Cuba in Colombia in the same way that he talked about like Greenland. Like I could have it. I could have it. Okay, look. If I want it, I could have it. I don't even have to. Like, I don't remember exactly how he put it. But he was like, I could just have the island. I could invade it, or I could just have it.
That the Ayatollah was not killed, right? For the first like 12 hours or so. And there is a high likelihood.
At least with Greenland, that hasn't happened. Although I feel like it wouldn't get the same pushback necessarily from the international community if the United States were to do that.
That this is correct. Let's take a look at this story now.
Overnight, the U.S. Embassy in Iraq was among the targets. Meanwhile, there is breaking news from Israel, which claims to have killed 2 of Iran's top leaders. Imtiaz Taib is near the Strait of Hormuz in the United Arab Emirates. Imtiaz, good morning. So what is Israel saying?
Good morning. Well, Iran has yet to confirm the death of one of its most senior power brokers. His name is Ali Larijani, who Israel says was killed alongside a top commander of the besieged militia. But if this is true, it would...
The funny aspect of this is that Larijani is a bad motherfucker. He was largely seen as a hardliner in comparison to the previous administration. He was one of the hardliners in the previous formation, but in the current one, he is actually the guy that you can negotiate with because he's pragmatic. So Israel's assassination, if true, is once again assassinating yet another remaining pragmatic leader that is willing to negotiate with America and find a reasonable conclusion that revolves around de-escalation. So this assassination, just like the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, will only lead to the current existing regime bringing in an even more hardcore individual to replace him. Like, it's crazy. They just keep making the IRGC more militant against American Western intervention against Israeli imperialism. Larijani had opposed the succession of Moshtaba Khamenei as Iran's supreme leader and had lobbied the Council of Clerics that elected him to consider changing the vote for a more moderate choice. Larijani was seen as the
Well, shall we continue to speak of the Epstein files? Honestly, we shalln't. I mean, we haven't. We hopefully will soon. We have not enough. I feel like the number of reveals on the Epstein files, the number of discussions on the Epstein files has dramatically reduced as a result of Operation Epstein Fury, which is, of course, probably, as we've talked about, one of the explicit reasons for Operation Epstein Fury is to distract from the Epstein files. And they've done their job to some degree. We've been talking about the Epstein files like 80% less. We were talking about it every single goddamn day for weeks. Now it's just Iran. And I mean, for good reason. I mean, there's fucking, insane. We're talking about thousands of people are now dead. Millions of people are displaced as a result of an American war. We should be, honestly, in the streets demanding that this end immediately. Demanding our leaders put an end to this. People in Congress go out and do their fucking jobs and hold the president accountable. Use their constitutional power, some would say duty, to put a fucking rein on the goddamn president. But apparently Republicans hate the Constitution now.
Guy who was much more pragmatic than the other heads of the Iranian government. America had seen him as a much more pragmatic figure. Now, his opinion might have changed after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was assassinated, but he was still seen as like, I wouldn't say he's a moderate. He is a moderate by current standards, but to say that he was always like a moderate is not correct. I think he was a hardliner that was more pragmatic than some of the other.
And just to be clear, I'm not like glazing Democrats because, of course, there's plenty of Democrats who would, and in fact, one did vote for this. But like, if there was a bunch of talk about Republicans getting off board, like getting off the train, the war train on Iran for like some sort of, like if they were to get off the Trump train for War Powers Act and actually hold them accountable, like some amount of Democrats would, at least for some period of time, be very much considering not, right? Like Chuck Schumer comes to mind, Kristen Gillibrand perhaps. Not just New York Democrats though. Dick Durbin's still in office. He'd probably vote for it. Angus King. I don't know. Gene Shaheen.
Leadership in Iran. But even if they killed him, they once again killed one of the only individuals that they could actually talk to.
Raises much bigger questions about who is now shaping decisions in Tehran, including here on the Strait of Hormuz, now the epicenter of one of the most dangerous standoffs on Earth.
The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, under attack with an intensity not seen before, as CRAM air defenses seen here firing into the night sky targeted at least 5 Iranian drones. Some intercepts failed, sparking a fire at the diplomatic mission that had already been evacuated.
This is crazy, by the way. Again, CRAMs lasering in the night sky like shooting stars, and yet drones are or drones are actually capable of going through that interception and blowing up the target. Do you understand how scary that is for, once again, the American capabilities? Because that equipment is not only insanely expensive, but it's supposed to be foolproof. Like, it's supposed to be one of the best things, one of the best weapons we have. The idea that a drone can just fly through and still hit that target is crazy. That means that our destroyers are going to have a very hard time in the Strait of Hormuz as well. Now, let's talk about why Israel killed Ali Larijani if he's actually dead. There's a high likelihood that he is. Like I said, Israel oftentimes lies about everything, but the one thing that they don't lie about is usually high-profile assassinations, right? Trita Parsi says, I see 3 potential motivations behind the assassination attempt. 1, Israel is trying to literally kill off Trump's off-ramps. Larijani was not only a key figure within the regime who had emerged as the chief consensus builder, but also to kill off Trump's off-ramps, literally someone whose favorite talks to the U.S. and who could build consensus within the system for an Iranian off-ramp at some point. He also favored de-escalation with the GCC states and supported Pezeshkian's message on that point, though not the apology. There had been some efforts by Larijani to speak directly with senior Trump officials in December, for instance, to prevent the war. The Israelis want the war to continue to degrade Iran's military capabilities further, to shift the balance in the region in Israel's favor for years to come. They have fought for more than 2 decades to get the U.S. to go to full war with Iran, and having finally achieved that goal, they do not want Trump to cut the war short. Without figures like Larijani and the Iranian system, Trump's pathways to ending the war just got narrower. Number 2, the U.S.-Israeli strategy may be shifting back to regime decapitation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear that Donald Trump even wanted those avenues. I mean, he literally said earlier that they have no... didn't he say it earlier? Well, at some point in the last week, Donald Trump said that they've run out of people to talk to. Nobody left to talk to over there. And that's how we like it. That's literally what he said. But Hassan's right. All those off-ramps are being murdered. All the most diplomatic people, those who were or would have been involved in making,
as we've mentioned, 3 of the most senior members
getting assassinated and then replaced with more hardline people. And suffice to say that the president of Iran confirmed the killing of their intelligence minister, Ismail I'm not sure exactly how you say that last name. Here, I'll let her say.
As we've mentioned, 3 of the most senior members of Iran's government have been killed by Israeli forces in targeted attacks over the past 2 days. Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib is the latest senior official to be killed in an Israeli strike overnight. He previously worked in the office of the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. On Tuesday, Iran's security chief Ali Larijani was killed in an Israeli attack in Tehran. Larijani was appointed Secretary of the Supreme National Council last year and recently said the U.S.-Israeli war set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze. And Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, was also killed by Israeli forces on Tuesday. He was sanctioned by the U.S., European Union and other countries for his suspected role in suppressing dissent in Iran.
Now, it seems to me that we just keep using war crimes to justify war crimes to justify more war crimes. We're just in this war crime doom loop right now. I'm not a huge fan of it. Wait, where is it? I've always needed to add this.
To a place where has taken it to a place where I think it is in a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
I need to cut that. I need to, like, cut that and re-export it, because I don't have space on my freaking soundboard. I've used all 128 slots on my soundboard. Now I'm just playing them straight off my computer. I need to recut that genocidal doom loop sound shot. Daniel Levy, the former Israeli negotiator. Honestly, I've got a trove of unused sound shots over here. A lot. A lot.
The ones that are trying to silence the dialogue, they're the ones who are the true.
Oh no, I screwed that. That was the, oh my god, I cut that. I cut Janine Pirro saying the true fascists. God damn it.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
That's very sad.
White House grounds. When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy. I had
Now, well, Israel's been assassinating Iranian leadership, and Iran has been striking Israel and other Gulf countries and Gulf targets, what it claims to be Israeli and U.S. military targets across the Gulf. Back and forth. All sorts of potential war crimes. If anybody here involved in this war, aside from, of course, the people who are just minding their own business most in all of this, that would be only if they cared about war crimes at all. You know, if Israel was even slightly worried about what the ICJ or the ICC thought, or what the United Nations thought. Israel only cares about what the United States thinks. And the United States only cares about, at least in this current, in the Trump regime, the United States only cares about what the United States thinks. And even that's not clear that we care about that. While the United States and Israel have clearly been committing war crimes separately and in concert for years, and in this conflict with Iran, they did violate some more international laws recently, potentially, of what Iran has claimed. That being that a projectile hit a nuclear power reactor complex.
Illegal.
Very illegal.
Russia and Iran say that a projectile hit the complex home to Iran's only nuclear power reactor. That reactor is in Bushehr, which is on the Persian Gulf coast in southern Iran. The Russians say that on Tuesday night, this projectile came in and struck the complex. They say that there...
If this is true, this is, this is bad, right? Like, it's fascinating. Like, the media, would have constantly freaking out when things like like drones flying over Chernobyl. Or like there was one, I remember one time when like a dome to I think like a reactor pool or something like that got hit by a drone. And everybody was like freaking the fuck out. Meanwhile, the United States is over here just, Hitting nuclear reactors, no big deal.
There's no damage done to the reactor there, and that no radiological material was released. Iran has said the same thing. And the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is the United Nations nuclear watchdog, also reported the incident but cited Iran for its information. That's because IAEA inspectors broadly have been blocked from viewing Iranian nuclear sites in the aftermath of the 12-day war in June that Israel waged against Iran, that saw the Americans launch airstrikes that destroyed 3 Iranian nuclear enrichment sites. Now, for years, Gulf Arab countries have.
It was the fascinating thing about like hitting I don't know, like you do something like this, an active nuclear site, you can turn it into, I don't know, another sort of no-go zone, another Chernobyl type situation. That's what we all need. We need more radioactive no-go zones filled with microplastics and forever chemicals. Brought to you by ExxonMobil. I mean, those guys gotta be laughing to the bank right now. All those oil drillers, at least the ones that are outside of the Middle East, must be making a fucking killing. All right, let's go now to a place we should be talking more about that we're not talking about, which is literally in the middle of all this. It is going rather undiscussed. That is Palestine, the West Bank, Gaza. We're going to talk about both of those things tonight. But for now, we're going to stay in Gaza, where the Rafah crossing, which should already be open according to the fake ceasefire that Israel's been doing. The border between Gaza and Egypt has been delayed by Israel.
What?
Israel, that's right. They're delaying the passage of aid. I can't believe it. It doesn't sound anything like Israel.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines around the world this hour. Israel has pushed back on its plan to partially reopen the Rafah border crossing with Egypt for limited passenger travel. The crossing has been closed since February 28th, stopping limited departures and preventing Palestinians in Gaza from leaving. As a result, thousands of people in urgent need of medical treatment have been unable to leave. Doctors also warn that medical supplies in Gaza are running low. Well, so far, only a fraction of the crossings that were supposed to be open have seen that actually happen. When Rafah first reopened on the 2nd of February, Israel said it would permit 50 patients a day to leave for urgent medical treatment alongside 2 companions. Had the original promise been upheld, more than 6,000 people would have exited, around a third of those patients. So far, though, a total of just 1,075 people has been allowed to leave the Strip. Israel also agreed that 50 people a day could cross back into Gaza. Had the original agreement been upheld, more than 2,000 people would have returned home. But so far, just 859 people have been allowed to enter. Let's go live now to Gaza City. Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud is there. Hani, crushing disappointment once again for Palestinians who were hoping for this crossing to open.
Adrian, and this is not just a disappointment about the fact that it remains closed, but about what Rafah crossing it represents. The right to leave for treatment, to survive, the right to return home for many of the families outside the Gaza, whether they left when the genocide started or before the genocide, and also the constant feeling, almost permanent right now. It's a permanent displacement. It's a permanent feeling trapped in and out of the Gaza Strip. So the whole thing has been a huge blow for the Palestinians, particularly patients who are in need of urgent medical evacuation. We're looking at 18,000 Palestinians who are in need of medical evacuation. They have the medical referral needed in order to get the treatment abroad. But even when it reopens, it will still operate under the same exact tightly controlled mechanism by the Israeli military. And what we mean by that is the movement in and out of the Gaza Strip will be strictly controlled by the Israeli military.
I mean, it's always been completely controlled by the Israeli military in the 21st century, essentially. Completely controlled. And ever much more in recent history. It's just a continuation of everything we've been seeing for the last 2.5 years. Look at that. One of our galactic mods showing up. So Life, good to see you, pal. You were modless here for a while. I was thinking about making somebody a new mod. I don't know who. I don't know who to make. I've been thinking through. I've been like, who's here frequently? Who is here consistently all the time? That is also very responsible. Oh, God. Somebody who would want to mod. All questions that come into play in my mind as to who to mod, who not to mod. I've been very slow to add mods. I'm the exact opposite of the letter hack on that one. I'm very slow to add mods. Everybody's a mod over there. I'm stingy on giving out mods because I feel like honestly, we have a fairly well-behaved chat. We don't get too many trolls, and when we do, I can usually smell them out, and if not, the mods are there. Although there are times, like lately, like this evening, where I'm like, oh God, we're running nearly modless. At least on YouTube. We have the Omega over on Twitch. But we were running completely modless on YouTube. It's insane.
They make me sick.
Since the war with Iran began, Israel has intensified its attacks on Gaza, opening what many describe as a forgotten front. But this time, the targets have changed. Israeli strikes are increasingly hitting police and internal security forces, those tasked with maintaining order in a territory already strained by a genocidal war and fragmentation. They have also been attacking armed groups, as Gaza's internal security landscape grows more volatile. This week in Zawaida, an airstrike killed 8 police officers, including 26-year-old Rami Harb. He was killed while serving in a force trying to prevent Gaza from sliding into lawlessness, leaving behind a family now grappling with loss in a place where loss has become routine.
It's an incredible, difficult feeling. May he rest in peace. I couldn't hold myself together when I heard the news that he had been targeted. He had bought new clothes for Eid al-Fitr, but somehow he felt he wouldn't be here to celebrate it with us.
With police forces increasingly under fire, their ability to operate is weakening. And the consequences are already visible, with rising
Yeah, I almost forgot. Tonight is Eid al-Fitr. It's the last night of Ramadan. Oh, something we've barely been talking about because of the war in the Middle East. Nobody, I mean, I think a lot less people have been celebrating in the Middle East than might have been if there hadn't been the outbreak of World War III in their backyards.
Tensions and armed groups stepping into the void. Officials warn this is creating a dangerous security vacuum, one that threatens to further fracture Gaza's already complex political and security reality.
The Israeli occupation has systematically targeted police units since the beginning of the genocide. The objective is clear: to fracture the local community and undermine internal security. Police forces are a civilian body and are protected under international law.
As the regional war widens, inside Gaza, the battle is no longer just military, but a fight for control. And with every strike on law enforcement, the risk of collapse moves closer. This checkpoint is part of a shrinking security presence across Gaza. Police are not only trying to enforce order, they are also confronting growing instability on the ground. But as Israeli strikes continue to target these forces, questions are growing over how long they can keep operating and what happens if they no longer can.
I don't know, genocide slows ish. Oh God. What a terrible time. All right. Just a quick reminder, we're not going to take an actual break right now because we got so much to cover from the week. It's been weird lately, I know. I've been taking a lot of breaks. And to the patrons, I'm very, very sorry about that because you don't get to see your sweet, sweet galactic avatars as much. We gotta say, honestly, I've made a executive decision here on this, and I feel like it's more important that we just talk about all of this stuff. I'll make it up to you. I'll try and find some way to make it up for you because you're right. It's one of your sweet, sweet galactic benefits. You don't get to see them. It's like I'm stealing from you. It's a crime.
Right to jail, right away.
Sure, do you get a lot of other sweet, sweet galactic benefits? Yeah, but that one's pretty sweet. If you ask me, it's gotta be up there, top 3 of the benefits. I'm not perfect, okay? I'm fallible. I'm fallible, man. I made a huge, tiny mistake. It's not really a mistake, so this is an intentional choice. But I mean, I'm just saying I'm not perfect. I can't do everything, right? Like I'm not omniscient, right? Like I'm not all powerful. I can't just will there to be more time in a stream or in the day or in my physical battery, if you will.
Don't be creepy.
Just a reminder, everybody, if you are enjoying the show, do consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and like button, too, while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, people who enjoy the show. A lot of great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels. Twitch bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Right now, we're still running a level orange galactic deficit. We need your help financing it. You can do that. Places like Cash App, PayPal, and of course, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, back to the content. To Al Jazeera English once again.
Iran is waging a war on two fronts. The military has stepped up its offensive on Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, an ally of Iran. And a series of airstrikes on Beirut has killed at least 6 people, wounding dozens more. Israeli forces and the US have also continued to bombard Iran. In the coming hours, funerals will be held there for 2 senior security officials killed in Israeli strikes on Tuesday. Iran has responded to the killing of Ali Larijani and Gholam Reza Soleimani by launching a wave of attacks against Israel. At least 2 people have been killed in Tel Aviv. Strikes have continued across the Gulf. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates have all reported intercepting drones and missiles. Zaidun Al-Kanani is a Middle East politics lecturer at Georgetown University in Qatar. He's with me now in the studio. I mean, there's so much to discuss. It's difficult to know where to start. Let's begin with the targeted killing of senior Iranian officials. If Israel is eliminating figures who might plausibly negotiate an end to this conflict, does that suggest that diplomacy is no longer part of the strategy here, or was diplomacy never part of it in the first place?
Oh, certainly diplomacy was never part of it from the first place, given that the strikes from the first day and the assassination of the supreme leader happened during the presumed talks, which most of the regional actors witnessed that it was signified in a way that would be progress and a sign of a good progress between both sides, whether US and Israel and Iran. So diplomacy is definitely being eliminated from the picture, which is why the Gulf states is finding this as one of the most challenging times in their contemporary history, given that they heavily relied on advocating for diplomacy to be at the forefront of any crises or potential crises to erupt between Iran and the United States, given that, as we see, the consequences of being the middle region between such a conflict erupting.
It begs the question, though, how aligned Washington and Israel are strategically at this stage. Are they pursuing the same strategic objective here?
They're certainly pursuing very different strategic objectives. We have to also ensure that the U.S. strategy here is very narrowed down and limited to Trump's strategy, and we're witnessing that there is a lot of U.S. political divisions when it comes to this war.
Honestly, I feel like this is what's going on. Israel wants this war to go on as long as possible. Iran wants this war to go on as long as possible. The United States isn't sure what it's doing because it's run by a bunch of
We have
idiots.
a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
That, to me, seems to be the current state of affairs. It's like a tug of war with 3 people. Trump has a strategy. The concept of a plan. The concept of a plan, BDB. Everybody's saying it. Perfect concept of a plan. Okay.
Iran is waging a war on two fronts. The military.
Wait, which one is that?
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Wanganui, New Zealand.
I don't need that. We don't need that one. Or this one, actually.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has issued evacuation warnings for several oil and gas facilities across the Gulf. It comes after Israeli strikes hit a key gas facility in Iran's southern Bushehr province. The plant processes natural gas from the South Pars North Dome field, which Iran shares with Qatar.
Flafleem floppers. What is a flafleem flopper? Is that Neptunian?
Spokesman for Qatar's foreign ministry has condemned Israel's attack as a dangerous and irresponsible step. Well, the IRGC has named several facilities in Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar, saying they will be targeted by military strikes in the coming hours. It said that repeated warnings had previously been issued to Gulf governments, accusing them of pursuing what it described as a dangerous path. We're live this hour with our correspondents in Tehran, Dubai, Ramallah and the White House. We're going to first to Tehran. We're going to speak to Mohammed Val. So we're hearing more about this targeting in the province in southern Iran. What do we know?
Yes, we know that As-Salwiya in Bushehr has been attacked. That one of the biggest oil and gas facilities in Iran. And that fire broke out in some sections of that facility. The authorities say they are putting the matter under control and that the area has been evacuated of the workers of the factory. But at the same time, Iran says this is a red line. The armed forces have issued an evacuation order for many facilities in the Gulf region. I'm going to tell you some of those, the names of some of those facilities. Al Jubail Petrochemicals in Saudi Arabia, also the Samarf refinery in Saudi Arabia. You have Ras Gas Lafan in Qatar, and also other facilities in the same countries. So about 5 or 6 oil and gas facilities in the Gulf region are now under threat because the Iranian armed forces have said that in the next few hours they are going to retaliate but with attacks on those facilities and that they should be evacuated. Iran has...
Okay, now that was 2 days ago. That warning was in fact a real warning. Eventually it came to fruition, if I recall correctly. That strike. The response strike, I believe, came within like a day. Wait, no, I'm sorry. What am I talking about? That was an Iranian strike in... wait, no. Wait. My brain just broke. Sorry, I have to hear that again. So I'm like, it just zoned the fuck out. Oh, God. Look, it happens, people, sometimes. I'm not perfect. I need to hear this one again.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has issued evacuation warnings for several oil and gas facilities across the Gulf. It comes after Israeli strikes hit a key gas facility in Iran's southern Bushehr province.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I thought. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep it all straight in my head. Like, I tried to make sure this was in chronological order. I couldn't remember. I couldn't be 100% sure if I did this perfectly. Some of this I did after I would be able to check on certain aspects of it, like, were just difficult to, like, line up on timing. Because there's so many of these strikes, they all... There's, like, you know what I mean? Like, every single fucking day, it's another oil strike, another oil field, another oil tanker, Strait of Hormuz this, Strait of Hormuz that. This Iranian leader dead, this Iranian leader dead. Bunch of guys I've never heard the names of dead. Strike in Israel, invasion of Lebanon. More bigger invasion of Lebanon. An increase in the invasion of Lebanon. United States sending more troops to the Middle East. United States sending more troops. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like I said, we've seen already, it's already on a loop. We're already seeing the same fucking, so we're in a quagmire. This is the sign of a fucking quagmire, okay?
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
As the U.S. and Israeli war extends into its 19th day, we turn now to look at how the U.S. is using artificial intelligence to identify and prioritize targets. The system, known as Project Maven, was created by Palantir, and it incorporates the AI model Claude built by Anthropic.
What just happened? Did my internet just go down? What's going on? Are we F? Or are we good? We look good. What's happening? Why is this happening?
The Pentagon's investigating if the AI system played a role in the U.S. strike on the Iranian girls' school that killed over 170 people, mostly girls. This is CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper talking about the use of AI in Iran.
Our warfighters are leveraging a variety of advanced AI tools. These systems help us sift through vast amounts of data in seconds, so our leaders can cut through the noise and make smarter decisions faster than the enemy can react. Humans will always make final decisions on what to shoot and what not to shoot, and when to shoot, but advanced AI tools can turn processes that used to take hours and sometimes even days into seconds.
Israel's used similar AI targeting programs in Iran as well as in Gaza and Lebanon. The Pentagon also reportedly used the AI tools during the recent military attack on Venezuela, when U.S. Special Forces abducted the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. This comes as a major rift has emerged between Anthropic and the Pentagon after Anthropic moved to restrict the use of its technology for mass surveillance of Americans and for fully autonomous weapons. In late February, President Trump ordered federal agencies to stop using Anthropic products. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared the firm a supply chain risk, effectively cutting it off from government contracts and related work. It marked the first time the Pentagon's designated a U.S. company as a supply chain risk, prompting Anthropic to sue. On Tuesday, CNN reported that nearly 150 retired federal and state judges have filed an amicus brief supporting Anthropic in its lawsuit against the Trump administration. We're joined now by Craig Jones, senior lecturer in political geography at Newcastle University, author of The War Lawyers, the United States, Israel, and Juridical Warfare. He's the co-author of a new article in The Conversation headlined, Iran War Shows How AI Speeds Up Military Kill Chains. Why don't we start there, Professor Jones?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the US military, the Israeli military, as your headlines have said, using AI. The kill chain is a bureaucratic mechanism whereby militaries go from trying to designate targets, to identify enemies and military targets, to the process of actually killing them. They're in the process across the 20th century, early 21st century, of speeding that process up. Military drones have helped greatly with that. And the latest front of that is AI. Bradley Cooper talked about, you're reducing a massive human workload of tens of thousands of hours into seconds and minutes. You're reducing workflows, and you're automating human-made targeting decisions in ways in which I think open up all kinds of problematic legal, ethical, and political questions.
The U.S.-Israel war in Iran is being described as the first AI war. Explain what that means, Craig.
Yeah, I would say it's not quite the first AI war. As you mentioned, Israel has used AI in Gaza. I think this was the first major use of AI in warfare. I think actually the history goes back a little longer. with computer programs, with partially enabled with AI, have been used in the background of military systems for several years now. It was used in a major way in Gaza in the first few months, where we saw tens of thousands of targets put in a target bank opted by military intelligence. Up to 35,000 suspected Hamas combatants found themselves on this list as Israel worked through that to assassinate them, as well as tens of thousands of targets that are ultimately part of a civilian infrastructure. As you said,
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was having problems over here. Technology problems. I think I've solved it.
The US has used it with Maduro, and now Israel and the US also using these systems in Iran. The key innovation here is twofold. It is the use of AI for intelligence analysis. Military intelligence is multi-format. There is so much of it that hoovers up what they call signals intelligence, so mobile phones, internet traffic, SMS, mobile phone tracking, all kinds of things. And the AI systems are being used to spot what militaries call patterns of life. You know, who meets with who talks with who, what are the nature of the messages, how are they interacting in ways which are deemed suspicious. And the AI systems look for those patterns and make recommendations, which is the second innovation, for targets. They nominate targets to this bank of targets, which then has, which we can talk about, some technical human oversight. And that's problematic, I think. It's problematic because that's a really persuasive technology. It's nominating hundreds, thousands of targets, potentially a day, and it's working at speeds which are just beyond, the evolution of human cognition in, again, ways that are problematic.
Can you explain, I mean, this is being investigated by everyone, including the U.S. government and the Pentagon, how Palantir was used, it's believed, in the first strikes, the first day of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, may have been involved in the targeting of a girls' school in southern Iran.
Yeah. Shocking, I know that the tech oligarchs are benefiting from this. Let's keep this going. Let's keep it going. I feel like I need to wear my glasses. I'm struggling to read right now. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera English. This is from, I think, this is from Wednesday. Qatar evacuates Ras Laffan.
Victoria Gatenby in Doha. We're getting reports that Qatar's Ras Laffan LNG installations have been evacuated here in Qatar. And we're also hearing that sirens have gone off in Saudi. Tell us about what's happening in the region and how seriously this threat by the IRGC is being taken.
Well, the threats are being taken extremely seriously, and we know that because there are reports that Ras Laffan is being evacuated as we speak. This is the largest LNG production facility in the world. It was last attacked on March the 2nd in the early days of this conflict, and after that, Qatar Energy, which owns it, said that they were going to temporarily pause production there because they needed to protect their vital infrastructure and also their workers. Now, this is a reaction to Iran's threat that it will target militarily Qatar, Qatar's energy infrastructure and also energy infrastructure in the UAE and Saudi. It issued this warning several hours ago, saying that workers and residents in specific areas needed to evacuate to ensure their safety. In the UAE, it's the Al Hassan gas field. In Qatar, it's the petrochemicals complex and Mesaid terminal that is affiliated with Chevron. And in Saudi Arabia, it's the Al Jubail petrochemicals complex. Now, we've had reaction to Iran's threat from the foreign ministry spokesman here in Qatar, Majid Al-Ansari. He said that these threats were dangerous, that they were irresponsible and a threat to global energy security.
Yeah, global energy security has certainly been threatened by all this. It's already been drastically affected. I guess the thing that you can hope for is that in all of this, maybe people decide to switch to renewables finally, so we don't have to rely on all this oil all the time. Just an idea. It's crazy. It's crazy. You're right. That won't happen. That would be too logical. That would only make sense. Too much sense. In 2026, you can't have anything nice.
Welcome to the program. We're going to focus in the next few minutes on a story that's been breaking, and that is the attack on the South Pars gas field in Iran. This news coming to us from a news agency linked to the Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran. It's reported the fire teams were dispatched to contain that blaze. South Pars is a portion of the world's largest natural gas field. It's shared by Iran and Qatar. The Qatari Foreign Ministry condemned the attack as dangerous and irresponsible. What affects one side of the field does have the potential to affect another. It's one big basin, and the two countries do liaise on how they manage it. And in response, Iran's issued evacuation orders for 5 energy facilities in the Gulf, in Saudi Arabia, the UAE and in Qatar. And as a result, there you've just seen on your screens, oil prices suddenly climbing again, topping $108 a barrel in early trading. That's up 5% on yesterday's prices. I've just been watching, in fact, as the indices turned red. The benchmark for UK gas price also rising by nearly 6%. Let's bring in our North America business correspondent, Samira Hussain. And the reason for that, not least the retaliation that Iran is promising, Samira, is because this gas field, it is one. And if there's a fire at one side, as I say, it potentially has an impact on the other side of the gas field.
Right. So the enormity of this kind of an attack, because it has such a cascading impact on a large swath of Iran's oil and gas reserves, it really could have quite a huge impact in terms of how much oil is getting out of Iran. Now, you couple that with already these statements by the international maritime organizations that is saying it is just far too dangerous to have any kind of military escort for these ships through the Strait of Hormuz. You're seeing an intense amount of pressure on oil prices, which is why you're seeing it go up to more than $108 a barrel. And depending on whether we see any kind of retaliation from Iran, we can probably see those prices going up even higher.
Yeah, Germany's Friedrich Merz has been speaking in the last hour, Samira, saying that it's to everyone's detriment, this war. And that is reflected by this strike, because Iranian gas, which has been flowing to Iraq, has suddenly been suspended. So Iraq now suffering from presumably a gas shortage as a result of this. Everybody is affected in the energy markets by what is going on in that Gulf region.
Yeah, as the thing is, all these interests are all tied up. That's what I've been kind of saying about this situation, is that this is going to start dragging people in from one side or another. They're going to start upsetting people in one way or another. And it's just so many sides to this conflict that makes your head fucking swim. Iran was certainly pissed off about
It's been
that.
another day of airstrikes here, threats
depot
and
strike.
renewed escalation. Israel targeted the South Pars gas field in the southern Bushehr province. It is shared by Iran and Qatar. It is a significant escalation. Israel also claimed to have killed another of Iran's leaders, Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, who was targeted overnight in Tehran. Elsewhere, along the Straits of Hormuz, the US says it used deep penetrator bombs to hit Iranian missile sites. In Lebanon, heavy Israeli bombardment flattened buildings in Beirut, while in the south, the IDF ordered those living south of the Zahrani River to move north, including the entire city of Tyre. The IDF said it would also target crossings along the Litani River. Iran continues to fire towards Israel. A suburb of Tel Aviv overnight was hit during a barrage of missiles which included cluster munitions. Blasts and drone interceptions have also been reported in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, as well as Bahrain. Well, here's how day 19 of this war unfolded. Grainy videos, but a clear escalation. What you're looking at is the largest natural gas field in the world, the backbone of Iran's energy system, going up in flames. The latest conflagration in a region already consumed by fire. Israel's attack on South Pars, apparently made with US blessing, is the first time Iran's energy production facilities have been hit in this war. Iran shares this gas field with Qatar. The destruction instantaneous, the consequences massive. Qatar's response, helpless outrage. Iran's threats against energy facilities across the region, and in the last hour, this attack on Saudi Arabia to prove the point.
As a direct result of this action, the fuel, energy and gas infrastructure of the source of the aggression will be set ablaze and turned to ashes at the first opportunity.
Their backs firmly to the wall, the Islamic Republic is burying its leaders at a relentless pace. Today it was Ali Larijani, the all-powerful security chief, killed yesterday by Israel, along with Gholam Reza Soleimani, head of the regime's street-level paramilitaries, the Basij.
So much human suffering in 2026. Started it off with murdering American citizens in the middle of the streets. Now we got the United States waging a war with devastating human consequences. Millions of people displaced, thousands dead, probably tens of thousands injured at this point. In just a month, less than a month, 3 weeks. We're starting week 4 in like 30 minutes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
How's everybody in chat holding up? This shit. This is something, huh? Quite something. Not exactly what I had on my list, war in Iran. I guess I'd been told so many times. All these Republicans, Donald Trump himself, all of his supporters, that Trump was an anti-war president. And now we're at war with Iran. So, oh my God. Incredible generosity from Narwhal by nature. Narwhal, look at you. 10 gifted galactic memberships on YouTube. Gabriel A. Wait, I have no sound. Gabriel A. Eric Van Winkle. Real legend. Skippy House. Padilla. Lee Stanton. Sean Lawrence Kearns. Christy. Sassy Sessa. Sassy Sessarai. And Wedge Wizard. Everybody getting a sweet, sweet galactic membership thanks to Narwhal by nature. So incredibly generous. All right, let's go to Congress. Let's go to Congress and talk about what our nation's intelligence apparatus knew about this whole situation.
Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice that the likely result would be that Iran would strike adjacent Gulf nations and close the Strait of Hormuz? Did you brief him on those two facts that I think have been consistently the assumptions of the intelligence community?
I have not and won't divulge internal conversations. I will say that those of us within the intelligence community continue to provide the president with all of the best objective intelligence available to inform his decisions.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
And
This
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote,
What's the target that Donald Trump says he knows nothing about? It's that one. It's the one we were just talking about. The Qatari-Iranian joint oil field in Ras Laffan. No, not Ras Laffan. In shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. I can't. Why can't I remember now? It's the world's largest natural gas field. I can't think of the name. That. Wow. It's not Ras Laffan. It's something else. That's the one I could. Or wait, no, it is Ras Laffan. See, now this is the thing. That's what's throwing me off right now. I think it is Ras Laffan. No, that one is in Qatar. Okay, no, what the fucking hell? Which one is it? Why? I'm looking it up. I can't sit here not knowing. South Pars. Pars. I keep wanting to call it Paris. I look at it, it looks like Paris. I'm like, nope, Pars. South Pars. This is what's throwing me off, is because, like, Iran is like, it's like threatening sites, like military sites in Qatar over the strike on the Qatari-Iranian oil field. It's just, I don't know, it's throwing me off. That is the clusterfuck this is. Can't even keep straight what's happening. Neither can the woman in charge of the intelligence.
Imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the question.
It is the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume.
You're here to
Here I thought that Tulsi just couldn't keep up, and like I see. This is all the president. He made this determination. He's the one who decides if there's a threat. Nobody else is allowed to decide if there's a threat. I see. That makes more sense. That makes much more sense. So it's the president. He dictates. Yeah. Even if all the intelligence says this is not a threat, he's the one who determines what is a threat and what is not a threat. That makes sense. Thank you, Tulsi. She's very helpful. She's very helpful. So good at her job.
The
How
IC
did
assesses
she
that
even get
Operation
that
Epic
job?
Fury is advancing fundamental change in the region that began with Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, and continued with the 12-day war.
What? I'm sorry. So you're telling me Operation Epstein Fury is part of a response to October 7th?
What you talking about?
It's ridiculous. Why would we be doing anything like that? In Iran? What's this intelligence you speak of? It's not clear. It's not entirely clear. This sounds ridiculous. Why would we be... What? We're responding to October 7th now in 2026? Why have we been waiting for 3 years to do that? I don't... What? Huh? I'm very confused. Can anybody explain to me why we're doing this? Is that really what we're doing? This is a response to October 7th? That's what I've to understand, according to Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. This is all because October 7th. That is anti-Semitogen.
Tulsi Gabbard in front of the Senate for the past couple of days in Capitol
Hill. It's a hearing on worldwide threats.
You'll recall that FBI agents stormed into Fulton County, Georgia's elections office to take ballots that had been boxed up since 2020. I don't even know why those ballots are still around, frankly, but nevertheless, and to be investigated. I don't know why we haven't heard anything from that investigation. For some reason, Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of the National Intelligence, which oversees all of the intelligence agencies, was there to observe. See if you catch the moment where she is caught in a lie and manages to just run away from it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, the whole country knows that you were recently involved in a FBI operation to seize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia. Yet this was despite the fact that the warrant showed no foreign interference or nexus. Matter of fact, the warrant was based entirely on conspiracy theories that have already been examined and rejected repeatedly. Now, where is the authority for you to involve yourself in a domestic law enforcement activity?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I appreciate the question. As you know, I've addressed every issue you've raised in detail in a letter, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to do it in this forum. As you stated, Congress provided by statute ODNI with the responsibility of election security and counterintelligence in 2021. As you also know, ODNI has purview and oversight.
I know the history very well, but could you just
I am addressing the question. ODNI also has purview and overview over two domestic related agencies, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, both of which have purview over election security responsibilities to ensure the integrity of our elections. I want to correct one of your statements that you've made multiple times, which is false. I did not participate in a law enforcement activity, nor would I, because that does not exist within my authorities.
You were present on the scene. Are the photos of you on the scene false?
I was at Fulton County, sir, at the request of the president, and to work with the FBI to observe this action that had long been awaited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
Pause it for a second. Okay, all right. I just want you to. This is one of the crucial parts. She says, I was not aware of what was in the warrant. The president just sent me down there to observe the carrying out of this warrant. Okay.
Observe this action that had long been awaited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
And what was the president's specific request for you to go to? What was the specific request that was made by the president for you to show up in Fulton County?
To go and observe the FBI's activities on this issue.
So why?
When you look at the fort, your question, sir.
Do you have the answer why the president was knowing about this affidavit before it was even served?
I'm not aware that the president knew about an affidavit before it was served.
Then why was he sending you to Fulton County?
This occurred the day that the FBI had it approved, their warrant approved by a local judge, and they began to execute this.
Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I do declare I think that Tulsi is lying. I think she's saying a bunch of contradictory things that make no sense.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
To address your question, sir, about the foreign
Okay, right there. You see the lie. How could the president not know what was in the affidavit or about this warrant and send her to observe? Like, how does that happen?
He felt it in his bones.
Yeah. Tulsi,
something going on.
Something's happening with the force, and it's going to be in Fulton County. Can't tell anything else about that. I have no idea what it could be. I am in no way in contact with the Department of Justice or the FBI or in any way overseeing this, but I just want you down there. I don't know why or what it's about. Just go.
I find Sam's lack of faith disturbing. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Narwhal by nature with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. Thank you, Narwhal. On generosity streak over here, Narwhal. I was told by someone whose family is Iranian that what is not being reported is that we are striking chemical plants and facilities near residential areas and poisoning people on purpose. Yeah, war crimes intensify. We talked about one instance of that, one extreme instance of that, but not quite enough. We just talked about a nuclear power plant that was, or a nuclear, what do you call it? Was it a reactor? Forget the exact terminology. But no, absolutely. We're doing a bunch of stuff that's horrifying. Will be horrifying. Generationally, there will be repercussions to the environment for the people living in Iran. And of course for the planet, because of all the fucking carbon emissions that we're doing, releasing.
Observe, I don't know what.
And the thing is, I want to give credit to Warner for this line of questioning because he hooked her when she said, I was just there at the request of the president to observe. And then, how did the president know what you were going down there to observe? Like, why? Like, how does the president know about an FBI warrant that's about to be served? In what way would a president?
Yeah, and how, like, who called who? Can we get Tulsi's phone records on that? Does anybody remember? Because didn't Donald Trump FaceTime in on Tulsi's phone to talk to the FBI or something like that? Well, I can't remember. It was something like that. It was insane. It was insane. So how does a guy who doesn't know the guy? I'm confused. How does that happen? If he doesn't know that it's going on, how does he also simultaneously call in to Tulsi's phone, talk to the law enforcement agents that are at the? I am struggling to. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure that it makes sense somehow. I just need somebody to explain it to me because I'm a big dummy.
President be involved in that? And she says, well, it all happened in one day. And then just to make sure that he doesn't pursue that line of questioning, she goes off on some other tangent. So just watch this moment again.
Waited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
And what was the president's specific
And
request for
say
you to go
thank
to?
you
What
to
was
the
the specific
FBI
request that
agents for
was
their
made by
work.
the president for you to show up in Fulton County?
To go and observe the FBI's activities on this issue.
So why?
When you
why,
look at the four,
do you
your
have the
question,
answer?
sir.
Do you have the answer why the president was knowing
Your
about
question,
this
sir.
affidavit before it was even served?
I'm not aware that the president knew about an affidavit before it was served.
Then why was he sending you to Fulton County?
This occurred the day that the FBI had it approved, their warrant approved by a local judge, and they began to execute this. To
Director
address your
Gabbard.
question, sir, about the foreign nexus question.
Yeah, see,
in order for us
she
to
going
better
right
understand
off.
the vulnerabilities in our election systems that may exist today as we look to 2020.
So in Tulsi Gabbard's world, they executed a warrant in a vacuum, okay? All those agents, they were like, it's like a different world, okay? It's like all those FBI agents, they're like, it's like a parallel universe. It's almost like, it's like a tiny verse, right? It's like it's something like that. It's like a tiny verse, but instead, it's the election offices of Fulton County, Georgia.
And
yes, Donald Trump
She just goes off on some general other thing to make sure that we're far away from that line of questioning. And he lets go at that point. Because that is really where all of the sort of like where the meat of this is. Like who's running this? Who ordered this investigation? And she almost gave it up, but because she's got a good poker face and just knew to start talking about 2026 and changing tune and blah blah blah.
We know.
I hope at one point somebody picks up on that and pursues it. Yeah. The next lawmaker to interview her. But there are other things. Not just the Fulton County thing that Tulsi Gabbard had to address. As you know, there's a lot about Trump. We're going to play a couple of clips of Trump today where it's like,
I did everything right and they indicted
you want to say,
me.
we're going to look back on all this and laugh. And the problem is we probably won't. We're probably going to be too sad about all of this. So we've attacked Iran. I think we are probably within a couple of days of invading Iran.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Boots on the ground, as they say. I'm sure we have some boots, but they're probably sneakers on the ground right now. And it would be interesting to know why we did this. Get some type of insight into what's the intel say, right? I mean, this is something obviously, but
Sam wants to know why.
Why?
That's what? That is a laughable thought to get the reason, the impetus, the catalyst for these events to unfold. That is really, really bad.
That's really weird.
it's not available to us. But that's because we're not on Trump's email list.
And I just want to point out something that was released about 6 days ago. This is a fundraising email from the president of the United States. And in this email here,
raising money
where there's multiple links to donate money, it says,
Can I ask everybody a question? What is Donald Trump raising money still? Like, he's fucking president of the United States. He's not running. He's going to run for a third term? I mean, what does he need to... What?
What you talking about?
As a national security briefing member, you'll receive
insane,
my
dude.
private national security briefings. Director Gabbard or Director Radcliffe, do you think the public should be able to, supporters of the president should be able to pay and receive his private national security briefings? I assume these are briefings, Director Radcliffe, that you provide to the president that is now going to be provided to somebody who makes a
Regardless
donation.
of what that I don't know what that document is, but regardless of what it says,
I
it
don't
didn't
know what
happen.
it is.
Oh, no, this is new.
What I'm telling you is that the Hatch Act would prevent me from enabling.
Donald Trump might be selling access, but he's not actually giving access. Don't you see? It's a scam. It's a different crime. You think he's selling access to national security secrets? You're wrong. He's scamming people, telling them. I get it. Oh, John Radcliffe. Look at it. I love how he's got the glasses. So he's trying to seem more respectable, even though he's just a reprehensible
Political role from engaging in that. I'm not aware that anything like that happened.
Yeah, this says unfiltered updates.
It's like what? It's like 21st century Bill Clinton, right? I don't even remember what I did not do. I don't have any. I don't have any more feeling down there. Look at me. I got glasses. I'm very old now. Don't forget. Hillary.
Anything like that happened.
Yeah, this says unfiltered updates. So, Director Gabbard, do you have any comment on whether unfiltered updates of private national security briefings should be made to individuals that donate to the president?
I'm not familiar with that document, and
It's been made very public 6 days ago. We'll get you a copy here because I agree with you, Director Ratcliffe, that the Hatch Act should prohibit this type of conduct.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah, but what if I'm lying? What if I'm lying to my supporters?
What now?
Does your little Hatch Act care about that? No. How about some credit, folks?
That's a completely different crime,
I'm
Sam.
obviously not going to give.
How dare Sam bring up a completely different crime? Nobody was talking about the crime of defrauding people. That's... How are they? It's weird that he would do that. Bring up a completely, totally well, I was gonna say unconnected, but I guess it's connected, but a separate crime.
Them what I told them I would give them for their money.
I'm scamming them, dumbass.
Idiot. Hello. Hello.
I also like the idea of this is good content. Just throw our watermark on that.
Look, I'm not going to be able to read this unless people are paying me to read
I'm
this.
just trying to monetize the different. It's one thing for me to make decisions as president, but if I've got to read, I'm going to want some extra cash for that.
And an audience.
Yes.
Oh, God. Oh. Donald Trump has he has an automatic. Donald Trump has an automatic audience for everything he does because he's the president of the United States. And as a result, everything that's sort of, related to that, even tangentially, it's also has something of an audience. Something of an interest, if you will. A public interest. Midnight, which means it's week 4. Great job, everybody. You've made it to week 4 of Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
long-term quagmires that we've seen in years past. I know the president. I know the way that he thinks about America's national security. That is not a risk with this president at all. What he has also said consistently for 10, 15 years, maybe even longer, is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he's willing to take action, diplomatic, ideally, but military action if he has to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's all this is about. We don't want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. The president's been clear about this, and that's what led to the president's decision of, about 3 weeks ago.
Oh. Trump hates forever wars. He just started one because of Iran. Okay, that's what everybody has to understand. All right, but Trump might hate it, but he hates it's like he's like a martyr, don't you see? He's like a martyr who's not jeopardizing himself at all. You know, I mean, he might die of like natural causes or something from all the Big Macs, but he's like a martyr. You know, he's putting troops in harm's way to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. America. He's making the difficult decision. Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe, J.D. Vance. Are those three the future of the Republicans? My God. Wow. We live in terrible times if these are the people that the people look to and say, that's who I want to lead the country. All right. More America First talk. Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. The United States redeploys South Korean defense systems to the Middle East despite South Korea's direct objection.
Long-term quagmires that we've seen in years past. I know the president.
Oopsies, I clicked the wrong thing.
Jack Martin reports from Seoul.
U.S. artillery and anti-missile systems defending South Korea have been quietly redeployed to the Middle East, despite Seoul's objections.
While we have expressed opposition to such a move, the reality is that we cannot fully enforce our position.
U.S. President Donald Trump has also pressured South Korea and Japan to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, which had been a major oil transit route before the war and which Iran has effectively closed. South Korea is considering Trump's request, though many politicians in the ruling party say sending ships would be illegal under the country's laws. There is also concern about the U.S. pivot to China dragging Seoul into an unnecessary conflict with Beijing. Although
Well, there you have it. United States quietly redeploying all of its missile defense systems from South Korea to the Middle East, leaving South Korea undefended so that it can fight its forever war. New Middle East quagmire. Operation Epstein Fury. Now, in the last 48 hours, Israel continued to strike Lebanon and invade the south on foot, continuing its bombardment of the capital city, Beirut. The humanitarian crisis being created by this is fucking unbelievable. It is going to get worse and worse, and it's going to have effects in the United States, across the world, not just in the Middle East. It's going to reverberate out across the planet through the global economic system. Not optimal, to say the least. To say the very, very least. Saying in Lebanon, Channel 4 News from Wednesday evening.
In the last few minutes, Israel has just put out a warning saying it's going to target petrol stations, which it says are associated with Hezbollah. They already hit one in the southern city of Tyre. What they say they're doing is attacking any infrastructure, even if it's government and state infrastructure.
You know, if nothing is going to cause the oil price to go, if it's not the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, if it's not oil traders on the stock market, it's gonna be the physical lighting on fire and blowing up of oil, oil infrastructure across the fucking Gulf, across the the entire Middle East. By my calculations, it's Lebanon, Israel, Qatar, the UAE, Iran, Iraq. There's like 7 countries' oil infrastructures that's been hit, including multiple oil tankers.
Which they think Hezbollah might use. Well, Hezbollah is not just a military organization, it's a political party, it's a movement. People from Hezbollah might use any infrastructure. They might use the road out there, they might use an office, they could use...
We're doing like instant climate change, like instant greenhouse effect. Once the planet warms up, it's just gonna stay warm. Alright, I don't know about stay warm, but you get what I'm saying. Like, we're like literally just dumping carbon dioxide into the fucking atmosphere right now. And some methane there too. I think there's some natural gas fields that are getting hit. I think the South Pars field is natural gas. That's methane. That's 50 times more powerful than carbon dioxide.
The Israelis have today attacked 2 bridges over the River Litani. That's civilian infrastructure. That potentially is a war crime to attack civilian infrastructure, but the Israelis say that Hezbollah was using those bridges to smuggle weapons across. And what people here now fear is that the south of the country might end up being split from the north. But today, some of the biggest explosions, the biggest Israeli attacks we saw were here in Beirut. This morning, people here in central Beirut woke up to one of the largest explosions of the war so far. It felled an apartment block Israel says had been used by Hezbollah. Most people who lived there left the first time Israel struck it last week. They had nothing to do with Hezbollah, but they've lost everything nonetheless. In the south, the sun rises and sets to Israeli attacks. Israel has instructed everyone in southern Lebanon, that's getting on for 1 million people, to leave their homes. But nowhere feels safe in Lebanon now. We drove to the port city of Tyre, just 12 miles from the Israeli border. Hezbollah, who are firing into Israel, hold sway here and limited what we could film.
Yeah, I've been doing this stream for 25 months, since February of 2024. We've been covering conflict across the planet. And never have I seen it so dire. So many conflicts happening at once. It's not just this stuff going on, right? It's not just Operation Epstein Fury. Palestinians, like we've been talking about, are still literally being genocided actively with no end in sight. Ukraine and Russia, still at war. Rohingyas, still ethnically cleansed, living as refugees in border countries. We got Pakistan and Afghanistan now waging a war against one another. Of course, there's Sudan, which no one ever talks about. And in the DRC, with all that. And that's just the main ones. Not a good time.
I'm having a hard time.
Still, it's clear that this was the site of an Israeli attack that destroyed an entire block. Despite the destruction, many people are not leaving Tyre. You can still see them on the streets. Israel has said that everyone in this city of 200,000 should evacuate, should go somewhere, anywhere. But many say they've got nowhere to go. And anyway, this is their land. Why should they leave? Mariam and Fatima, aged 3.5 and 7. So many schoolmates have gone.
We can't forget that, like, literally the president of another country is sitting in the jail of the United States. Like, the United States just got done literally doing basically an attempted coup. I mean, it left the regime in place, but I mean, it's a coup. It's effectively a coup. This guy's sitting in jail. I mean, he hasn't even made a single court appearance. He's just sitting there. It's not clear what charges they would try and file against him, or whether it would stand up in fucking court. But it's just insane. It's like, right? Like, we've been waging a war against basically the entire planet. A trade war. A war against the Caribbean. Against fishing boats.
Including her best friend.
Against children now. It's incredibly disturbing to me.
The latest, I'm joined here on set by International Affairs editor Philip Tell. Philip, what do you think then is on Jean-Noel Barrot's agenda here?
Well, it's, to put it frankly, Stuart, I think this is all a bit of a long shot, but you can't accuse the French of not trying to sort the situation out in the Gulf. Remember, France has been saying all the way down the line that they are just playing a defensive role in these conflicts. They are not going to get involved and be part of the offensive, either against Hezbollah in Lebanon or against Iran. So Jean-Noel Barrot is going to Beirut today. He's going to meet many leaders there from Lebanon. There are three things really on his agenda. The first one is, I think, the most important, to facilitate dialogue between Lebanon and Israel. That is something that the French really want to do. There is a plan afoot for them to invite both the Lebanese and the Israelis to Paris for talks to try to sort the situation out. And even France has been saying that it is going to push Lebanon to formally recognize Israel. So that is, I think, the top of the agenda negotiation tactic. But there are two other points on this agenda which are important for Jean-Noel Barrot. The second one is to back the Lebanese armed forces in the face of Hezbollah. They also would like to help the Lebanese armed forces disarm Hezbollah. Remember, it's the only faction in Lebanon which still is allowed to carry weapons, and also to help the Lebanese army take.
They're also a political faction that's elected, and some people see them as being the only people capable of protecting Lebanese sovereignty, as the Lebanese army, the other main political wing in the country, is funded by the United States.
And for more on this, we can go to France 24's Renee Davis in Beirut. Good morning, Renee. Lebanon continues to be struck heavily by Israeli strikes. What's the latest there this morning?
Right, good morning.
Why was 2020? Why is 20? Where it's like only the end. It's not even the end of March yet. It's the last week. It's the last week, ish. It's a long week. It's a long month, right? It's like 31 days. So we technically have like 10 or 11 days left or something like that. And it's just been a whirlwind of fucking human atrocities all freaking year. This guy's face looks like I feel right now. Troubled.
Morning. Yes, so we've had continued strikes all throughout the night in the south, which has been happening every night since the escalation. They also confirmed that Israel killed another Hezbollah leader, according to a statement they released last night. There's continued strikes in the south, but there's also these pockets of Christian towns in the south who refuse to leave. They believe that they are safe because of their religion, and they don't want to leave because it's their home, and they've been calling on authorities to make sure that they're protected. There's also been continued strike in the Bekaa, east of the country. Just myself yesterday, I was in the capital of Bekaa, Zahli, where I was speaking to the Muqtar, which could be known as a local mayor, who was explaining that they're receiving more and more displaced. So many, and tensions are so high now because of these strikes in central Beirut, where people would assume these were safe areas before in the.
Yeah, people are constantly going back to assuming that the capital city of Beirut is a safe area, since there's so many civilians. Like so many civilians. There are 2.5 million people live there. It's a dense urban area, but it's also in the center of. It's like a central Lebanon. It's not the south, like Israel claims. It's literally like dead center Lebanon. Oh god. The humanitarian crisis continues to worsen there as well, as this conflict just continues to escalate. All right, I know this is a depressing stream, but if you find it at all informative or something, do consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube. Hit the like button, helps out, even though you may not like what you're hearing, but as if you feel you're benefiting from the stream or something like that.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah. Also, just a reminder, we are completely funded by individuals like you. Great ways, so many, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. But we are running a level orange galactic deficit right now. There's only 11 days left to fund it. Most of you know how to do that, but Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, the only ways. We see that
immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we're done with Lebanon for now. Let's go back to the Strait of Hormuz and the oil crisis. modern historical oil crisis. The worst oil crisis in modern.
When I look out here across the opening to the Strait of Hormuz, especially at nighttime when they have their lights on, I see dozens of ships waiting for what they hope would be a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. There might be over 100 ships waiting here, and on the other side, inside the Persian Gulf, hundreds of ships are waiting to somehow make their way through what has become a very perilous passage through the Strait of Hormuz. All of this brought about by Iranian threats that they would attack any ship that is in any way affiliated with the United States or Israel or any of its allies. But maritime and trade data platforms do show that some ships get through. 89 ships altogether since the start of the war have got through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, and this war, including the Strait of Hormuz closure, or semi-closure, is causing serious crisis in oil markets. Consumers, businesses getting hit hard. And some, not everyone, but some pioneers in America are starting to attribute the actions of Donald Trump to Donald Trump.
A what now? Meanwhile, MS Now, or Meet the Press Now, I don't know which, I don't know what it is. I can't figure out. Like, is this NBC still do this with Meet the Press? I don't know. And now, anyways, some news organization has sent some guy down to Millersburg, Pennsylvania, which is Trump country. Went to a gas station to ask people what they thought about Trump. Is this the full clip?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll start a little bit before he gets to the.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Save $2.10 on Marlboros, on 2-packs. They're not selling smokes for $2.10. This is not 1973.
Brian's about to take a trip to Pennsylvania.
This is not 1973. And there's a couple of guys. It's sort of fascinating. Go ahead.
I'm in Millersburg, Pennsylvania. The reason I'm here is it's a swing district, Pennsylvania's 10th district in a swing state. President Trump won this district by about 5 points, but the local congressman, Scott Perry, is in danger of losing the midterms.
So much winning.
Talk to people about their feelings about gas prices, about the war. You mentioned Pennsylvania's average gas price about $3.76 a gallon right now. We went to like the cheapest place around, $3.54.9 a gallon here, and talk to folks. Better you hear from them than from me about how they're feeling.
Let's roll the tape.
The decision to strike Iran.
It was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to...
I'll just say Trump was one of those last 3 other presidents.
Well, not that one. Not that one. Incidentally, I just want you to know these first two guys, I would put money that they had one of those Joe Biden, I did that stickers that they would put on these gas pumps, whatever it was.
Go Brandon.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
What do you think about the war?
I think he's doing the right thing. You know, in the long run, it's going to help us out. Because if they get nuclear weapons, we might not even be here in a couple of years. So I think he's doing a good job.
Is it worth the rise in the price of gas?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
What do you think?
Let me just say this. I just want to say,
I think he's going good job. I think he's going good job. He's going good job, everybody. Great.
Agree with the premise that a couple of 10, 20, even a couple of dollars worth of rise in gas price, if it meant that we don't completely stop existing as a country. I mean, if I had to yeah, okay.
It's funny the masculinity of this hysterical, they're going to bomb us type of thing.
It's a bit of an enriched straw man.
I mean, the ability of Iran to launch nuclear weapons at us is I don't know, like you can't really quantify it. It would be completely fantastical. That they would develop the ability to do so without our ability to shoot it down, and that we wouldn't. It would be basically the functional equivalent of me saying, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to threaten you by tackling that bus that is barreling down the highway.
Yeah, I'm going to come off the bench for the Celtics.
Exactly.
About the U.S. decision to go into Iran.
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe, then that's what we got to do. And eventually they'll come back down.
Mm-hmm. And Kelly, most of the people we talked to were supportive of the war and willing to pay the higher gas prices for the war. Some of them because they believe in the goals of the war, others because they trust President Trump. But not everybody felt that way, and not everybody's excited about Trump here, and not everybody's planning to vote for Republicans in the midterms who support.
Yeah, I gotta ask a question. What kind of fucking drone do you have to be saying, I think it's better to pay higher gas prices to do a war with Iran? Like, what kind of fucking moron? Especially some, some person living in the middle of who the fuck knows. It's insane. Like, look at this place. It's in the middle of the woods. How Iran is threatening you in the middle of the woods in the United States? Are you kidding me? Shut up. What?
What you talking about?
Supported Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You're a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
I don't think we need to hear from the reporter anymore.
Good way to get ahead of it. All the comments.
Yeah. I mean, good for her.
Yes. Yeah.
Good for her.
Yeah, she's one of the smarter people I've seen on that video for sure.
Yeah, that's a sane human being who actually, like I said, she's innovating. She's a pioneer. She's a Trump supporter who's actually attributing the actions of President Donald Trump to Donald Trump himself and the consequences of those actions. It's actually saying, you know what, that's bad. I actually care about the things that it's all bad. I think it's impressive. It's doing something that no MAGA supporters have ever done before, it would seem, is question Donald Trump's plan and how it's affecting her life and whether or not she made a good choice voting for him 3 fucking times. I mean, so many of these people are triple Trumpers. There's so many triple Trumpers. People are fucking insane. How many million triple Trumpers do you figure there are? It's got to be at least like 10, 20 million triple Trumpers. Now, as of yesterday... Oh, wait. Oh, God damn it. I got way ahead of myself, didn't I? Where am I? I'll just keep talking about people's reactions to Donald Trump and the MAGA cohort. the I've Had It podcast.
All right, the triple Trumpers are going through some things, specifically the working class triple Trumpers that came out in full force that have been left over and looked over by both parties for decades. And they voted for this guy because they felt like, oh, he can't be bought. He's rich and he's a businessman. And so he'll know how to run the government. And so let's do a little check-in on how things are going with the triple Trumpers. Play the clip.
Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You're right. 10. These people, it is like a blood is thicker than water type thing with these people. They will break your heart 15 times out of 10. These people that triple trumped will always run back to that system of voting for them, because psychologists have even proven that people that vote conservatively, their brains react more to fear. These are more fear-based people. Basically, they're scared. And so they're very easily scared when people are scapegoated, like, oh my God, these immigrants are going to do all of these things to you and they're going to take your jobs. They're like, oh shit. Everyone's scared. I'm terrified. And I know this from personal experience because living in Oklahoma during the last election, all these people that use immigrant labor to mow their yards, to have their house cleaned, to have their house painted, to have repair work done in their house. China. Welcome them in, exploit their labor, pay them a lesser rate than they'd have to pay some lazy, obese American. I would say, so who are you voting for? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm just really worried about the border. It's so porous. I'm really concerned about the border. And it's just like, Oklahoma is one state away from the border. I mean, granted, Texas is a big state.
Yeah, I got something in my fucking eye. I don't know what the hell's. Oh God, it burns. I'll be right back. Oh God damn.
We have a very big Latino population in Oklahoma. These people in Oklahoma are acting like there's just, caravans of Latinos running around the United States of America, and that just simply wasn't happening. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a strong border. We should. I'm not saying we shouldn't have rules for people to access the country in a legal, expeditious manner to fill employment gaps and labor gaps and provide refuge for those leaving the countries that we destabilized. I think we should have all of those things. But that gal right there, if Trump runs the fourth time, she'll quadruple Trump.
I'm giggling because I have family members that do this. Jumped off the Trump train when he would not accept defeat, knew that he was lying about the big lie, voted for him again so it would feed all of their biases and bigotry. And here's the thing, and I know this is common knowledge, but Donald Trump being a great businessman, he bankrupted casinos. Like, you don't even have to go deep in the research files. He has never been a good businessman.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay, I'm back. My eyes are fine. I'm fine. Oh. GNN? Question mark? Huh? What? Yes? That is where you are. You're at GNN. Okay. Let's go to Kyle Kalinske at Secular Talk.
That's on YouTube.
All right, guys, I got to give you these war updates, and when I tell you they're not good, oh, I mean it. Oh, I mean it. Okay, so let's start with this one right here. YouGov poll that just came out. How well or badly do you think the U.S. war with Iran is going? Very badly and somewhat badly, 48%. very well and somewhat well, just 28%, and neutral, 12%. So that is a 20-point lead for it's going badly versus it's going well. Let me repeat that. A 20-point lead for it's going badly versus it's going well. Guys, this thing just fucking started like 2 weeks ago. Go back and look at the approval numbers for the war in Iraq at the beginning.
I would like to point out that there's like a missing number of, I don't know what, but if you add these up, it was 88%. 48 plus 28, 676 plus 12, 88. So where's the other 12%? People too stupid to either think it's bad, good, or neutral. No opinion. Isn't no opinion the same as neutral?
Like 2 weeks ago. Go back and look at the approval numbers for the war in Iraq at the beginning. The war in Afghanistan. Afghanistan was 92%. Iraq was 72%. This shit started between 25% and 40%. Okay, the average about 35. People are not buying this shit, and then we're already seeing gas prices skyrocket. I know you guys have experienced it. You drive around and you look one day, and then you look the next day, you're like, did that shit go up 35 cents? What the fuck? One day. And it's going to keep going up. It's only going to get worse. And by the way, the next thing is a huge reason why, okay? So this is, I can't overstate how drastic this is.
For one day.
I'm not kidding when I say this is literally one step shy of just nuking Tehran, okay? That's what this is. So Ed Krasenstein says the following. Middle East tensions are spiraling. Israel has struck Iran's South Pars gas field, which is the world's largest natural gas field. Oil just jumped to $108 a barrel. Israel just warned that it will destroy all bridges on Lebanon's Litani River. This is a major escalation. Meanwhile, Iranian media says retaliation is coming after strikes on energy infrastructure. Now Iran is reportedly labeling Gulf energy sites as legitimate targets and issuing evacuation warnings across the region. This is exactly the kind of dangerous chain reaction critics warned about, and it's unfolding after Trump's aggressive moves in the region. Expect oil prices to shoot up even more. This risk of a wider war just surged.
Now, oil prices didn't end at 108 last week, slightly under $100 a barrel. But even at slightly under $100 a barrel, that is at oil crisis levels. Not seen really very often outside of the early 2000s, which was the other oil crisis as a result of the other Middle East forever war. It also hit a price that was higher than 118 at 108 at one point. At one point, it hit like 118, I think, or 120. That was not during the U.S. markets. It was, I think, during the Asian markets. Calmed down later that day. I think that was the day that Donald Trump said that the war was basically over. The first time. But since Donald Trump said since he said the war was over, it has not yet ended, and in fact has continued on at seemingly the exact same furious and horrifying.
But first, let's go to Victoria Gatenby here in Doha. That's Qatar's capital. Victoria, earlier we were speaking, there were evacuations at Qatar's Ras Laffan LNG installations. That's after the Iranian threats, of course. What is the latest on that now?
Yeah, so in the last 30 minutes or so, we've had a statement from Qatar Energy to say that its Ras Laffan industrial complex has been targeted with missiles. That has caused widespread fires, which they're now having to deal with. And there has been, what it confirms, is extensive damage to that facility. It says its emergency teams were on site immediately. There have been no reports of any injuries, and that all workers were safe. Now, that facility hours ago was evacuated. because Iran had said that it would target that facility and 4 more facilities across the GCC region in response to targeted attacks on its gas field. So this is a major development here in Qatar. That plant up in the northeast of the country it's the largest LNG production facility in the world. Qatar itself produces 20% of global LNG production. So this is what Qatar's wealth is built on, and it's now saying that that facility has been extensively damaged by Iranian missiles. We've had a statement in the last few minutes from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of what it calls the brutal Iranian targeting of Ras Laffan Industrial City.
Yeah, well, Iran said that it would attack Ras Laffan in response to the attack of South Pars, and it did it within 24 hours of it saying it would do it. It did tell people to evacuate, which is basically the same amount of grace that Israel's giving to all the civilians living in their homes in Beirut and the rest of central and southern Lebanon, the millions of people that live there. And really to many people that are being struck in Tehran, in Iran, and in other places in Iran that are being heavily bombarded by Israel and the United States. Where is all of this heading? Let's go to Al Jazeera. From 2 days ago.
A relentless US and Israeli assault on Iran. Senior figures killed and thousands of airstrikes carried out. Iran has retaliated, hitting Israel and Gulf neighbors, targeting energy facilities and supply routes as the war continues. What are Iran's options? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Imran Khan. Now, it would be fair to say that the prospect of an all-out war on Iran would have been virtually unthinkable for most global observers in modern times. A geopolitical taboo because of the global dangers and the resistance Iran might offer. But Israel and the US crossed that red line when they struck Iranian nuclear facilities in June last year. 9 months later, all-out war by the US and Israel has become reality. The government in Tehran has remained defiant despite the assassination of several senior figures, including the supreme leader. Facing relentless US and Israeli attacks, what can Iran do next? What options does it have at this stage in the war? We'll explore the situation with our guests shortly, but first, this report from Alexandra Byers.
Another day of mourning in Iran. Funerals held for 2 senior security officials killed in Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday. Ali Larijani, Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and Gholamreza Soleimani, commander of the Internal Security Unit known as the Basij. The latest in a series of assassinations after the killing of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei 2.5 weeks ago. That US-Israeli attack started a war that's thrown the region into chaos and set the world on edge. In an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, Iran's foreign minister remained defiant, adamant his government is not weakened.
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. Of course, individuals are influential and each person plays their role, some better, some worse, some less. But what matters is that the political system in Iran is a very solid structure.
Ayatollah Moshtaba Khamenei has replaced his father as supreme leader. The government still has a functioning executive, both the president and the foreign minister maintaining a public presence. And no let-up in Iran's retaliatory strikes against Israel and U.S. assets in the region. Those attacks have caused anger in neighboring Gulf states, where civilian targets, such as airports, have been hit. Shipping remains restricted in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital global energy supply route, sending oil and gas prices soaring. The question is, where does the war go next? Israel insists it's winning and will continue the offensive until it achieves its goals.
We are undermining this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people an opportunity to remove it. This will not happen all at once. It will not happen easily, but if we persist, we will give them the opportunity to take their fate into their own hands.
While the U.S. president says he's not afraid of putting U.S. troops on the ground, considering whether to take Karg Island, which handles almost all of Tehran's crude exports, and he's even suggested seizing or destroying Iran's nuclear material, hidden deep underground.
It would take 10 years to rebuild the damage that's been done, but I think we have to make.
Now, my understanding for much of Iran's nuclear material, the already what do you call it? Synthesized? I can't think of the word for it right now, but the already synthesized material that's being stored is stored so deep underground that you can't really bomb it. You'd have to go in on foot. Something like that. You know, it's not fully, what's it called? Enriched, but it's, I can't think of, I'm sorry, I'm not a fucking nuclear scientist. I can't explain this properly, but I know, I understand the concept in my brain. I just can't do it right now. I'm exhausted. This week's fucking taking it out of me. I had like a day off yesterday still, and I'm fucking still exhausted. I'm talking about like the stores, right? Like it's been processed to the point that it's ready to be enriched, but it's not enriched to the point of like bomb making or even necessarily nuclear plant making, right? But it's like the mined and slightly processed uranium. Am I making sense right now? It's like this because that's what they enrich. It's like, but they store it, so they have like a ton of that stored, like deep underground. It's not like really bombable. At least that's my understanding of the situation. Let's continue. Talk about what the plan for Israel is. I mean, sorry for the Middle East is.
A little bit more permanent.
Of course, Israel would love it if the Middle East was just Israel, I suppose.
Iranians on Wednesday gathered in Tehran to mourn the death of Ali Larijani, and the procession also commemorated the head of Iran's Basij volunteer paramilitary force, Gholam Reza Soleimani, who was killed on Tuesday. It also commemorated the sailors of the Denna ship who were killed by a US torpedo off the coast of Sri Lanka earlier this month. Israel announced on Wednesday that they'd also killed Iran's intelligence minister, Esmail Khatib. The New York Times has a striking map which shows exactly who in Iran's leadership has been assassinated so far. Most of those killed were members of the defense establishment who were killed alongside Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei on the first day of the war. Aside from Khamenei, Larijani is the most senior political leader to have been killed so far. So will this decapitation strategy against the Islamic Republic work? And what are Israel even trying to achieve? Earlier, I spoke to Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute, an author of Losing an Enemy on Obama's Nuclear Deal and Treacherous Alliance on the History of Relations between Israel and Iran.
So the decapitation
strategy by Israel and secondary by the United States has definitely managed to achieve some tactical successes for Israel and the United States. But so far, we have not seen those tactical successes be translated into strategic successes. The first big one, of course, was the assassination of the supreme leader. It not only did not end up becoming a strategic success, it actually became a strategic failure, because it led to a scenario in which the Iranian system actually coalesced, converged, and you also had the base of the Islamic Republic in Iran, which probably is no more than 15 to 20%, actually be quite energized. They see this as an existential fight. So you had major regime consolidation following this, rather than what the US and Israel had hoped for, which was that this would lead to regime collapse. Now, Ali Larijani is a very significant person, but also obviously not as significant as Khamenei was. Whether that will lead to collapse, we see no sign of. Whether they will be translated into strategic success, again, too early to tell. But what we can say, however, is that it is leading to a scenario in which the people that probably could play a role in a potential diplomacy that would offer Trump an off-ramp are being killed off deliberately by the Israelis. Now, whether they're only targeting them or whether they're targeting them in order to kill off the off-ramps is perhaps unknown at this point, but that is the end result. All wars end up in some form of diplomacy. This one will too. Trump is already looking for an off-ramp. He's seen that the Iranians are not interested in any talks about ceasefire. But the people within the Iranian system that would lead those talks and that would be able to play the role of ensuring that the system as a whole would go along with such an arrangement at some point are the ones that are being killed off. And if this is deliberate, that would suggest that the Israelis are deliberately trying to kill off Trump's off-ramps and making sure that it becomes increasingly difficult to be able to end this war. From the Israeli standpoint, they don't want an end to this war. They want to continue, they want to degrade Iran's industrial base. They want to destroy as much as possible of the country, not of the regime, of the country, in order to make sure that whatever happens after this war, Iran will have been set back so significantly so that its power simply will not be where it was before, and as a result cannot pose a challenge to Israel. That is their objective. It has nothing to do with democracy, it has nothing to do with, frankly, even changing the regime. This is the same strategy that they've been pursuing in Gaza, in Lebanon, and other places, mowing the lawn. And it's all about making sure that the lawn is as short as possible. It doesn't matter what color the lawn is or who is in charge of the lawn. It's about mowing it. Now they're doing it on a much larger scale in Iran. And they don't want to end it prematurely. So they're worried that Trump is going to look for an off-ramp. And again, this may be the intent, it may not be, but the end effect nevertheless is that they're killing off the off-ramps.
And I want to...
Yeah. And from what I can tell, I feel like Israel wants to continue as much conflict as possible at this point, and basically force the United States to continue to defend it, as we continue to do. 29 months into the genocide? No. 30 months? What is that? Puppy treat from Manda to like our space puppy. So thoughtful of you.
Talk about the effect of these decapitations on the Islamic Republic, because I keep hearing people say, you know, the Iranians were prepared for this. Every person...
Oh, also, thank you to Orb Rumor for the super chat.
So hot right now.
It won't let you super chat? The super sticker. Right. Okay, super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. You worked 10 hours last 2 days. Knees shot. 1% GNN tithe. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. You are a gentleman and a scholar.
The Israelis kill, there will be someone to replace them. But surely there is an amount of sort of institutional memory, sort of personal charismatic leadership that's going to be very difficult to replace. And, you know, if it's just the supreme leader, I can see how the system might sort of I suppose, make up for any legitimacy that might have gone by having this charismatic leader go. But if just all of these different points of leadership are being taken out one by one, surely that's going to have a really damaging effect.
Definitely. There's no way you can say that this is not costing the Iranians a lot. In fact, it absolutely is. The question is if it's bringing about the type of collapse that either would cause the collapse of the regime or would cause the collapse of their military operations and their defenses. That's a different story. Now, you can say that, look, if this goes on for a very long time and eventually there's hardly anyone left, there's no institutional memory, the system as a whole is broken. That absolutely is a scenario that can occur. The question is, how long time will that take? And is that more time than what Trump has and what the other countries have? Now, Israel believes that it has a tremendous amount of time because its pain tolerance is very high, particularly if the US is included in the war. But the GCC states have a very limited tolerance and time. Trump himself may not have that much time because this is starting to eat away from his base as well. We just had a poll that came out this morning that showed that while the support for the war within Trump voters is still strong at 76%, nevertheless dropped about 10% in the last 2 weeks or so, you're still seeing some cracks. 79%, according to our poll, would be very happy if Trump just declared victory right away and ended this war.
Immediately,
60
if
or
not
so
sooner.
percent, if I remember correctly, are dead set against any ground troops. And many of them, a majority, are also worried about gas prices going up. So you're starting to see that the things that Trump should be worried about are starting to happen. They won't happen right away. He probably has a couple of more weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, before this pain is becoming a main problem.
2 or 3 weeks. Honestly, all the Trumpisms, I hear them like in my head. I feel like I do the Trump impressions all the time, so like I'm constantly thinking in Trumpisms. I hear the term 2 or 3 weeks, that's all I can hear. 2 or 3 weeks.
Immediately,
Very,
if
very
not
soon.
sooner.
Now, of course, we were told that this one would take 4 or 5 weeks, and that's what we've been hearing a lot lately. A lot less 2 or 3 weeks, more 4 or 5 weeks. He's been very much more cautious in his tone on timing. But this thing feels like it's going to drag on. That's, I mean, to me, feels like a reasonable expectation at this point, considering everything. We have the largest buildup of troops and military vessels in the Middle East since Iraq, since Afghanistan, since like any of the wars in the Middle East at this point. And we've just sent more. It was declared. We're going to get to talking about that more, but we're just going through all this chronologically still. We're just going through this chronologically still. It's time now to go to Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. Wait. Yes, no. Saudi Arabia. Where the foreign minister had words for the world to Iran. This was from, I think, early Thursday morning at this point in Saudi Arabia.
We have a team of correspondents in Amman, Tehran and Doha. Let's begin with Victoria Gatenby here in the Qatari capital. Victoria, so we heard in that press conference after Gulf Arab foreign ministers met in Riyadh. What's the Saudi foreign minister's message then to Iran, do you think?
Well, the most significant thing that he said in that meeting was that Iran needed to reconsider its course, these attacks needed to stop, or he said that they would review their actions because political options are on the table as well as non-political options. Now, that's hugely significant because GCC countries have been saying for the past 2 weeks that they want de-escalation, they want dialogue. They've been at pains to stress that this is not their war to fight and that their posture is very much one of defense, not offense. So the fact that now the
Everybody in this that didn't start this or isn't named Iran is trying to end this, while the United States, Israel, and Iran, I mean, really haven't been talking even kind of like they're even interested in pretending to want to end this whole thing. I mean, really, who haven't we heard from? Who haven't we heard from that hasn't called for this to end? It's honestly quite multilateral agreement, aside from Israel, Iran, and the United States. All the Gulf states, all I mean, China, Russia, the UN. The majority of
Saudi
Americans.
foreign minister is talking about non-political options being on the table is very significant. He went on to say that Iran's actions would backfire politically and morally. He talked about the fact that he felt that Iran attacking Riyadh and also Qatar, the Ras Laffan industrial complex in Qatar.
Yup, it's just a tit-for-tat war between three different actors who do not recognize international law. It's a disaster. Oh no, Kaname-kun just lost their sub to the channel. Wow, that is rough. Well, might have to start your own, or wait for somebody to gift you one. Don't forget, of course, if you have a Prime membership, you can take money directly from Jeffy Bezos and give it to your pal StreamLord here at GNN. That's right. Did you know that you had a free Twitch sub with every Prime membership? Just remember that, everybody, while we're talking about subs. Just a good reminder.
Follow the rich white man.
What's that? Chad Wizzle just took Jeff Bezos' money and gave it to StreamLord. He's done it. Chad Wizzle.
Follow the rich white man.
That's the galactic spirit, Chad Wizzle. Much appreciated. Taking the plunge into the next stage of space fanhood. You now have access to like 34 sweet Twitch emotes. Okay, now a couple more clips on this, actually. The foreign minister of Saudi Arabia said that the nation state of Saudi Arabia reserved the right to take military action against Iran. Yay. Remember when I said this is World War III and that we're just waiting to see who takes
what side?
And I think
that's the clearest signal of how Iran feels about diplomacy. It doesn't believe in talking to its neighbors. It tries to pressure its neighbors. And what I can say categorically, that's not going to work. The kingdom is not going to succumb to pressure. On the contrary, this pressure
not going to do it.
Will
Wouldn't be
backfire.
at this juncture.
Will backfire politically, will backfire, I believe, morally, and certainly, as we have stated quite clearly, we have reserved the right to take military actions if deemed necessary. And if the time comes, the leadership of the kingdom will take the necessary decision. If Iran doesn't stop, that is the mood also I heard in this room earlier, immediately, I think there will be almost nothing that can reestablish that trust.
Yeah, well, imagine being Iran, who was literally doing everything they could for peace. 2 different rounds of negotiations completely destroyed, literally by the United States and Israel invading their country and doing airstrikes. Can you imagine that? Hey, pal? Fuck you. Honestly, fuck these. Fuck these douchebags. Fuck these bone-killing, these bone-saw motherfuckers, okay? Honestly, get me so mad I can't even think of words. These sick fucks. Why does Saudi Arabia get a pass while Iran gets bombs? These guys do a whole bunch of fucking horrific shit in their country. Like when all these like Saudi princes, these like Gulf fucking like royalty come out, these literal kings like run around talking about like democracy and like it's just it's annoying that we talk about like we separate these sorts of these groups because of our literally our political economic interests. It's the only reason why we do it. It has nothing to do there's no distinctions that much between Iran and Saudi Arabia. But when it comes down to it, there's a great deal of oppression going on in both countries. Why is he smiling? I don't know. He's got a creepy ass face. Don't ask me. I'm not the one who chose that face.
Come on!
Come on. That's not fair. All right. We are making progress through the week here, even if it doesn't feel like it. We're now down to like the last 36 hours or so. Maybe a little bit longer. It's not bad. It means that we've gotten
Papa
through...
Jeff Fuchs just subscribed for 2 months.
Did he just say Papa Jeff? Papa Jeff? Papa Jeff, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Incredibly generous. Great life decision, resubbing for another month on tier 1 at 2 months now. Chad Wizzle, first month, I'm just realizing. I lost my place. Let's go now to Israel, where in Tel Aviv another building was damaged in an Iranian strike. The Paper Dome. No longer made of anything capable of protecting Israelis, it would seem. No longer the bastion of safety that it was once deemed to be, now shredded to bits by Iranian missiles. Here's the thing, don't get me wrong. Is Iran taking serious damage, casualties, consequences? Absolutely. I'm not here to say that they're not, but they're still winning this war. Israel and the United States are losing this war. Israel's being proven that it can't. It's a paper tiger, right? That it can't even protect itself. And the United States can't protect the Gulf. No matter how much money we spend. And we just asked for another $200 billion to keep doing this war. And in the past, it's been claimed that, oh, this is going to cause the end of U.S. hegemony. This is the one. And this certainly feels like it, but I think we should probably hold off on rushing to that assumption. When it comes to foreign wars, U.S. government knows how to entrench itself. Do everything it can to not stop doing them. So many times, no matter how much people don't want them to do it. Whether it's the people on the receiving end of the wars or the people paying for it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And we're, of course, paying for the Iron Dome. That's one thing I just want to remind everybody. All of this talk about the paper dome.
Wednesday night was deadly in Israel and in the occupied territories. Until now, Palestinians in the West Bank had escaped the worst of it.
Sorry. I was trying to finish my sentence. This is all being paid for by U.S. taxpayer dollars, right? Like all of these fucking missiles. I can't do it again right now because I don't have the energy for it. Because we're 7 freaking hours into this stream and we're not even on to the last of 24 hours. It's not good. I gotta catch up somehow. So I'm just gonna describe what we did a while back. But we sat there going through how much money the Iron Dome costs per missile, per THAAD battery system, and all of the other in-between systems. Because technically, the Iron Dome is made up of multiple levels, which all have different cost structures. Whether it be the systems themselves or the ammunition needed to operate them, all costs millions, in some cases billions of dollars. Like, so for some of these systems, the systems that are supposed to do the detection and the the launching, some of them are insane in terms of cost. All being paid for by you. So ask in the glory of your taxpayer dollars at work, America.
Wednesday night was deadly in Israel and in the occupied territories. Until now, Palestinians in the West Bank had escaped the worst of Israel and America's war on Iran. Injuries, debris, but no deaths. Then, something fell on a busy hair salon in this shed near Hebron.
To be honest, I only heard when my grandchildren and children came to me and said, "Come and see." I asked them what happened. They said, "Your uncle's house was hit. We came and saw 10 women here. I thought there were 4, but no, there were 10. 4 were killed and 6 were injured."
It could have been part of an Iranian missile, though those at the scene thought an Israeli interceptor more likely.
These are the fragments of an interceptor missile. If it were the cluster, it would destroy the house and what's inside also.
In Israel, a foreign worker was killed in Moshav Adanim, and injuries were reported in the nearby Arab-Israeli town of Jaljulia. Much of the damage done by Iran's salvos comes from its cluster munitions. Often, they open before Israel's air defences can intercept, scattering dozens of smaller explosives like fireworks from the night sky.
Fireworks that kill. Sometimes I look at them and I think of them that in exactly that way, though. Like, they look kind of like fireworks. But in some cases, the ends of those fireworks are massive missile bodies that weigh tons, thousands of pounds. Or warheads, or whatever, right? Like shards of warheads. Whatever else are in these munitions. All right, let's keep going through this. To Al Jazeera again from yesterday, where Donald Trump reprimanded Israel, saying no more attacks on the South Pars gas field in Iran, which is partly owned by Iran, but also U.S. ally Qatar.
Let's get more on that warning now from Donald Trump on his Truth Social after Iran attacked energy facilities here in Qatar. Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Ros, so a very strong warning from Trump to Israel saying they're not to attack Iran's South Pars gas field again because of that subsequent, well, two subsequent attacks on Qatar's Ras Laffan complex. What more can you tell us about the statement from Trump?
Well, what the U.S. President Donald Trump has posted on his Truth Social platform in the last 20 minutes or so is that this is not an activity that the Qataris were aware of or that the U.S. was aware of before the Israelis attacked the South Pars field that is owned by Iran, and that the Iranians then retaliated not by going after Israel, but
How? How does the United States not know that Israel's going to do this? Explain to me that. Do you know how much radar, how many bases the United States has between Israel? How many fucking what? Between Israel and that fucking oil field in Iran? Do we need to look at a map? Let's do that. Let's just for shits and gigs. Let's just look at a map of the Middle East. Why not? I mean, how could the United States not know? You're telling me. You're telling me. Hold on, let me just pull up a map. Give me 2 seconds. You're telling me the United States is all up in the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, base in Qatar, base in Iraq, base in Jordan, and radar in every one of these countries in between Israel and Iran, way over here. As well as a military installation in Syria. Every country between Israel and Iran we have a base in. Kuwait, I mean, the only place we're not is the Persian Gulf because Iran has shut that down. Essentially. So, okay, Yemen. Not in Yemen. Are we in Oman? I can't remember. Oh, it's not really between, so that doesn't count. So we're still. So what I said still stands. I think. It's way over here. This Iranian base, I mean not base, this Iranian oil field is over here. The Kuwaiti Iranian oil field is like somewhere by this, what do you call it? Bay, I guess. How, and as well as like, what? Israel's doing something without the permission, without the express permission of the United States. It's sole benefactor, basically.
By going after.
All right, not sole, but like number one benefactor that gives it like 75 or whatever, 70% of all, like all of its funding. Oh, they're going to do the people that the group of people that Israel is literally waging this war with, they're not going to coordinate or at least let us know ahead of time. Considering we're running air operations literally in the same air, where they're not going to mention it for safety or anything like that, really. It seems irresponsible. Not that Israel's a responsible actor, but you would think, at least when it comes to the United States, they might give us a heads up. I don't know, maybe I'm just maybe I'm just blue sky thinking between friends. Maybe I'm just naive.
The long-standing peace between Qatar and Iran is over, as the Middle East now enters a dangerous new phase of conflict. Following several strikes on Qatar, President Trump promised on Truth Social that Israel will no longer attack Iran's major South Pars field, and stated that if Iran were to attack Qatar again, the US would retaliate hugely. Trump insisted he did not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction, yet added he would not hesitate to do so if Qatar's liquefied natural gas sites
much bigger than
were
anybody's
attacked.
ever seen. The biggest, best, most beautiful attack. A perfect attack, that's what everybody is saying. Good God. Is it, am I just the only person? Am I the only person that's on the brink? I'm going to keep going through these just so we can catch up. We've already been on this topic. Well, actually, you know what? No, I'm staying here.
On Wednesday, Israel and the US launched a massive strike on Iran's South Pars gas field.
Wait, is there is another one. It's buried somewhere near though. Oh my God. What a fucking crazy week. What a fucking crazy week. And right now I'm literally sitting on pins and needles. We're hours away from the time when we started this war. Literally 3 weeks ago. 4th week is now officially, I mean, almost officially started. We got word, I think it was around like 3 or 4 a.m. in Eastern Standard Time. Maybe a little later. On a Saturday morning, in the middle of a stream just like this. And we were just told that thousands more troops, at least I was told. You may have heard. It's also in the thumbnail and title. Certainly implied in the thumbnail and explicitly in the title. And we have a bunch of clips to talk about it once we get there. What a fucking shitstorm. I lost my place. If you can't tell, I've lost my place. Where was I? I have such a long list. Jesus Christ. Where this week is just, it all blends together. I tried to put it together in like a cohesive manner, both like chronologically, but also by topic. But it's like, it's 150 videos from like 40, 50 different sources, like across the planet. Oh, it all just starts blending together. I start like feel like I have news. What's it called? Vertigo. News. I have news ago. It's due to 1 year and 1 month of having my mouth attached to the news hydrant. One of the late stage effects of chronic news exhaustion. I'm making up words now. I've gone delirious. I've gone delirious. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. The news cycle has broken me.
To blow up the entirety of Iran's South Pars gas field if
it's official. America, planet Earth, Milky Way galaxy.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
When I look at this news, I start having Anxiety attack.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To blow up the entirety of Iran's South Pars gas field if Tehran strikes Qatar's gas infrastructure again. In a post on Truth Social, the president said the US knew nothing about an Israeli strike on the South Pars gas field, the biggest natural gas field in the world, which then sparked attacks by Iran on Qatar's Ras Laffan facility, the world's largest gas hub. He said if Iran attacks that hub again, the US will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen before. But shortly before the post, Iranian state television reported that they had struck the Ras Laffan complex for a second time. Qatar Energy confirmed the facility sustained further significant damage. These here are pictures of the aftermath of the initial strikes. Huge fires could be seen from more than 30 kilometers away. Iran said it targeted the facility and others in the region in response to the Israeli strikes on its own facilities at the South Pars gas reservoir.
$7 gas by summer, $9 by fall. But depending on where you are, some people have already seen those prices. South California, Bay Area. We've seen some fucked up on this channel in the last week. We've seen some fucked up pictures. People paying wild prices right now already. But you're right. We could, I mean, I assume you're talking national average. We could see something crazy. $6, $7, $8, $9 a gallon. I mean, if it goes to $200 a barrel, right now it's at $5 a gallon, I think, or it's approaching it. You're paying $3 a gallon? That's not bad. That's not bad. Could be worse. Could be much, much worse.
Oil prices have leapt as a result, up 5%. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes analysed the president's Truth Social post.
It is quite a lengthy Truth Social post, and I think it's worth, Sally, going through some of it in detail, because I think it tells us quite a lot about the current mood of the president. He says Israel had violently lashed out at the South Pars gas field, which, as you said, is one of the world's largest natural gas fields. He says lashed out of anger.
It's such a fucking ridiculous claim. I mean, it's not that it's wrong. It's just that, like, amidst what we're living in the upside down. We're living in a nonsense timeline. But I say these things, I mean them because it, you know, I mean them. I mean them because it's what it is. Like, I don't have a better way of putting it. He's saying things that, like, are descriptive of the situation, but no one would say, like, why he would make this claim all of a sudden. Like, oh, Israel, they've gone too far. Violent Israel who were doing this war together with. Very nasty. It's like, why? Why does he suddenly, like, he's so unpredictable. We're waging a war in conjunction with Israel, doing all of these attacks, doing all these war crimes, a war of aggression, without going to the UN, without all, like, right, like, without justification, without being attacked, right, killing schoolgirls, and then Israel hits a Qatari Iranian, also I point out we've hit a ton of Iranian oil infrastructure. This one just happens to overlap with Qatar, with the Qatari ownership, and Trump is like, that's very nasty. The Qataris gave me that sweet, sweet jet. Remember? $300 million. $300 million, and then you bomb an oil field. Very rude. Very rude of you, Israel. No more
what
bombs.
has taken place in the Middle East. The United States, he insists, knew nothing about it. He says Qatar wasn't involved either. And then he goes on, unfortunately, the Iran did not know this, and unjustifiably, he says, and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG, liquefied natural gas facility.
Unfairly.
This is a major facility. We know that it was extensively damaged. And then in capital letters, President Trump says no more attacks will be made by Israel related to the Iranian gas fields. unless, and there is a caveat, he says, unless Tehran decides to strike Qatar again. And he says if that happens, and this is where the president uses his strongest language, he says the US wouldn't hesitate to launch a massive retaliatory attack, massively blow up, to use the president's words, the entire Iranian gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran, he says, has never seen or witnessed before. He then goes on to say he's reluctant to do this because he knows that there will be long-term implications for the future of Iran.
Well, let's go live to our business hub in Singapore and speak to our Asia business correspondent, Nick Marsh. Nick.
Yeah, Asia, Southeast Asia is getting hit really hard by this. A lot of their gas and oil supply came through the Strait, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, China. All right, back to Al Jazeera from yesterday. Let's talk about who is dictating U.S. policy.
Good to have you. Iran has carried out attacks on energy facilities in the Gulf, hitting major sites in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Qatar says the strikes caused extensive damage at Ras Laffan, the world's largest liquefied natural gas production facility. Those attacks came after Israel hit Iran's South Pars gas field, part of the world's biggest gas reserve, shared with Qatar. President Trump has warned Iran against targeting Qatar's Ras Laffan again. And in a social media post, he said the US was not involved in the Israeli strike on South Pars. Qatar's now expelled several Iranian diplomatic staff. The foreign ministry says Iran's military and security attachés and their teams should leave Qatar within 24 hours. OK, well, I'm joined by Mohammed El-Masri. He's a professor of media studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies to take a look at all of these developing stories. So, Mohammed, firstly, on the Israeli attack on Iran's side of the shared gas fields in the Arabian Gulf. It's called the South Pars field. For the Iranians, it's called the North Field or the North Dome here in Qatar. It's a zone of hugely strategic cooperation, isn't it? But when it comes to this attack on South Pars, Donald Trump says he knew nothing about Israel's plan to attack the field, but insists no more attacks will be made by Israel. Who's calling the shots here?
It was a really interesting post, and it's generating a lot of discussion online. It's easy to imagine here that Trump is not telling the truth, that he authorized this, that Israel would not have done this without his authorization, but that he's just trying to kind of calm the markets and allay the fears of his Gulf allies. However, it's also not difficult to imagine that Benjamin Netanyahu has once again gotten his way with Donald Trump and forced the hand of the Trump administration.
You know, to some degree, I would push back on this. I mean, I think it's been a long game. It's been a very long game, if it's been forcing, right? Like, in my opinion, I think it's been a long game of convincing Donald Trump to do this, right? We knew about the buildup. We knew about it. It was telegraphed many weeks ahead of time. It's not clear how Israel could have forced the hand of Trump. It's like with this, you know, like it's weird for them to do it in such slow motion. I guess it's possible, but I find it strange. But like that's what's been claimed here, and I think it's just generally pressure from and advice from his closest advisors, people like Howard Lutnick, but most specifically and most especially Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who he promised. Jared, by he, I mean Jared and Donald Trump himself both promised that he would not take part in government and is now the #2 negotiator on foreign policy affairs. I think they're the ones. I mean, we know who Jared is. We've been talking about that fucking psycho for 2 years. He has worried me even before he took, before Donald Trump took the presidency. Guys like him, I mean, he's Epstein classer, right? He's a billionaire. Doesn't, to some degree, I mean, you can still make terrible things happen without being the president's son. But being the president's son doesn't hurt if you have an agenda. All right, Reuters yesterday, United States considering sending more troops to the Middle East.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, by the way, we're like 7.5 hours into the stream.
The U.S. is considering
Don't
sending
think that this is a
thousands more
sign of me.
troops to the Middle
Ma'am,
East.
ma'am, I need you to shut up. Ma'am, please. It's very rude. It's very rude of you. What was I going to say? It's 7.5 hours in. Don't worry, this is not a sign of me giving up. Just a reminder from me to you to hit that subscribe button on YouTube, bell icon, like button, Twitch, follow, come on, get in there. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by individuals like you. This programming is produced by space fams, such as yourself. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and, of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where you can become a Galactic patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. 10 cents a day is all it takes. So many Earth benefits. Space benefits for your Earth dollars. I can't mention them all right now. You're just going to have to click the link on my bio on Twitch, my description on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
All right, back to the show. Back to unpacking this horrific week. And by the horrific week, I mean one topic from this horrific week. But let's be real, this is all most of us have been able to think about. Aside from when we're doing everything to try and forget about what's going on in the Middle East, this is what we're most likely thinking about. Believe me, I've been right there with you. There's been moments where I'm like, I can't think about this anymore. I need to walk away from, I can't do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But then I remember, oh right, it's my job. That's right. That's my full-time job. 5 days a week, 8 hours plus per stream. A fair amount of effort in between stream may go unseen. Okay, I totally didn't lose my place again. I'm not stalling. What are you talking about? Don't be stupid. Where was I? Screw it. I'm just going to play whatever this last video, because we didn't get that far through it. So I'm just going to play this video right here. Did we watch this yet? I don't think we did. I think I'm just losing it. I mean, it's all blending together. It's just one atrocity after the next one. One bomb after the next. One oil field. One $100 million plane. By the way, we're up to like 20 $100 million planes, I think. Or like some variety of 20 planes, at least. I believe is what the number's up to now. that have been downed in the Middle East or otherwise taken out of commission as a result of Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Is honestly, it's going to be 13 dead soldiers, like 100 military planes, including, we'll get to it, the supposed top of the line, the U.S. aviation arsenal. I'm sorry, I won't get ahead of myself.
The U.S. is considering sending thousands more troops to the Middle East. That's according to Reuters sources, including U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity. They said the Trump administration is weighing military reinforcements to expand its options. Those options include protecting oil tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz, which could require deploying troops on Iran's shoreline. Another option could be sending in forces to secure Iran's Karg Island, which handles about 90% of the country's oil exports. But one official warned any such move carried serious risk. Iran can strike Karg in the strait with missiles and drones, and deploying U.S. ground forces could fuel political backlash at home, where public support for the war remains limited. Sources also say the administration has discussed sending forces to secure Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles, a mission experts describe as highly complex and dangerous.
You know, now that the fatwa, the decree by the Ayatollah, the former Ayatollah Khamenei, Ali Khamenei, not Mujtaba Khamenei, is now void, null and void because he's dead. The fatwa, the whatever you want to call it, decree. I forget. There's like a word for it. Sometimes I just can't think of words. It's very annoying to me. But the decree that he made banning nuclear weapons, you may not be aware of that, but he had in fact banned them. The supreme leader of Iran. We're told that he was a threat, but he had in fact banned nuclear weapons. Now that that's done, and Iran is literally under siege, what do you think? You think they're more or less likely to rush to build a bomb? They can't do it immediately, but I mean, depending on how long this thing goes for. And since they're not under any sort of obligation to not do it, since they are no longer under the guides of the JCPOA, which Donald Trump got us out of in his first presidency. Which one? Anybody want to weigh in on that? Everybody feeling safe yet? People are saying, sir, we're winning too much. And I say, actually, you're going to keep winning. You're actually going to keep winning and winning and winning. Until I'm done. Until I'm done. Until I say you're done winning. That's the plan. Okay? Write that down.
I'm going to move on. Director Gabbard, you tweeted yesterday that President Trump concluded there was an imminent threat and made a decision to attack Iran after carefully reviewing all of the information before him. I think the country deserves to know what the information was. I'm going to ask a series of questions and just want a yes or no. We don't need any explanation, just yes or no, starting with, were you asked, I'm not asking if you did brief this, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not how did I do this? I realized this halfway through his question. I was like, oh no, how did I felt like I was doing so good. I felt like I had kept all the topics fairly together. And then fucking Tulsi We already got done talking about you. All right, screw it. All right, screw it, Mark. You got past me.
Were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not going to comment on what the president did or didn't ask me.
Not going to do it.
On any topic.
I'm not asking if you briefed it. I'm just asking if there was a request.
I understand.
By the White House. Director Ratcliffe.
I understand. Do you see her shaking? Look at her. Oh my God. She is walking. These people are walking like the Trump tightrope. Right? It's like dental floss covered in Big Mac grease. Basically, they're like so afraid to disappoint the supreme leader, but also not to perjure themselves. It's quite a spectacle. All right. I don't want to get too far off track because we got done talking about this. This was from over 2 days ago now. I'm gonna get back to trying to catch up. Ah, Jesus Christ. What an insane fucking week. All right, let's keep this puppy moving. I've lost my place again. This is becoming a pattern tonight. Probably because this video is not supposed to be there. Okay, there we go. Al Jazeera English from yesterday, late on Thursday. Why Israel's assassinate? I love how it's just Israel. Why the United States? Why? What are we gonna call our merged country? Which is really, I mean, it really often feels like one country doing all the same crimes together. Usreal? Why Usreal? Why Usreal's assassination strategy is failing against Hezbollah and Iran? Oh, tell me why. Is it because she put up a fight?
نبارك لسماحة الأمين العام لحزب الله السيد حسن نصر الله.
Some called it a game changer. Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah, longtime leader of Hezbollah, in a massive bombing in Beirut's southern suburbs in 2024. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu described Nasrallah as a central figure in what he called Iran's axis of evil. The timing, significant too, as Israel had already eliminated much of the group's senior military leadership in a series of strikes. And days earlier, dozens of Hezbollah members and civilians were killed. And
Noah, you complete me. Okay. Thank you. I was worried that nobody would get that joke. And I would just go on and it would just sort of die into oblivion, and I'd feel some sort of emptiness inside for the rest of my life. Thankfully, you picked up on the Grease reference. I was just trying to keep things light. I was trying to keep things light. Well, at least somebody appreciates me. This is why you're the first mod. This is why you were the first ever Space Fams made mod. It's why you've been a mod for basically 25 months, since the very genesis of the Galactic News Network. Let's keep talking about this. We just keep doing a rotation. I tried to make like a distinction on day by day, but like I just because of how cyclical the last 5 days really were, it felt only right to just kind of go back and forth from country to country, day to day, from Monday to Friday. So back to Iraq, where they are continuing to be caught up in the middle of all of this. Hard not to be with a U.S. base in the middle of your country.
Caught in the crossfire from both sides, Iraq is treading a particularly fine line amid war in the Middle East. Hosting US interests and Iran-backed militia groups, it is the only country facing strikes from both Washington and Tehran. Since the beginning of the war, Iran-backed militia groups and Tehran's Revolutionary Guard Corps have carried out nearly daily drone and missile attacks against American interests across the country, including military bases in Baghdad and Erbil airports, as well as diplomatic facilities. These images show the US embassy being targeted in the Iraqi capital. The autonomous Kurdistan region, home to American troops and a US consulate, has also been a significant target, as well as oil fields and energy infrastructure.
Yeah. Now, the fact is I think everybody knows. The United States is all up in Iraq, like I just mentioned. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Green Zone, but it's quite large. It's a 4 square kilometer area inside the city of Baghdad, which is another city unto itself, basically completely controlled by the U.S. military and U.S. contractors, built by people like Halliburton and others. Blackwater was all up in there, if I recall correctly. All those fun guys helped build the Green Zone, which also houses the U.S. Embassy and a number of other, like I said, military infrastructure. It's basically a U.S. colony inside of Iraq. One of the biggest bases, military bases on the planet. George Orwell called it. Yeah. No kidding. Peace through strength. Hello, Coffee Galaxy. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you chat. Good to see people with space-related handles finding the stream. People who were perhaps space fans that didn't even know it. Now, Iraq, of course, is caught up in all of this. Before we move on from Iraq, I am concerned about what's happening there. Of course, the United States has been, at one time, was claiming that we were going to, the CIA was attempting to enlist the Kurds, the Iraqi Kurds, in fighting the Iranians. But now, we still haven't supposedly done that yet, unless it's happened in a clandestine fashion, which is, I mean, sort of the CIA's bag. But the Iranian-backed Iraqis, or like pro-Iranian Iraqis, have been doing strikes inside of Iraq, as well as Iran doing strikes in Iraq. Which basically means that really, even at best, if we were to, the United States were to be able to enlist the Kurds of Iraq, it would, I mean, they'd just be fighting inside of their own country. Like, why would you tell them to leave their own country when you've already got a what do you want to call it? A oppositional force fighting on the ground? Is that just me, or it doesn't seem like a good use of resources? Why would you transport them to where they're, like away from an already existing problem? Just in terms of military strategy, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying either is really a good idea, but just that, in theory, doesn't really make efficient. We were promised unprecedented efficiency, and that doesn't sound efficient.
Well,
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Now, speaking of government efficiency, we pay billions of dollars a year for the Iron Dome that's supposed to be protecting Israelis. That's not working anymore either, now being mocked on the internet as the paper dome. Unfortunately, that joke is resulting in a lot of destruction on the ground. Chaos for civilians in Tel Aviv. Boy, we're making, honestly, let me just do the count. Let me just do the quick count on how far we've made it. 20, 40, 60, 80, almost 100. Man, that's honestly, that's not bad. We're making a fair clip. 80, I'm sorry, 100, did I say 100? 100 of 140, which is 5 sevens being, what is that? 70, is that 70%? I can't do the math right now. I can't do the math right now. That's not bad. We made progress. 8 hours in, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Iraq to Tel Aviv to Saudi Arabia. We're falling Iranian, or, well, honestly, I actually don't know that I've identified, I don't know the identity of this projectile. This is from Reuters from yesterday. Reuters from yesterdoodle. Reuters from yesterday. Falling projectile of unknown origin explodes in the direction of a Saudi Aramco oil facility. Quick clip here. Okay. From Iraq
Iran has launched a new wave of attacks
to the rest of the Gulf.
Natural gas facilities as well.
Associated Press yesterday. Iran continues its attacks in the Gulf, targeting refineries after Israel hits the world's largest natural gas field in its own country.
Iran has launched a new wave of attacks targeting natural gas facilities as well as at least one oil refinery in the Gulf Arab states. Now, this is coming after Israel launched an assault on Iran's South Pars natural gas field. Now, this field is offshore in the Persian Gulf, and Iran shares it with Qatar. But it's incredibly important for the Islamic Republic because 80% of all electricity generated by Iran relies on natural gas. Meanwhile, Iranians use it for heating their homes and cooking food. This is crucial for Iran.
The only good thing that I've been able to come up with over the last 3 weeks, you know, it's a very sad silver lining, but as, you know, a person concerned with the environmental issues and the ever-impending climate apocalypse, and what Americans and humanity can do to prevent with all of that, The only thing I can think of is maybe the planet, or at least the people most affected by all of this. And maybe some smart and forward-thinking people will decide to try and switch off of petrochemicals with regards to a number of things. Maybe like their grid, their infrastructure, their transportation, and whatever else. Down to those renewables. Meanwhile, we are a completely oil-based economy. Well, not completely, but an economy that very much depends on fossil fuels. Oh, so very much. Some people think that this oil crisis could cause a global recession. Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan, and this is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your weekly look at the world of business and economics. This week, the Iran war is pushing the world's biggest economies to their limits. From the US to China to Europe, all are at risk. But which is more exposed? And what are governments doing to protect people like you and me? The conflict has already caused the biggest energy supply shock in history. Oil prices are surging and growth forecasts are being slashed. Is the global economy heading for stagflation or even recession if the war drags on? All eyes are on the Strait of Hormuz. The longer it remains effectively closed, the greater the damage to the global economy. Iran continues to block tankers from shipping close to 20% of the world's oil supply. That's roughly twice the disruption the world suffered during the energy shock of the 1970s. Big oil shocks have historically led to major economic turmoil, high inflation, stagnation, even recession. Oil and gas prices are already surging, and economies are expected to slow.
Make America gilded again. Ready for the rug pull, Trump and Putin, Epstein Island. I can't wait for the Epstein ballroom, really. It's gonna be so glorious. It's gonna be so great for all of us. It's gonna reduce gas prices. It's certainly going to release the rest of the Epstein files. We can guarantee that. And by guarantee, I sadly mean I'm fairly certain that it's not going to do any of those things. It's not going to solve the housing crisis. How many billions of dollars, is Donald Trump spending on the combination Epstein ballroom, the Epstein Operation Epstein Fury, the God. Like the entire ICE thing is like 100 and what was it? It's like 175 billion. I can't remember. 75 billion was some stupid fucking number. It's out of control. Like all these things that they've done. Meanwhile, we can't have healthcare. We can't have housing. We can't have anything nice. We can't have high-speed trains. We can't have education.
From American consumers to Chinese factories and European households, people across the world are already feeling the impact. So, how exposed are the major economies, and are we heading for a global economic crisis? Fintan Monaghan reports.
The crisis at the Strait of Hormuz has the global economy on edge. Iran has effectively closed the vital shipping lane, cutting off oil and gas flows from the Gulf to the rest of the world. It's led many policymakers to warn of the danger of stagflation. That's when three things come together: high inflation, high unemployment, and slow economic growth. It means people will have to pay higher prices, they face greater risk of losing their job, and it might prove harder to build up savings. Stagflation is a rare phenomenon. Usually, high inflation is only a problem when the economy is booming.
You know what's somewhat ironical about all of this is that just weeks ago I was listening to economists talking about how stagflation is very much unlikely in the cards based upon the trajectory of the economy and all these other factors, and now we have a new war in the Middle East that's almost certain to guarantee a reduction in consumer spending and all sorts of other things.
But a sharp rise in the cost of oil is threatening to push up the price of everything, right when many economies are slowing down.
In our country, inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising. The economy is surging.
U.S. President Donald Trump is downplaying.
He's pulling a Joe Biden. He's pulling a Joe Biden. This is what lost Joe Biden the election to some degree, or at least lost Kamala the election. Like, this is what Joe Biden was doing and that Kamala literally kept doing when she took the reins, right? Is the tell everybody that everything is great. Inflation's way down when the prices are in fact still the same. People don't understand the difference between those two things, and they don't actually care about inflation. They care about the prices, which are too high. Even if inflation stops now, even if inflation goes to 0% right now and stays at 0% for the next 10 years, for the next 10 years, the prices will essentially stay the same, right? That's how inflation works. So even if you have those numbers, those headline inflation numbers going down, doesn't mean that you're paying less. You're still actually paying money. Actually, because we're not at 0%. We're at like 3-4%.
Concerns, but the numbers are troubling for the American economy. Petrol is a key indicator of inflation. The week before the war started, the average price was around $2.98 per gallon. It's already jumped to more than $3.50. Some economists say it could soon hit $4 if the crisis drags on. Inflation fears come as the rest of the economy is looking shaky. In February, the U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs. The stock
Now, of course, the economy losing jobs in February had nothing to do with the war that had not yet started in Iran. But it was really, in my opinion, this is just a continuation of the trend that's been happening. I mean, if you look at the numbers, the jobs have imploded. Job numbers have imploded since Donald Trump took office, right? For the last year, they have been on a deep downward trend. Look at them for yourself. And that's a result of a number of different factors, right? You have businesses not knowing whether or not to invest throughout much of the year because of, I almost called it Operation Epstein Fury, a Liberation Day and Re-Liberation Day, right? Like the tariff war, hugely downward, like pressure on investment, right? And on hiring. You have AI being the only thing invested into, which does not create jobs. It does the reverse of that. And, you know, like, you have the war against immigrants with ICE, which is keeping a whole bunch of people who might be coming here to work that may actually had been already in the works to come to the United States, perhaps deciding not to come because they don't want to wind up in fucking ICE detention, you know? And I'm just talking about regular, well, not regular, that's not the fucking right way to say it, but like literally just everyone. People that you're not thinking of. I can almost guarantee some people listening to this right now are you know, thinking racistly, okay? I'm not talking about refugees. I'm talking about people coming here for just, you know, tech jobs or whatever. Skilled people in whatever field coming here and actually deciding, actually, no, this year I'm not going to come here. Because screw that. Why would I want to put myself in a position where I could wind up just wrongfully detained for months without due process? That's America in 2026. Whether you want to admit that to yourself or not, that's literally what people have been complaining about with regards to ICE. That's the whole thing. All right, it's like 80% of the thing. It's most of the thing. There's also the lack of accountability.
Gas prices in Los Angeles have soared to as much as $8 a gallon at some stations, which is why homeless housing provider David Bensusan says even routine trips to the pump are straining his budget.
Every time I come to the pump, I feel a disconnect. I feel like, how could this be? How could I be paying this ridiculous amount of money just for gas?
Rising fuel costs in California are forcing small businesses like David's to make tough choices.
If prices go up even more, we're going to have to really cut back, and I might have to let go of one of my guys.
The war with Iran has disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a vital route for global oil. In California, gas now averages $5.56 a gallon, the highest in the nation. Drivers are now flocking to Costco, waiting up to an hour in line at discount stations.
You know, everybody doing everything they can to save a few cents on gas. Here's one question to ask yourself. Is this the end of the petrodollar? Will things like BRICS perhaps take hold?
This is democracy.
Or at least gain dominance in the currency markets? What's it called? What's the BRICS dollar? I know there's a word for it, isn't it? There's like a name for it. I can't think of what it is though. Somebody help me. Is it just the BRICS dollar?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Global oil and natural gas prices are soaring after Israel bombed a massive natural gas reserve in Iran, the largest in the world. Iran retaliated by twice attacking the world's largest liquid natural gas production facility located in Qatar. Iran also attacked key energy infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
Am I losing my mind, or didn't the BRICS countries release their own currency to compete with the petrodollar? Or is that just something that was like in the works? I gotta look this up right now while we're talking about this. I should genuinely know this fact. Somehow I feel like
and the United Arab Emirates. At one point today, the price of oil reached $118 a barrel, a 60% jump since the U.S. and Israel launched its war on Iran. In a post.
Okay. I was right. There is no BRICS currency, it looks like. But it has been in the works for a long time. All right. So I was right.
Online, Trump threatened
I better get on that.
to blow up the entire South Pars gas field if Iran continues to target the Qatari facility. Trump also claimed the U.S., quote, knew nothing about the Israeli attack on the South Pars gas field, but the Wall Street
Right? Like if you were Iran and its less American-friendly allies, wouldn't you rush to do that? I'm just thinking out loud here, but that would be the thing to do, in my opinion. All right. Let's go to the UK next, to Al Jazeera, where petrol prices are also surging. And I think the Bank of England also raised rates. I think they're at like 4% now or something like that. Fun week, eh, Space Ams? Fun week. By fun, I mean, what the fuck?
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
What?
Well, the most obvious sign of rising prices here in the UK because of the conflict in the Middle East can be seen at the petrol stations. You can see behind me here a price for unleaded petrol at the top there that equates to just under $2 for a litre of fuel. And that is, for American viewers, almost very nearly $8 for a US-sized gallon. People that we're meeting here at this fuel station in South London are certainly noticing it, and they're getting more worried by it too.
It's dreadful, really is. I mean, I've just half a tank and it's just cost me £44 to fill up. Normally it would be 20.
Help! Help! It's crazy, isn't it? Just crazy. Unbelievable. By everywhere it's the same price. Last week it was like 20 pence less than now.
Yes, it impacts our lives and you feel slightly helpless.
So it's not hard to see why the Bank of England is now forecasting a rise in inflation above where it wants it to be. Today, the bank's Monetary Policy Committee has said it will keep interest rate cuts on hold. It's going to set the rate still at 3.75% for borrowing here in Britain. It might, though, put those rates up. It's said that it will stand by ready to take action to protect the economy from inflation. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, London.
Okay, this next video that we got, let's see, is also in Europe from Novara Media 16 hours ago. Activists in, is this Poland? I can't remember what country this was now. It's not in the title. Israeli-linked weapons factory. Set fire to by activists. Navarro Media with the clip from 16 hours ago. I don't know where this is. Somewhere in Europe. I can't remember where. Czech Republic. That was close.
Illegal.
Oh, there you go. Activists angry about Israel's genocide and war, one would assume, although I don't have any real details on their objection. But one would assume, considering it's an Israeli-linked weapons factory, something like that. In the Czech Republic, not Poland. I was close, though. Not that far. Speaking of Europe, might as well go here to NATO Commander Rutte, who had this to say about the U.S.-Israeli strikes and the war, Operation Epstein Fury, and European security.
In my contacts with allies all over NATO territory, what I'm sensing and hearing is that we all agree, as we always did, that it was crucial for Iran not to get its hands on a nuclear capability, a ballistic missile capability, and what the US is doing at the moment is degrading that capability of Iran, and I think that's very important. This is important for European security, for the Middle East. It is vital for Israel itself. Then when it comes to the Hormuz Strait.
This guy is insane. When did he get dragged on board? Do you hear Mark Rutte over here? He's the NATO's chief, whatever, blah, 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 coming out here and saying, actually, the United States and Israel, you know, that illegal war they started, it's actually good. They should do it because they're obliterating Iran's non-existing nuclear weapons capabilities. So, great success. Keep it up, America. And Israel. Usrael. Well, let's not leave the podium. We are going to change venues from NATO to the Department of War. Peter Hegseth. Pete K. Hegseth. Pete K.
I stand here today
Hegseth.
speaking.
Oh boy, why is he pointing already? This is a bad start, Pete. Can you settle down? Can you take it down a notch? Can you settle down? Look at you. Look at you, buddy. I need
stand
you to
here
settle.
today speaking to you, the American people. Not through filters.
You, America.
Not through reporters. Not through...
Not through filters? What does that mean? Like Snapchat filter? Like you're not wearing cat ears or something? You don't have like auto AI enhance for your features? I know that you're quite vain. And have like some weird needs regarding photography. It's brave. It's fair. It's brave. He's not talking to us through a Snapchat filter. Okay.
Not through
Great.
filters.
Thank you, Pete.
Not through reporters. Not through cable news spin. A dishonest and anti-Trump press will stop at nothing. We know this at this point. To downplay progress, amplify every cost, and call into question every step. Sadly, TDS is in their DNA. They want President Trump to fail. But you, the American people, know better. Yes, there are reporters in front of me.
Oh, God. Don't you see people? Will you stop hoping for the president to fail? Don't you see that's ruining Pete's day? He's upset. Can't you see how upset he is that people want the president to fail? Oh, God. Can't you just want the best from Donald John Trump? Where are those Epstein files, by the way?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
But they are not our audience today. It's you, the good, decent, patriotic American people. You, the hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing American patriots. The media here, not all of it,
okay,
but much of it, wants you to think, just 19 days into this conflict, that we're somehow spinning toward an endless...
It's a very specific group of people that Pete's trying to speak to. What was it? The God-fearing, tax-paying, great American patriots? There's a couple more in there. I can't remember all the nouns and adjectives in there.
Or a forever war, or a quagmire. Nothing could be further from the truth. Hear it from me.
Oh, thank God.
One of hundreds of thousands who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, who watched previous foolish politicians like Bush, Obama, and Biden squander American credibility. This is not those wars.
That's right. This is a different war. This is 2026. This is a completely different war. We're squandering a different... We're squandering refreshed credibility. Right? We're taking the lost credibility and then we refreshed it to squander it once again. Twice in a row, United States launching strikes, starting a war against Iran in the middle of peace talks. Rather than doing those peace talks that we promised we were going to do, we did bombs instead. That seems like a loss of credibility. Or almost certainly a loss of credibility. I mean, I guess some people might think that I'm not sure who, but somebody maybe somewhere thinks that makes us more credible.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I appreciate that question. Yes, right here.
Crime. Is that the policy of the U.S. military now? Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Two questions for you. The Vice President has often emphasized that the goal of this war is to denuclearize Iran while also avoiding a larger quagmire. I know that you touched on this. I'd like you to expand on how do you do that? How do you denuclearize the country while also avoiding this, forever war? And then there was a report last night that the Pentagon asked the White House for $200 billion for Iran war supplemental. Can you confirm this, and can you explain why a package this large is necessary?
Well, first of all, none of this would have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without that audacious mission with very clear goals that did obliterate their ability to enrich and the capabilities they have in those facilities. So it created the conditions for Iran to step forward and say, okay, you can reach out and touch us like that in our nuclear.
Jesus Christ. This is the most homoerotic press conference. Oh my God.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Operation Midnight Hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Like, it genuinely sounds like a late 80s, early like a VHS, gay porno, interracial, of course. A lot of dark lighting in there. Sweaty men. Sometimes I want, like, to cross-reference some of these titles just to check. I haven't done it just because I have better things to do, but there's times where I'm like, I wonder what would appear if I searched. But of course, all that would come up, that's the part of the problem. You'd have to, like, deep dive this. Some sort of, like, no, we don't have time for this. I've already determined we've gone too far. We can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Now, before we're done with Pete, we got a couple more vids. Next to this interesting video posted to the @SecWar X account on Friday. Peter, take it away, pal.
Don't be creepy.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Sophia. Don't be creepy. Just a reminder ahead of time.
Today, in this video, as we said we would, I want to update you on our efforts to reinstate those service members who were unjustly forced out of the military during the COVID-19 panic. While I'm proud of our efforts over the past year, our obligations to make things right are not yet complete. I'm therefore extending the application of the department's reinstatement and return to service guidance established last April. The revised guidance will now apply to former service members, our warriors of conscience, who wish to return to service through April 1st of 2027. So we're extending this to make sure anybody that wants to take advantage of it has additional time to take advantage of it. Maybe you were waiting to see whether we meant it or not. We do. We hope you'll take a look. To further encourage the return of experienced and dedicated service members, effective immediately, the active service obligation for individuals returning to service under this guidance is now reduced from 4 years to 2 years. And this change reflects our confidence that returning members will make an immediate and positive impact and aligns our reinstatement policy with the needs of both the service members and the military services. Maybe for some 4 years felt like too much, given what had been done to them. We hope, too, entices warriors of conscience to come back.
Well, that's a failure. Pete Hegseth definitely being creepy. Saying that all of those great patriots who left the service because they thought the vaccine was going to turn them into magnets or something. All those people can come back. No big deal. No questions asked. Unless you're gay. Or lesbian. Or trans. Or queer. Or some other sort of DEI thing. Now, you will be shocked to hear that Peter Hegseth is not that popular.
There is no briefing from the Pentagon today, but when they do brief, many people, including us, we've observed you almost get two briefings at once. You get the chair of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, who gives a nuts and bolts review of the facts in the ground and in the air over Iran. And then you also get what is really a very political briefing from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, with almost campaign-like rhetoric and terminology. So how is that being received? With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Etten. So how popular is the Secretary of Defense and what he's doing?
Pete Hegseth and those briefings are going over like a lead balloon. What are we talking about? Let's take a look here. Look at the net approval, net popularity rating for Pete Hegseth in recent polling. You look at Quinnipiac. Look at this. 15 points underwater. You think that's low? Why don't we go over to Yahoo YouGov? Even lower. Way down there at minus 18 points. Come over to this side of the aisle. Look at independents. This has been the story of the Trump presidency, and it is the story of Pete Hegseth. You think you see unpopularity overall? Look at independents, even lower, minus 28 points among independents, according to Quinnipiac. And then taking the cake, look at this. 33 points underwater Pete Hegseth is with independents, according to Yahoo YouGov. As I said at the beginning, he's going over like a lead balloon, not just overall, but especially with independents.
Oh, poor Pete. But he was so popular at his fraternity and in his unit when they were doing war crimes in Iraq. But it seems as a Department of War secretary, he's incredibly unpopular with America. Oh, that's awkward. That's very awkward.
It's weird. The type of political partisan language he uses is a break from almost every Secretary of Defense in the past that I can certainly think of. So how does his popularity compare to those past secretaries?
Yeah, past secretaries of defenses at a time of war, this early on in the war, tend to be very popular, very different. I mean, just look at this slide. Secretary of Defense's net popularity at this point in the Gulf War. Look at Dick Cheney. He was 62 points above water. Look at Donald Rumsfeld, who of course became unpopular later, but at the beginning of the Iraq War, look at this. He was 58 points above water. Pete Hegseth, I mean, look at this. It's just completely on the other side of the aisle, 17.
Yeah, I hate to do this, but this only proves further,
it's science,
scientifically, that
there's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me. Fool me, you can't fool me again. Also, Pete Hegseth is terrible. More and final, at least technically final, Pete Hegseth related video with I've Had It podcast.
All right, I went viral a month or two ago because I accurately called a lot of Bible thumpers religious addicts. And I went viral on the right among religious addicts who went nuts for me putting a mirror up to them. So I want you to think about how the United States of America shut up about Jesus? A lot of the talk is, oh, these are crazy religious freaks in Iran, and we have to go save them, and we're going to go prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon that they don't even want, and that we had an agreement for them not to have. And so we have all these lies from these people who are so concerned about religious extremism. Listen right here to the Secretary of Defense. I refuse, out of spite and principle, to call him the Secretary of War. It's stupid. All right, play the clip.
Same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ.
A what now?
Jesus Christ is right. That is complete insanity. He
Jesus
is a
ain't say that.
religious fanatic. He is a religious addict who personally, because he was grown up with so much religious indoctrination, is not right with God.
Not right with God. Yeah, because he was indoctrinated by people who didn't actually seemingly read the Bible. They just used it as a weapon against their enemies. All right, people, we're making progress on the list here tonight. I'm afraid to look at my feed, but I have to do it soon. How are we doing on time? 8.5 hours? Jesus Christ, we've been going a long ass time. Oh, we've been going a long ass time.
What the fuck is going on?
I've also lost my place again. This has happened many numerous times. All right, before we stop talking about the Trump administration, got a couple more videos here. Little Marco Rubio. Actually, this is not about little Marco Rubio.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Don't worry about little Marco. You're not up yet. You're not up next. Let's talk about how the Trump administration got rid of all of the people that, I don't know, understood the Middle East before any of this ever went down.
What you talking about?
In the middle of an international crisis like the war with Iran, the State Department would usually be at the center of the action. But interviews with more than a dozen current and former officials say that the department is understaffed, demoralized, and struggling to fulfill its basic functions. More than 4,000 employees have left the department since the beginning of 2025. And interviews with
Gotta pause real quick. We're gonna have to go back. I just read some unfortunate. For a while, you and I, we were on the same page, but I feel like you've taken a very hard and sudden turn to the right that I don't appreciate so much. Talking to you, reasonable. But please, let's avoid what you're doing right now. These are unacceptable. The things that you're saying about Jews. Look, you can have criticisms of Israel, but not anti-Semitic rantings. These are two different things. I'd prefer that you make a distinction on. Otherwise, you are, dabbling in genuine anti-Semitism. I don't appreciate it.
In the middle of an international crisis like the war with Iran, the State Department would usually be at the center of the action. But interviews with more than a dozen...
Okay, you've clearly not learned your lesson. You're just doubling down on your hate rhetoric, so you are getting timed out. How do you time out? How do the mods time people out? You're getting a full 24 hours for this nonsense. Full 24.
This is ridiculous!
Officials.
Sadly, we are going modless on YouTube and Twitch right now, somehow. Somehow we ain't got no mods on YouTube or Twitch. Somehow I gotta keep the stream going and also keep order over here.
Say that the department is understaffed, demoralized, and struggling to fulfill its basic functions. More than 4,000 employees have left the department since the beginning of 2025. And interviews with officials say that these losses are having a profound impact on the department's ability to deliver services to American citizens and to advise policymakers in the midst of what is a growing war in the Middle East. For example, the State Department's Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs would typically be responsible for American diplomacy in the wider Middle East. But that bureau doesn't have a current Senate-confirmed head, and a lot of its mid-level managers are much more junior than they were under the Biden administration. In addition, the Middle East region is lacking in a number of important ambassadorships. 8 of the 14 countries that the U.S. told citizens to evacuate from actually lack an ambassador right now.
It's an insane figure. I just want to hear that one more time.
8 of the 14 countries that the U.S. told citizens to evacuate from actually lack an ambassador right now.
8 of the 14 countries that the United States told American citizens to evacuate from do not have U.S. ambassadors. This is incompetence at the highest level. We're just like unprepared for this entire thing. We just like rushed into it, like without any consideration, without any real diplomacy. We actually avoided it. We actually had planned diplomatic talks on the Saturday when this all went down. BCAT, have you read the messages that chatter posted? They're horrifying. They're I was sitting here like for a while thinking they were just a normal chatter, and then they just went off the deep end. All right, before we get done talking about the Trump administration, one last clip from CNN on some of the inner workings of the Trump administration. Let's go back to talking about Joe Kent, who doubled down yesterday on his claim that there was no intelligence of a planned attack by Iran. No imminent threat.
Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either.
The president's former top counterterror official is doubling down on claims he made in his resignation letter yesterday, where he argued Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States. Now the administration disputes what Joe Kent is alleging. But as for who had the president's ear before the war began, Kent has said some voices within the administration were shut out from the decision making.
A good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president. There was robust debate and robust discussions leading up to the 12-day war into Midnight Hammer. But this second round, to me, and I'm sure others will refute this and disagree with me, but what was conducted by just a handful of small of advisors around the president.
Joining me now, former advisor to Vice President Mike Pence and Homeland Security Advisor during Trump's first term, Olivia Troy. She also worked at the National Counterterrorism Center. Also here, former Senior Communications aide Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo, T.W. Origi.
I can't do it. I can never listen to any of these CNN roundtables. They're one of my least favorite things to do. They're never really... I just can't. They're just... ugh. They're so trash. Like, I'll listen to them, like, recap a story with a couple of clips. But to have to listen to these talking heads over here that they find, I don't know where they find these people. It's just a waste of time. Speaking of a waste of time, Sanae Takaichi, the new Prime Minister of Japan, made a trip to the United States yesterday, meeting with Donald Trump at the White House. This was her statement to Japanese Congress? Parliament? Parliament, right? Oh my god. My brain is broke. Anyways, new Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. With words.
As I mentioned earlier, we intend to clearly convey what we can and cannot do in accordance with Japanese law. The U.S. should already be well aware of Japan's legal framework from the past experience.
Does Trump really know about Japanese law?
When Prime Minister Abe was in office, he carefully explained Japan's constitution and made it clear that what cannot be done simply cannot be done. If Trump has forgotten about it, we will convey this to him clearly.
Yes. I'm sure Donald Trump remembers everything that Shinzo Abe told him. There's no way he forgot any of that. Won't need to be reminded. Perfectly competent individual. Perfect MRI, perfect cognitive test.
You have a mental health problem.
Great to have you.
All right, hold on.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have you, and we have a very special person. Just won a tremendous election in a record-setting fashion, so you have something in common. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have you, and we have a very special person. Just won a tremendous election in a record-setting fashion, so you have something in common. And I was very proud and honored to endorse the Prime Minister because of the fact that I felt she was really good. I thought she did a fantastic job. I respect her a lot, so I gave her an endorsement. And she had the most successful election, in my opinion, in the history of Japan, won by the most ever.
Perfect brain and also mind. Everyone's saying it. All the doctors are telling me I have a perfect brain mind. Well, we can't listen to that whole thing. I can't listen to that whole thing. It's 30 minutes long. And it was incredibly shameful. But there was one particular moment that I, at least in my mind, felt like perhaps the most shameful of all of the things. That he said, although difficult to quantify, but this may actually be one of the dumbest things he said so far in his presidency. In terms of diplomaticness, right? In terms of the, at least, one would think Japan is an ally, right? Now, of course, they're here to try and convince us to stop doing the war in Iran because it's affecting them and other Asian countries for multiple reasons, including defense, but also oil, of course. But like, you can't tell me that he isn't isn't interested in making like a particular impression in all of this. And yet he says this next thing, which is maybe the most undiplomatic thing that you could possibly come up with. You have the Japanese Prime Minister in front of you. What do you say? In the middle of waging a war in the Middle East.
Why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran?
One thing you don't want to signal too much, you know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me,
Right.
do you believe in...
Look how uncomfortable she looks. Look how incredibly uncomfortable she looks. Like, I'm deathly ashamed and embarrassed.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I can't believe he says that. Oh my god. First off, it's 2025. We occupy Japan. Like, they're basically practically a vassal state of the United States. I mean, not quite. But it's insane that he's here. He's basically shaming her in front of for Pearl Harbor, something that happened when he was like 2 years old or something. It's just one of the most demented possible things I could think of. Like, I wouldn't have thought of it. Me personally, honestly, I wouldn't have thought of it. But your president, Donald Trump. Japanese, they know surprise. Have you heard of Pearl Harbor before? They didn't tell us about that one.
How rude.
This guy is fucking.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
European gas prices have soared by around 35% after a series of attacks on crucial energy infrastructure in the Gulf. Qatar said an Iranian strike had caused substantial damage to its main gas facility, the biggest in the world, while there were also attacks on refineries in Kuwait and Israel. The price of Brent crude also rose to around $112 a barrel. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth insisted that their strategy was on track, without giving any indication of when the war might end, while Iran warned that it would act with zero restraint if attacks on its infrastructure continued. Here's our economics editor, Helia Ibrahimi.
This is the single biggest source of gas power in the world. South Pars gas field now on fire. The attack and counterattack across Pars, but also Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Haifa in Israel, has ratcheted the war up to new highs. Gas prices shot up by more than 30%, oil surging again, the bedrock of global energy now doubling since the crisis began, and the cost of UK debt leaping as the Bank of England warns of the inflation shock to come.
It's been a hectic night, hectic evening. And I think for the first time, we really saw that sort of the energy infrastructure of the Middle East was involved in this. But this is the heart of the gas industry being attacked, a significant escalation, because this will have impact not only on prices today and supply and demand today, but potentially also supply of LNG for the rest of the year.
The North Field, an energy resource like no other.
But Qatar Energy CEO confirmed fears today, saying Iran's attacks had wiped out 17% of the country's LNG capacity for at least 3 to 5 years. On the back of that news, anxieties deepened across global markets. The Bank of England said there was no doubt inflation would now be higher.
We've held interest rate today because there has been, of course, a huge change since we last met as a committee, and that is the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East and the impact that's having on energy prices, and therefore is and will have in terms of prices in this country.
It's not just at the fuel pump. UK households now face a squeeze on their mortgages too. Not only were interest rates not cut today, but traders now think we face at least 2 hikes, possibly 3 this year alone. And it wasn't just the Bank of England sounding the alarm.
The war in the Middle East is a downside risk to the euro area economy, adding to the volatile global policy environment. A prolonged war could increase energy prices further, erode incomes, and make firms and households more reluctant to invest and spend.
There's 1,800 trillion cubic feet of gas shared between Qatar and Iran. Iranian gas is critical for keeping the lights on in Iran. It's used in homes, industry, and even 2 million cars.
Yeah, there's war continues to cause economic disruption and problems for everyone. But Iran seems to be playing the long game. They seem to be not at all interested in engaging the United States again in diplomacy. And honestly, Israel doesn't seem at all interested in engaging anyone in diplomacy. Not just Iran.
In a major escalation in the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, Israel bombed Iran's South Pars gas field, the largest known natural gas reserve in the world. Iran responded by attacking key energy infrastructure in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran launched 2 attacks in Qatar on Ras Laffan, the largest liquefied natural gas production facility in the world.
Israel's attack on South Pars comes days after Israel assassinated 3 more top Iranian figures: Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, Iran's intelligence chief, Ismail Khatib, and the head of the besieged military, Gholamreza Soleimani. In the latest sign the war on Iran could be just beginning, Reuters is reporting President Trump's considering deploying thousands of more U.S. troops to the Middle East. The Pentagon's also asked for $200 billion from Congress. We're joined now by Vali Nasser, an Iranian-American professor of international affairs and Middle East studies at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, SAIS. He's the author of Iran's Grand Strategy, A Political History. His recent piece for the Financial Times is headlined, "Iran is Playing a Long Game." He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being with us, Professor.
By the way, that's just for everybody. That's $666 for every American, essentially, give or take, for that extra $200 billion on top of the $1.5 trillion military budget that already exists. It's ridiculous.
If you can start off by saying exactly what you mean. I think something that people in the United States hear very little of. What is Iran's long game? Tell us about who you believe the leadership is right now in Iran.
Yeah, I'm glad while we're spending $1 billion a day and they're asking for another $200 billion and they're spending $1.5 trillion a year on the military itself and all of that, right? Well, we're spending all of that money. I'm just glad we don't have health care and that billionaires don't have to pay their fair share, you know? That's the only thing. Because if we had health care and billionaires had to pay their fair share, that would be an unfair world we'd all be living in. That'd be some sort of dystopia, some sort of hellscape none of us could possibly live in. Sounds like communism.
China! The communists!
Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to do.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. You believe the leadership is right now in Iran and what they are doing?
Iran is following a strategy that was conceived after the June war, the 12-day war they had with Israel. And it's being implemented systematically by commanders, decision makers in government and in the military. It's not dependent on one decision maker, as we saw that Israel killed Iran's supreme leader, and yet Iran was immediately able to retaliate and engage in the war. Iran has established a way of governing and fighting, which is called mosaic military strategy, mosaic government management, which is not dependent on one person. And it understood that it's going against much more powerful militaries, Israel and the United States, and it's not going to fight their war. It's going to fight the war that it wants. It's willing to absorb the hits that it's getting from Israel and the United States, and it thinks the longer that the war goes on, the less Israel and the United States would be able to defend against Iranian missiles because they're going to run out of interceptors. They had calculated the war would be quick. They have plenty of offensive bombs, but they don't have sufficient defenses. And we're seeing that more and more of Iran's deadly missiles are landing in Israel. They're landing in the Gulf. And also Iran decided to wage a longer war on global energy and the global markets using drones, mines, low-level ammunition, not necessarily ballistic missiles.
Damn, we got like 300 people watching right now between the tri-stream with the Galactic tri-stream. By the way, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit that like button. Do consider subscribing on YouTube and following if you're on Twitch. While you're at it, do not forget that this programming is brought to you by viewers like you. Without your donations, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we got a lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and Throne. All great ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. All right, back to the programming here.
To be falling short.
Professor Nasser, if you could comment on the fact that the U.S. has deployed now, or is in the process of deploying, 2,500 Marines to the region, because, of course, you've mentioned Iran's war, essentially, on the global economy in a way to impact both America and Israel, who have much larger militaries. So in this asymmetric warfare, the Strait of Hormuz is a central question, its effective closure. But now with these 2,500 Marines in the region who will reportedly be tasked with working towards reopening the strait, how does that change the equation for Iran, if at all?
Well, it's not very clear what 2,000 Marines can do, and they cannot arrive in the region immediately at any rate. It takes them 10 days to 2 weeks to be there. Perhaps the president was calculating that either there's a scenario in which that they could attack the northern shores of the Persian Gulf, the shore where Iran is sitting on top of the Straits of Hormuz, or capture some Iranian islands, either the Kharg Island, where Iran exports most of its oil from and the U.S. has already attacked, or other islands. But I think after the United States and Israel tried to put pressure on Iran by attacking its gas field, and then we saw how Iran retaliated, this whole strategy may no longer be working. In fact, we saw President Trump in a posting on Truth Social back away from taking responsibility for Israel's attack on the Iranian gas field and saying Israel will not do it anymore. Will not do it anymore means that the U.S. is probably having second thoughts about very aggressive attacks on Iran in the Gulf as well, because it now understands that Iran can escalate in ways that the United States cannot defend against. You know, the way Iran attacked the Qatari gas field and refinery could also be visited on Saudi oil facilities on a much larger scale, UAE, at ports that send oil around the world. And so U.S. is finding itself in a situation where it's threatening Iran. It wants to threaten escalation and escalate, but it's not able to prevent Iran's counter-escalation and be able to account for the costs of that counter-escalation.
Professor Nasser, you...
Yep. That is what's causing this to all continue to spiral out of the control, further infect the rest of the Middle East with this conflict, and then entrench the United States into this, announcing even more troops earlier today after the fact. I mean, this was from like Friday morning. Later in the day, I believe they announced an even larger number than 2,000, what it was quoted, right? Or actually, maybe not. No, it was. I think it was 45. I think it was 4,500. Maybe that's total. Maybe the other ones have not made it there yet. Oh, this is all leading me to think, in my personal belief, that an invasion of Harj, or Harg Island, whatever we're calling it, is quite likely. something that's been postulated by many over recent days after the initial strike on that incredibly important island to Iran's oil infrastructure.
And a rare
Donald Trump's
rebuke
claims that
of
they might
Israel
just take
from
it.
the US president. Donald Trump says he knew nothing about Israeli attacks on Iran's South Pars gas field, the largest in the world. The president posted on social media, no more attack will be made by Israel on the area unless Tehran retaliates against Qatar, which of course shares the gas field with Iran. Oil and gas facilities came under attack.
Wow, that's pretty wild. we just crossed over 1,700 subscribers on YouTube. That's pretty crazy. We're making some serious progress lately. Took us so long to get to 1,000 to get fully monetized doing what we do for whatever reason. It took us nearly a year and a half to get 1,000. We've gone from, I think, 1,100 to 1,700 now.
From
Increasing
Iran
by 50% in the last 3 months now. Almost to the day. Since getting back the channel on YouTube. Making big moves, Space Vams. Alright, this one is kind of out of order, and that's my bad. Like I said, I'm not perfect. It's 150 videos. I tried to put in order of chronology and topic as well, but a couple slipped out of my grasp, okay? I'm not shooting 100 today. A little tired. Thank you for the applause, Amanda.
And a rare rebuke of Israel from the US president. Donald Trump says he knew nothing about Israeli attacks on Iran's South Pars gas field, the largest in the world. The president posted on social media, no more attack will be made by Israel on the area unless Tehran retaliates against Qatar, which of course shares the gas field with Iran. Oil and gas facilities came under attack from Iran on Wednesday, including sites in Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Saudi Arabia says it intercepted 4 missiles over Riyadh as foreign ministers from the region met in the capital. CNN's Oren Lieberman joining us now from Jerusalem. And Oren, I want to learn more, if we can, about what happened with the Israeli attack on the Iranian part of the South Pars gas field. What do we know? What do we understand? We've certainly heard from the US president. Anything from the Israeli side?
Becky, before we saw President Donald Trump's response, we had heard from 2 Israeli officials that the attack was coordinated with the United States. And that, of course, is no surprise. Since the very first opening strikes nearly 3 weeks ago now, Israel and the U.S. have been coordinated on nearly every aspect of this. And that's not only a testament to the relationship between the U.S. and Israel at the political and military levels, it's also simply necessary to carry out these attacks with so many moving parts in the air, and in the sea all at once. So Israeli officials say the attack on the South Pars gas field was coordinated with the U.S., and it was intentionally targeted at gas and electricity infrastructure, not at oil infrastructure, to insulate the attacks and the price of fuel in the United States from Israel's ongoing attacks. Of course, that didn't work when Iran lashed out and attacked gas and oil infrastructure around the region. But everything we have heard from the Israelis, and we heard it again from a foreign policy advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night on Jake Tapper's show, is that all of this has been coordinated with the U.S. And we've heard that from the U.S. side as well, both political and military. So, Becky, at this point, I think it's very difficult to believe Trump's claim that the U.S. and he knew nothing about the attack on the South Pars gas field because of the coordination we have seen to this very point. The idea that 3 weeks into a war that Israel wants to continue, that Israel would just simply go rogue and carry out attacks that are not coordinated with the U.S. is incredibly hard to believe right now.
What else do we know about the long list of targets that we understand Israel has at this point? They were, it seems, targeted at individuals and groups inside of Iran. I'm just wondering whether this long list includes other.
Okay, I'm gonna move us past this one, even though this is a fairly decent as far as CNN videos go, but this should have been in this list way further back. Like I said earlier, I made a mistake on that one. It is genuinely a difficult task sometimes to prepare for the show. Many times, especially lately. But you know, like, I actually go through and watch basically all of these, or at least listen to them. Try and put them together in a fairly, at least slightly cohesive manner. Lately, since it's just been Iran, it's been just an attempt to filter through the noise, create like a cohesive show to talk about like the issues one at a time, while also going through it chronologically, because I feel like we need the chronological order to be able to know what's happening. I'd rather us not get confused by going back in time randomly. As much as I possibly can. Damn. We've made some progress. How many do I have left? 20. Less than 30, I think. 30 of 140. That's not bad. That's not bad. Our swampeth overfloweth, BCAT is right. BCAT is very right, as usual. Always listen to our galactic mods. They're usually almost always right. Oh, that galactic deficit is looking large right now. We need to raise like $30 a day right now. It's giving me a great deal of anxiety. I'm fine.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
All right, let's go to Israel, where more Iranian missiles hit Haifa. An Israeli oil refinery in what is seen as being a major escalation by some. Al Jazeera from Friday. Right,
Now we continue to cover developments really across the U.S. and Israel war against Iran, developments in the Middle East, developments in the Gulf, developments really across the world. Noor O'Day is southwest of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, monitoring developments in Israel. Noor, there was a strike on the Israeli city of Haifa. Do you know what was hit?
Well, Sarah, we know now, after the Israeli military censor also cleared the information, that the oil refinery in the Haifa Bay was hit, as was the electricity company. There are some power outages reported in the Haifa area. The Israeli Minister of Energy has said that work to repair that damage is ongoing, and there were messages of reassurance to the public that there are no dangers of leaks, petrochemical leaks from that hit to the oil refinery. But this is a significant development, if you will. one that was considered remote even earlier on in the day, when we heard from a member of the Israeli Security Cabinet who was basically mocking countries that were being targeted now by Iran and saying that basically that Israel didn't have oil resources and gas resources to speak of, and that Iran wasn't targeting them. Haifa port is very strategic for Israel. It is home to Israel's navy, to the nuclear submarines, to the oil refineries and the petrochemicals, and now it has been hit. It is not clear whether this was a shrapnel, an interceptor shrapnel, or Iranian missile shrapnel, but the damage is unmistakable.
This all just has continued to escalate throughout the week. It's quite clear, at least to me, that this is all just going to continue to get worse. I don't see an off-ramp right now. Nobody's rushing. Nobody is fucking rushing to, at least on the, in the group of people that are bombing each other or doing the bombings. There is no one rushing to the table. In my opinion, Iran would be more likely to come to the table if they didn't feel like this was crossing a particular line. You know, it's a second invasion in less than a year. A second invasion literally happening on the night of leading into supposed peace talks. Why would you go to do more peace talks after that? How fucking stupid do you have to be? This is all just escalating very quickly.
We're going to focus in the next few minutes on a story that's been breaking, and that is the attack on the South Pars gas field. This news coming to us from a news agency linked to the Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran. It's reported the fire teams were dispatched to contain that blaze. South Pars is a portion of the world's largest natural gas field. It's shared by Iran and Qatar. The Qatari Foreign Ministry condemned the attack as dangerous and irresponsible. What affects one side of the field does have the potential to affect another. It's one big basin, and the two countries do liaise on how they manage it.
Do you think there's an off-ramp left? There's always an off-ramp. It's just entirely dependent on if America allows Israel to... If America cuts Israel out of the equation, there's your off-ramp, right? The off-ramp will never happen as long as Israel is still leading the pack. I think Israel doing this unironically will create an off-ramp because like Israel, with collaboration with the American government, by the way,
I'd love to know when's that gonna happen. That's what I'd like to know. When will the United States government be cutting off Israel?
Immediately, if not sooner.
At least according to Barak, Israel's most loyal soldier, Ravid, Barak Unit 8200 Ravid, reported that this was in partnership. This strike on the Iranian gas fields was actually in partnership with the American side, or at least they informed the American side that they were going to do this, and they were not stopped. For that reason, it leads me to believe that Israel is trying to get Iran to go up the escalation ladder and retaliate, which is, I suspect, already has happened. I don't know. I was on a podcast, so I don't know if they did. But like America might come out and say, we didn't authorize this, but as long as
something which Iran seems perfectly willing to oblige Israel, right? Like Iran seems to be perfectly prepared to do exactly that. Oh, you want us to escalate and retaliate? Okay.
Might come out and say we didn't authorize this, but as long as they don't actually stop Israel, or as long as they don't actually turn around and restrain Israel in some way, it's utterly irrelevant. And Iran, I suspect, is already striking back, which will absolutely melt the energy markets because, you know, it's tit for tat. It's tit for tat. Israel doesn't want an off-ramp, and the faster America recognizes that, or the faster they understand.
I'm just glad that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have to pay higher taxes. Because that would be unfair. You know? I'm just glad that we can all collectively pay for this and not ask for the fair share of billionaires. So yeah, I mean collectively minus the fair share of billionaires. Pay for this together. So really, when you think of it, the share of each American is actually probably higher than 666 because of the massive deficit, like the sort of gap between what effective taxes for billionaires are and for
saying that this is going to be punishing for them. The easier things will be. This is the goal of the Iranian government right now, which is to offer enough of a military deterrence going up the escalation ladder as they get hit over and over again to literally strike at the heart of capital. Capitalism is very powerful. It's a domineering force. It's the hegemonic cultural attitude. It's the
At this point, I'm fairly certain we're going to get like a literal Operation Epstein Fury tax, like for every transaction. It'll be like a tariff, but it'll just apply to literally everything you buy in the United States. For every dollar you spend $17 and... I'm sorry, 17 cents, 17.76 cents. Because it's America. 17.76% of every dollar you spend will go to funding Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Don't you feel freer already? You feel freer already. I'm overwhelmed with the amount of freedom I'm experiencing. Maybe Kyle Kalinske will bring me down on that feeling of great patriotism that I'm feeling right now.
All right, guys, I got a whole bunch of war updates for you, and as per usual, it is really, really bad. I struggle to come up with the language to like adequately get across to you just how bad this is. I feel like words don't do it justice, and every time I look at what's going on now, I have that sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, like, oh my God, like the world might be barbecue chicken, like it might be a wrap on the world, okay? So let me start with this. The Daily Mail put out a piece the other day, and it says the following: how we're just 4 months away from Armageddon. If Iran's oil war doesn't end, there's going to be bread riots, starvation, flights canceled, and cars banned. Okay? This is what people are talking about now. And you know what? They're not wrong. And in fact, even though gas has now shot up to like $3.90 on average in the US per gallon, this is...
I gotta say, and I don't know this for sure, and this is just me, but, you know, I care about Kyle. I find his content to be generally good. And I would hate for him to die pulling an Alex Jones over here, driving like 60 miles per hour down the highway, filming a fucking dash cam YouTube vid. I mean, pal, why can't you just park? Why can't Kyle just park and take it? Or just go home? Like, I'm glad he wants to get it out as fast as possible, but I mean, this is a little ridiculous.
Has now shot up to like $3.90 on average in the US per gallon. This is still just the calm before the storm, bro. And when I'm looking at what's happening around the world, it's almost like COVID. Like, you see certain countries like start to break a little bit, start to have a bunch of cases, the hospitals start to get overrun, and you look at that and you're like, oh man, that's crazy. Well, I guess we're kind of lucky it's not happening here, right? And then, you know, fast forward 6 months, 7 months, whatever it is, and boom, it's happening there too, right? The same fucking thing is happening here. There are countries that are, you know, more prone to being impacted by an oil supply shock, and there's others that are less prone. But remember, a lot of these are our ally nations, and there's massive consequences if they get hit That frays the relationship between the United States on top of everything else Donald Trump has done. It alienates us from the world. It isolates us from the world. And again, it's gonna fucking keep going. Like, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna affect food. It's gonna affect all sorts of goods. Like, your Amazon fucking deliveries won't be able to be delivered because we are running fucking low on jet fuel and they gotta cancel all these flights, right? So, like, people are not really thinking about all of the long-term consequences of this, but they should be, okay? Now, I also have this. And Jeff Stein tweeted this the other day, formerly of the Washington Post. He's leaving in.
By the way, speaking of delivery, I because of all this, I just decided to like put money on my credit card to like buy a part for my e-bike before, because like almost they're all like sold in China. I bought it from AliExpress. Like, I've never used AliExpress before, but because the Space Fams crowdfunded the e-bike for me, like I needed this part. I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy it from AliExpress. It has been fucking terrible. I've used Timo in the past and they've been perfectly fine, honestly, but holy fuck, AliExpress is trash on the customer service. You can't. I've been waiting like 3 days. They sent me the wrong fucking thing. They sent me the wrong thing. I've been waiting like 2 days for a response. I know some people have had like mixed. It's been I've heard mixed experiences about both. But I did it because I was like, this is gonna cost me more. Like, it's almost a guarantee this is gonna cost me more in like a couple months, right? Summer kicks in, people are traveling more, and the Operation Epstein Fury is still going. And I don't know, maybe Terror War starts again. Who knows? Crazy.
By the way, he was like, I can't fucking stand what this place has become. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Fuck the Washington Post. I'm out. So everybody go follow Jeff Stein and definitely, sign up for whatever his new venture is, because he deserves your support and he's a real one, okay? But he said this, Scoop, the Pentagon asked the White House today for more than $200 billion for Iran war supplemental, sources say. You have got to be fucking kidding me. They're asking for $200 billion for an illegal and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us, that has already made it so that we're basically in World War III and the global economy is going to plunge into a depression.
Well, thank you, Kyle, for that update from your car on the highway.
Illegal.
Is that illegal? Probably not. It's hands-free. He lives in the South, right? There's no laws in the South. You tend to get all of your stuff off AliExpress. Well, hey, some people, like I said, I've heard some people having good experiences on AliExpress. That's why I tried using them. And they still have time, technically, to get back to me based upon their little timer. So I'm giving them time for a completely rushed to judgment. Right now, so far, I'm very disappointed in comparison to other sort of, situations. Customer service situations I've run into. I've just been sort of horrified by it. Also, you're in Australia. So maybe, right? Aren't you in Australia? Maybe AliExpress cares more about you than they do me.
China! I have to have my China.
All right, let's keep making our way through the past to the present. Al Jazeera English from yesterday. Iran war. Can the U.S. still protect the Gulf? World police? America? It's a fair question, actually. mean, it doesn't seem like we're doing a super great job of that right now, and we're already spending an ungodly amount of money. Does not bode well for the future.
Hello, this is America, friend to many Gulf nations, but for how long? See, Iranian missiles are not landing here in the United States. They're hitting countries like Qatar, like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Iraq, nations that have traditionally had beneficial relations with Washington. So can this Western superpower continue to protect them? And if it can't, what does that mean for their future? We're going to be looking at that in more detail shortly. But first, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. In a moment, we'll look at how America's role as an ally is impacting those deep ties with Gulf nations, because the war again escalated overnight. And while the US is claiming to have no prior knowledge of Israel's attacks on Iran's gas fields, Donald Trump says he told Benjamin Netanyahu not to go ahead.
I told him don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss. You know, we do. We're independent. We get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
Too little, too
what
late.
now?
Because Iran's retaliation on its neighbours has left Gulf states worried they're being left dangerously exposed, geographically, politically, and economically. It was only 6 months ago the US president said an attack on Qatar would be treated as a threat to the peace and security of the US. So, where is America now? Because Gulf states have spent years and years and trillions of dollars investing in relationships with the USA. Now, events unfolding have left some wondering if this is the beginning of a new regional order. Osama bin Javed has this report.
UAE is like the banker for Iran. They're like the banker. Qatar, their neighbors, they got along okay. Saudi Arabia, all of a sudden, Kuwait is getting hit. Bahrain is getting, all these countries are getting hit. There was no expert that would say that was going to happen. It's not a question of like, gee, should you have known? And if we did know, big deal. I mean, we have to do what we have to do.
If we did know, a big deal. That's a fascinating immediate backtracking for the president in the middle of that statement. And if we did know, no big deal. Nobody could have known it, even if we did. No big deal. Those two things seem to fly in the face of one another. Because when he says nobody could have known, it makes you feel like, oh, this is like a big deal. That was a completely unexpected situation. Then he's like, but if we did, it was no big deal. But if this is a completely unexpected situation that nobody would have known, wouldn't it have been nice to know it? To get ahead of it, I guess. That's just my thinking. And of course, we did know. All the experts knew. And in fact, we should have thought about it before doing it.
That indifference has shaken trust and confidence, a phrase that's being repeated across the Gulf in Majlis gatherings and social media. Those who rely on America for protection wake up exposed. As the US-Israel war with Iran escalates, the Gulf is confronting a difficult question. Has the United States failed to protect its closest allies? The relationship was built on a clear understanding. The United States would provide security, the Gulf would provide stability, energy, investment, and strategic access. Missiles and drones have struck targets across the region. Oil infrastructure and shipping lanes are under threat, and yet the response from Washington has been muted. Saudi analysts warn the war risks pulling Gulf states into a dangerous confrontation without clear long-term support from Washington. In Doha, the contradiction is especially stark. Qatar hosts one of the largest US military presence in the region. It has invested heavily in the American economy, and it has played a central diplomatic role from Afghanistan to Gaza. But
all of that is completely meaningless as all of this goes on. Peace is as far from the minds of the people doing all the bombing as it possibly could be, as it would seem. And As a result, Qatar has seen a fair amount of bombing. And to be fair, honestly, the peace, like I've been saying, even before this, felt like it was getting further. Even with the declaration of the peace in the Middle East. Remember that? Oh my God! Does everybody remember that? Donald Trump declaring peace in the Middle East. That whole thing. Oh my God! We had to hear about all this stupid fucking shit. Where in the hell is that? 8647 says Heather Play. Yeah. I think we need to be out of old 47. Take that off the menu. I hear some people want Joe Biden back in.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Benjamin Netanyahu asked about Donald Trump's criticism of Israel's strike on an Iranian Qatari
Next question, one question, Guy Azriel from
field.
I-24 News.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Guy Azriel, I-24 News. President Trump said today he did not like the Israeli strike on the Iranian gas fields. My question to you, was the president aware of Israel striking that gas field? Did you approve it? And please, if you may, do you see any signs that the Iranian regime is collapsing? And what assurances do you give the Israeli public that if it does stand on its feet, we will not see another wave of a war with Iran in maybe 5 or 10 years?
Well, I'll say two things. Fact number one, Israel acted alone against the Slawiya gas compound. Fact number two, President Trump asked us to hold off on future attacks, and we're holding out. What do we see? What happens if are there any signs that the Iranian regime is cracking? A lot of signs. A lot of signs. I wish I could divulge all of them, but I see that. But will I tell you, will I commit right now that it's going to collapse? I can tell you that we're working to create the conditions for it to collapse, but it may survive, it may not. If it survives, it'll be a lot weaker. There's no comparison. It'll be at its weakest point. Shorn of industries that it built over decades. And in partnership with our American allies, we can do amazing things. Amazing things. As Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said, these are the two most amazing, one of the greatest writers of the 20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the...
Oh my God, it's true. I mean, I don't know if he realizes just how evil he sounds, but he sounds like an evil villain talking about how, like, evil will triumph. Look, no matter how, how good some people might be out there, evil will prevail if you're powerful enough. Yeah, no kidding. Evil will prevail if you're powerful enough, says the dude literally doing a genocide. Love the tinfoil hat, thanks. Is that a Canadian? Oh, Canadian in the vertical chat. We got viewers from all over the frickin' place. It's lovely. Thank you. I can take it off technically, but it's Somebody already paid for it. Paid for it with space bucks over on Twitch. I need it to protect me
Qatar
from,
Energy just
all the... Gotta protect myself from, like, the 5G and the conspiratorial thoughts that I'm always thinking over here.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Of course, I'm being mostly sarcastic, although sometimes we get into rather conspiratorial thoughts, not gonna lie. Especially when we get talking Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Now, so they may have to
Things
declare
like
force
that.
majeure on long-term contracts for up to 5 years, dude. We have escalated into worst-case scenario territory overnight, and it literally happened because Israel struck the gas fields. Just remember, Israel struck the gas fields. Iran and Qatar share that gas field. Force majeure means force closure is done. They're packing it up. Like, they're packing up the contracts. They just don't have the capability. That is an unbelievable energy crisis. That's precisely the reason why Donald Trump came out last night and said this dumbass Truth Social post that I replied to. I said, everybody panic now. Statement from President Trump on the South Pars gas field. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. I mean, I just didn't think that the end of the world would be so funny at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, this man is a wordsmith, brother. What do you mean? Out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as the South Pars gas field in Iran. Like, Israel just got real mad. Who knows why? And then they just lashed out at a facility. It's so funny.
It's super weird. It's very weird.
It's weird.
Why would they do that? Very out of character for Israel. Very abnormal behavior for the IDF.
Describe Israel escalating its unlimited bombing campaign to new targets that are predictably going to cause...
Australia here. We actually have a bunch of Canadian and Australian viewers around here. It's fascinating. Unfortunately, I don't have an Australian sound shot. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I failed you. I failed all of Australia. All of my Australian viewers. We have at
energy
least two
collapse
watching
in the world. And it's just the way he tries to describe it is like the New York Times.
Although you're split up. One of you's on vertical stream, the other one's on horizontal stream. Maybe at one point you two will meet in between. I don't know.
Trying to write about an incident where Israel blew up a school with orphans or something. You know what I mean? You know how like the New York Times loves never putting the blame directly on Israel when Israel has blown up yet another, orphanage or whatever? That's Donald Trump's own version of like passive voice, but he's obviously incapable of writing in passive voice because he's...
Yeah, so Megastar gets it. The tinfoil hat protects against 5G and real conspiracies.
Not the New York Times editor, right? Like the New York Times editor has spent decades upon decades correcting and perfecting its passive voice when it comes time to like writing about police-involved shooting incidents, right? As though bullets materialize out of thin air. And the same thing for Israel, right? So when Donald Trump tries to do that, it just comes across very funny. Like it's...
All right, we're going right back to Hassan in a second, so I'm not going to sit here and listen to Hassan about this that we've already talked about in great detail. He's sort of just saying about a bunch of stuff that's already kind of been said by me. Space Hassan.
You are not funny. A communist.
All right. So yeah, I got another Hassan fucking video in a moment here. when we get talking more in depth about the troops supposedly heading to the Middle East. State of affairs on that situation. Warrior mentality, everybody. Brought to you by Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. Pete Hegseth, the guy who loves America so much he has to desecrate the flag by wearing it all the time. Not weird at all. Heather Black, welcome to Galactic Individuality. Thank you for taking the plunge. $3 well spent. Good life decision right there. You now have access to a bunch of things, including some sweet, sweet space emotes for your chatting purposes. Thank you, Heather.
We want to show you.
Whoopsies, what did I do?
I made some live pictures from Iranian state television, which is reading out a recorded statement by the supreme leader on the occasion of the Persian New Year. This is the second statement by Moshtaba Khamenei since he was appointed. It's being read on television. Let's listen.
What has happened in the time? We are now about to approach the year 1405. We need to say something. We have said...
Yeesh. Oh my God. Yeah, we got nearly 50,000 views on the vertical stream tonight. That's crazy. I kind of assumed it would be fairly large because the view numbers have been pretty good, but 50 thou. 50 thou. I'll be rich. Sadly, that's not true because I make next to nothing on, I'll probably make like $1. I'll probably make like a whole $1 from ads on short streams. It's really not a lot of money in the vertical ads at all.
Bye to our dear guest, the holy month of Ramadan. This holy...
Still though, that's a lot of views. Come on. If it's got views, it's news, as we all know.
Month,
write that down.
That during which your hearts went to Allah Almighty to ask His mercy, and Allah.
And actually, that one I gotta give. I think I don't know if it's copyright, but certainly trademark R.M. Brown.
Arun Brown.
That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube, of course, whom you should be subscribed to.
Almighty has bestowed on us His mercy, and Allah Almighty has bestowed on us the good mercy that we need and that we deserve. The people will be strong, we will be strong, and when it comes to your wishes and your aspirations, I want to assure that the more we know ourselves, the more achievements we will be able to do and to achieve. During the month of Shawwal, we are waiting the gift of Allah Almighty, and I hope Allah Almighty, after your presence day and night, will give us the good gift that we deserve. After the ceremony of Al-Quds Day, I am sure Allah Almighty, and I ask Allah Almighty to bestow His mercy on us and to make our hearts happy and to make our souls happy and to be always stronger and always aware.
Okay, I'm going to skip to the end of this statement from Iran's supreme leader. Where is it? Hold on. Not there. Where?
Spread in our region, and we have also big numbers of Iranians who are residents in some of our neighboring countries. we have the same strategic interests in the face of those who are behaving in a rude way. And all of these elements can be, either together or individually, an important element in the decisive confrontation. Our neighbors are very important to us, and I know, for example, that Pakistan, for example, is quite an important country in the viewpoints of our martyr leader, and he suffered because of the floods that have threatened the lives of the people of Pakistan. I thought and I expressed my viewpoint in so many occasions regarding this matter. I'd like our neighbors, I would like Afghanistan and Pakistan to have good relations together for the sake of Allah Almighty and for the sake of not creating rifts amongst the Muslims. And I'm ready to take whatever they need in order to achieve this. In Turkey, in Oman, who have good relations between themselves and with us, there were not at all any statement from Iran or any statement from the resistance that can create rifts between them. This is a tool created and used by our enemy to create problems between Iran and its neighbors.
Well, there we go. The second statement, public statement made by Iran's supreme leader, once again read out by someone else on Iranian state TV. That was from 15 hours ago. So that would have been, what, like noon Eastern Standard Time on Friday? Something like that. Around the same time. France 24 English, talking more about Iran's regime, which continues to endure. Regardless, the United States and Israel's attempts to decapitate it.
Well, for more, we can speak to Paul Taylor, a senior visiting fellow at the European Policy Center. Hello, and thank you for speaking to Paris Direct. Just wondering, what can European or any countries do to help secure the Strait of Hormuz?
Don't really have the capability to fight their way into the Strait of Hormuz, and even if they did, no.
They missed like a good 10 seconds of his. I was sitting back. It took me a second to sit up to the microphone. I was looking at my phone real quick while I was listening to this. Oh my God. Who's doing sound over here? They're like me. They're like, you know what? When things like that happen, it's just nice for me to be reminded I'm not the only one. People with big budgets make the exact same mistake, muting guests for 10 seconds.
Ship owners would want their ships to be escorted under those circumstances. Once the fighting is over, and that will require not only the United States and Israel to stop their attacks on Iran, but also Iran to accept a ceasefire and to stop its retaliation against Gulf countries and their oil and gas infrastructure.
By the way, I actually came up with a way. I mean, everybody here knows that I mute myself accidentally, like once a stream. And I actually came up with a way to do it. Like a physical device, I think, which would act, people were saying I needed a physical device. I think I found it. But I don't want to add it to the throne yet because we're still crowdfunding. It's not even expensive, but the fact is, we're still crowdfunding the financing of the galactic deficit, which is on Orange. I would point out, everybody. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, the only three ways to contribute to the deficit, of course, because sadly, But surely, both YouTube and Twitch, any donos that I see today, we won't see until the 3rd and 4th week of next month, as they pool all of our donations all throughout the month and then wait weeks to send us the check. For whatever reason. They just can't find the money. I don't know. But we see all of those Cash App and PayPal donations, Patreon memberships, and upgrades.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Not that, but feel free. Always, we appreciate. Just to be clear, all forms of donation are fantastic. They all offer different things, you know. So, subs on Twitch, you get more emotes than you do on YouTube. You get slightly different emotes. There's a slightly different set of emotes on YouTube and Twitch. Of course, YouTube, you get different experiences on YouTube and Twitch. All of our streams are on YouTube, so if you're on Twitch, you should be subscribing over on YouTube, and vice versa. You could feed the puppy, right? Like, you can't feed the puppy on YouTube, really. I mean, Frizzla innovated earlier today by bribing me with a super chat, but, you know, other than that, you need space bucks, which you only earn by watching on Twitch. It's literally, you can't even buy them. You have to watch the stream on Twitch. Like that. Like that is the only way. It's the only way to feed the puppy. Physically impossible in other places. Crazy. It's a multi-stream experience. And of course, Patreon members have a different experience as well. In many ways, I feel like you almost want to combine them all. They're very affordable. Memberships on YouTube, $3. Patreon memberships, $3. Twitch, the most expensive. Jeff Bezos needs his money, apparently. It's probably because I set the price on YouTube and Patreon, whereas Jeff Bezos is the one who decides over there.
Aren't I a good guy?
Even though I'm not a billionaire, I'm apparently much more benevolent than old Jeffy Bezos.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. In Lebanon, there are reports of heavy fighting between Hezbollah fighters and Israeli soldiers, backed by air and artillery fire, as Israel pushes ahead with a ground invasion of South Lebanon. More than 1 million people have been displaced by Israeli strikes, evacuation orders as well across Lebanon. The Israeli military has also destroyed several bridges over the Litani River, which connects the south of Lebanon to the rest of the country. Lebanese health officials report more than 1,000 people have been killed and thousands injured since fighting began earlier this month. At least 40 medical workers are among the dead. There are over 100 children who are dead. In a statement, a spokesperson for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights raised concerns of possible war crimes, writing, quote, "In many instances, Israeli airstrikes have destroyed entire residential buildings and dense urban environments with multiple members of the same family, including women and children, often killed together." Such attacks raise serious concerns under international humanitarian law. People displaced by the fighting and living in tents along Beirut's seafront have also been hit. Deliberately attacking civilians or civilian objects amounts to a war crime. In addition, international law provides for specific protections for healthcare workers as well as people at heightened risk, such as the elderly, women, and displaced people, unquote, said a spokesperson for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Fears are growing of a long-term occupation of southern Lebanon. Fighting began following the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, on the first day of the U.S.-Israeli war in Lebanon, prompting Hezbollah to resume firing missiles into northern Israel. For more on what's happening in Lebanon, we go to Beirut, where we are joined by Kareem Chahayeb, correspondent for the Associated Press. I know there's a bit of a delay, Kareem. Just lay out what you're experiencing and what you're reporting on other people experiencing in Lebanon, in Beirut, in the south of Lebanon.
Over the past 3 weeks since this latest conflict or latest war began, things have escalated at such a rapid rate. If you compare this particular war to the last one, less than 2 years ago, what happened over the past 3 weeks is what happened in the past 7 or 8 months. There have been daily airstrikes in southern Lebanon, the southern suburbs, several overnight strikes in central Beirut, and a large displacement, which has really shocked the country. The country at one point was hoping that it was going to restore its economy a bit, improve its regional standing with its relationship with the Gulf and so on. And it had hoped that it was going to, not be involved in this regional conflict with the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran and of course Iran's strikes on the Gulf and this whole regional mess. The Lebanese authorities have been trying their best to stay away from this, and there appeared to have been some conversations with Hezbollah to avoid dragging Lebanon into this. There's a massive humanitarian crisis taking place right now. Beirut is flooded with displaced people. Many are staying in public schools, which have turned into shelters, and many are still on the streets. The impact of the fuel crisis or the cost of petrol because of the energy, the strikes on energy facilities is worsening inflation in Lebanon. And the Lebanese authorities are trying their best, it seems, to try and halt the fighting or bring a calm to the fighting through negotiations. They've offered direct negotiations with Israel. This is a move that France has supported, and France is trying to mediate between the sides. But it doesn't appear that Hezbollah and Israel are interested in this at the moment. Hezbollah said they're committing to fighting, no matter what the costs are at this point, while it doesn't seem like Israel is going to turn back on this ground incursion, these series of ground operations, which looks like it will turn into a wider scale ground invasion at one point or another. So there is no diplomatic off-ramp. There is a humanitarian crisis unfolding in the country, and it doesn't appear that these strikes will stop anytime soon.
So talk more about the possibility of direct negotiations. You reporting that Lebanon's government has broken a taboo by proposing direct talks with Israel. What exactly is being proposed?
So the last time Lebanon and Israel had a series of direct negotiations goes back to the Civil War. Now, since the end of the last war, the Lebanese and the Israelis have engaged in indirect negotiations through UN, French, and American mediation, largely on a military and technical level. Before the war in Iran began, there were efforts to bring about more civilian participation through diplomats, and there was a couple of meetings, and it appeared to have gone well, but these talks have largely broken down since the war in Iran, and then now here in Lebanon as well. As Israel announced the evacuation notice for the Beirut southern suburbs, the entirety of it, and as it appeared...
I mean, by the way, the evacuation of Beirut, I would compare it to like declaring like the suburbs of Chicago to evacuate, or like Miami or something like that. You know, like that's basically millions of people all being told to leave so that Israel can wage an illegal war against its neighbor, which is, because just a reminder, everybody, Israel violated the ceasefire 10,000 times. The fake ceasefire with Hezbollah that people are claiming that Hezbollah violated, but really didn't. They were getting bombed, attacked by Israel for the entire year that fake ass fucking ceasefire supposedly lasted. It was a sham. It's a sham like every other fucking Israeli ceasefire that we've heard about. Where all of the same atrocities continue. But the Western media pretends like they're not.
I'm here
That's
in the
what
old
we're
city of
talking about.
Jerusalem where an Iranian missile attack has left damaged a part of a pathway leading down to some of the holiest sites for Muslims and Jews. The missile was intercepted, Israel's military said, but that left fragments in the air that fell down, blasting open a gate and collapsing a wall on this pathway down to the Western Wall, which is the holiest site in the world where Jews can pray. Now, the Western Wall is next to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's the third holiest site in Islam. And the esplanade it's on is referred to as the Temple Mount by the Jews, and that's considered the holiest site in Judaism.
We're trading UNESCO heritage site strikes. That's where it's come to now. Great. Good. Great and good. That's what we all needed. We just need more history just lost under the rubble. Iranian strike hitting the old city in Jerusalem yesterday. 13 hours ago out of the Associated Press. All right, next to a funeral in Iran around the same time for the slain intelligence minister and his family, who were apparently also killed in this strike.
ما ملت شهادتی و در این راستا انشاءالله به اهدافی که انقلاب اسلامی ایران داره خواهیم رسید. این شهادت ها ما رو زنده تر خواهد کرد و با امید پروردگار رژیم صهیونیستی رو نابود خواهیم کرد. و آنچه که شما الان دارید مشاهده می‌کنید حضور پرشور ملت عزیز ایرانه، ملت قهرمان ایرانه که دائما در صحنه است و صحنه رو از صحنه خارج نخواهند شد تا به پیروزی انشاءالله.
Thousands and thousands of people here in the streets. I'm not sure what city this is, but it is in Iran, of people mourning the loss of another leader in Iran's government. Oh, this week is only where's every little piece of news feels like it gives me slightly less hope for what is to come with all of this. We were told the war was over. A couple days in, Donald Trump was like, actually, the war's over. Iran's army gone. No more. And that was 3 weeks ago. So I'm not sure what to think. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who's a little confused about what to think. I think we are in what I would call the final stretch, people. We're not near the penultimate video or anything. The final video, certainly not, but we have made a crazy amount of progress. 6/7. That was about 6/7. We made it about 6/7 of the stream. 120 of 140 videos, it would seem. Nearly, slightly less. Not quite there. On the cusp. Don't mean to edge you on the 6/7. We're nearly there. So nearly there. You can taste it.
Don't be creepy.
Alright. I don't know where I am. I've lost my place. Ah. Wait, this is kind of fucking out of order. This is kind of fucking out of order. I'm not into it. You bastards. Who made this list?
This is ridiculous!
Who am I paying for list? What? I'm not paying anybody. It's me. Oh. Ah. We can't fire this. We can't fire her. Can't fire me. Or can we? All right. Stay focused. Speaking of Iran's military being gone, let's go here. Actually, before we do that, God damn it, this makes more sense. This makes more sense. Everything's fine. I'm fine. Let's go to Hassan. Let's go to Hassan, talk about this fucking story. He's the only one who I saw talk about this. It could just be happenstance that I didn't see another story in my feed, but like I meticulously go through the way I prepare for my streams is I'm subscribed to basically every news outlet on the fucking planet. Practically one per state in the United States, and from countries all around the world, but mostly Western-centric outlets, but some in Asia, some in Europe, in the Middle East, Africa, the Caribbean. Telesur is really my only South American one, I think. And then I go through them. I just go through the since the last stream. Like I think to myself, all right, when was the last minute from the last stream that I did? And I just go through my feed, my subscription feed. I just only look at the news. And then I weed through them, I organize them, listen to them, and then we find ourselves here, going through them together. It's really quite a process. I'm stalling. I'm talking about how difficult this is because
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Hassan Parker with this story that I didn't see anybody else cover. That is the apparent destruction of an F-35 plane, a plane which cost the United States $1 trillion to build.
A what now?
Yeah, the F-35 is so stealthy that even the taxpayers can't see where the $1 trillion went. Done. It's done. It's over. Pack it up. Bring everybody back home. Bring the boys back home right now. Bring the boys back home right now. It's over. It's over. American imperialism is over. It's done. Pack it up. Bring the troops home right now. Iran put out a footage of a F-35 being hit. No shot. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my God, American empire is so over. It's not even funny. There's no way this is real, right? No shot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's real.
I think it's possible that this may be Hassan falling for AI. I feel like this would be a bigger story, but I could be wrong. I mean, there's been a lot of very, very plausible looking sort of, what do you call it? footage of like strikes, right? I'm trying to think of the like night vision stuff. It's honestly easier to fake.
Oh my.
But I could be wrong. If in fact this is real, it's hugely problematic for the United States on so many levels.
My God. CENTCOM confirmed it. CNN confirmed it. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That is crazy, brother. That is our premiere. Come on. This is the next gen. This is the next gen. Oh no. Oh, we are so washed, dude. Oh my God.
Why?
Oh, U.S. air supremacy. Oh my God, the F-35 multi-role fighter jet. Dude. Something that costs almost $1 trillion. How is that possible?
I feel like I'm taking
Sorry,
crazy
we didn't
pills.
know it was invisible. Oh.
How much do one of these things fucking cost? I wasn't taking this story as seriously as now that now that I know that CENTCOM confirmed it. How much are these things per plane? I know it was the design with $1 trillion. But how much? F-35. This is going to be bad. $110 million a piece. 110.
Oh my lordy. Donald Trump thinks this plane is invisible too. Oh, that's so bad. Oh.
So we spent $1 trillion to design them, $100 million a piece, and now they're blowing up in the sky. That's good.
That's so bad. Oh, that's your healthcare. That's literally your healthcare. That is your healthcare that just perished, okay? We could have had high-speed rail, a network of high-speed rail in this country. We could have had, oh my God, we have the
That's really
jet F-35
weird.
multi-role fighter jet instead of healthcare in this goddamn country, instead of schools, instead of high-speed rail. Oh my lordy, that is crazy. That is actually crazy. Oh my Lord, that is wild. Wait, someone make this QRT it with this? No.
Wow. The U.S. flagship F-35 cost $1 trillion to make, $100 million to produce. We've been selling these things all over the place. I wonder if people are going to continue to fulfill those contracts now that they know that be taken out so easily. It's a question one asks oneself in the midst of all of this that is going on in front of us. Donald Trump reiterated claims that Iran.
We are live this hour in Kuwait City, the White House in Washington and in Tehran. Let's begin with Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who is in the Iranian capital. So, Ali, Iran's supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, addressed the nation today. Tell us more about what he said.
Well, Mujtaba Khamenei's second major statement since he was elected as a new supreme leader for Iran was at the occasion of the Iranian New Year, the Nowruz. And given the occasion, it was mainly internal, highlighted the periods that Iran went through in the past year, from the war in June 2025 to the internal strife January 2026, and now the current war. It was clear that he, through this message, wanted to maintain a kind of an internal unity. He was concentrating more on the internal front, because to him the internal front is much more important when he's facing an external war. So we saw a lot of messaging when it came to the inside, trying to highlight the importance of unity, the importance of not listening to foreign media, not listening to foreign signaling and propaganda and messaging. However, there were some parts of the message where he messaged the region. He spoke to his neighbors in Pakistan and Afghanistan, calling on them to unite, not to fight, and that he is ready to play.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to the Trump part. We already talked about the leaders' statements earlier. Yeah.
Also framing the war as being successful, at least in his mind, because the leadership structure in Iran is gone. Take a listen to what the U.S. president had to say.
They don't know what's happening. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is all gone, it's all gone. Their radar is all gone.
All gone.
Their leaders are all gone. The next set of leaders.
If the anti-aircraft is all gone, how is an F-35 getting shot down? Can anybody explain that one to me? The slingshot? Oh, the feisty and biblical weapon. Slingshot. Taking down F-35s. Who knew?
Leaders are all gone. And the next set of leaders are mostly gone. And now nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. We have nobody
I'm having
to
a
talk
hard
to.
time.
And you know what? We like it that way.
Kimberly, there are reports that the president is thinking about sending more soldiers to the Middle East. What do we make of that?
Yeah, we're about to get to that. I mean, an incredible statement. Donald Trump coming back out, doubling down after this F-35 gets shut down, saying that all of Iran is the defenses are defeated. All the boats, all the planes, all the anti-aircraft defenses, and all these other things, he claims. It's fascinating and obviously untrue, but he said it to a group of what appeared to be military school grads or something like that. Or maybe, I don't know, like I was thinking like West Point. I could be wrong. He's still acting like he's on the fucking... He's still like, this guy is always on the campaign trail, even though he can't even run for office again, legally. Now, what will Donald Trump do? Who knows? But I know one thing. He's not going to be doing a ceasefire. That's not just me saying it. That's the president himself. C-SPAN, 12 hours ago.
Calling for a ceasefire. Pope Leo is calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and to reopen dialogue. What do you say to Pope?
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment they don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level. We're not looking to do that.
Not looking for a ceasefire. And we've already won the war. This man is a deranged lunatic. Edward Thornton, hi to you. Let's go to the not ceasefire. The deployment of thousands more Marines headed to the Middle East. In at least 3 separate Navy ships. ABC News, 16 hours ago. What the fuck? Why would you do this to me?
How rude.
This is incredibly rude. Well, it's bound to happen at some point, but YouTube just decided, well, there's really probably my browser that's causing
More
the
than
problem.
2,000 more Marines have just set sail from San Diego, likely headed to the Middle East. That's in addition to the 2,000 expected to arrive there next week. Let's bring in senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, ABC and White House correspondent Karen Travers for more. Louis, what's the latest on this new deployment of more than 2,000 Marines?
Diane, this is the USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group that left from San Diego earlier this week. They are currently on a previously scheduled deployment to the Indo-Pacific Command, which is essentially Asia. But we understand from officials that they are likely going to be rerouted to head towards the Middle East to join an additional Marine Expeditionary Unit, which was just diverted from Asia last week and is scheduled to arrive in the Middle East sometime early next week. So now you have what's called the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit from Asia headed there now, and likely seeing the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit from San Diego headed to the Middle East in the near future. This is a land component. It's ground forces. They're aboard 3 U.S. Navy ships that can have amphibious capability. That means they can go from sea to shore, which means beach landing.
And just to be clear, these are all these guys that you're talking about in the Indo-Pacific. Most of them are getting pulled from South Korea. These are troops that have basically been stationed there for quite a while, and are now being suddenly directed to the Middle East. They've been doing drills with South Korean troops over the last 6 months or something like that.
They also carry F-35s. They also have Harrier jets, depending on which unit, and you also have MV-22 Ospreys and some attack helicopters. So you have aviation capability, you have sea-to-land capability, and you have a ground force. Now, what does this mean? Does this mean that something is in the offing very shortly for what's happening now in Iran? There's been a lot of speculation about Karg Island, that very strategic island about 15 miles south of the mainland of Iran, and whether the United States will want to take that possession of that area. But again, all speculation. But when you're seeing these two forces now moving towards the head of the Middle East,
you put boots on the ground, we can almost guarantee that casualties are going to increase exponentially from where they already are. Donald Trump and his fucking cronies so callously throw veterans into the line of fire. Donald Trump, a man who's never fought in any war or served in any branch of the military, and whose family members, what I understand, never served in the military either. Hashtag send Barron. Just a thought.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. This comes just a day after President Trump said this about deploying more troops to the region.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
It also comes just hours after President Trump shared on Truth Social that the fight to stop nuclear-powered Iran is, quote, militarily won. CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky joins us now. Haley, what's the latest? What are you learning?
Yeah, so Boris, we're learning that the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit off the West Coast is heading towards the region now. This is the second MU going towards the Middle East. The 31st has already left from the Pacific going towards the region. We don't quite know when it'll get there, of course, what exactly it will do. We're still asking if it will stay in the region, if the military will have 2 of these Marine Rapid Response Forces there. Certainly it raises questions about boots on the ground options, as that's the first thing people think of when they think of these MUs. But these units are really kind of the Swiss Army knives of the Marines and of the military. They can provide aviation, logistics support, so they provide commanders a lot of options.
This woman sounds way too fucking rosy about all this. You need to settle down. You need to settle right the fuck down. Talking about people as like tools is disgusting. I know she's technically talking about these what do you call them? I mean, I forget what the mobile units that are like amphibious and that like it can do multiple things, but there's people in those things, right? Like they're not empty, they're filled with human beings. Okay. Oh, they're just a Swiss Army knife.
Much for that
reporting.
CNN's Kevin Liptak joins me from the White House. And Kevin, let me go to you first. And more Marines, like we were saying, making their way to the Middle East as administration, of course, pushes, we've been talking about, for extra funding, some $200 billion. Bring us up to...
And sailors
right,
to the
yeah,
Middle East.
I know that's what they were talking about. I know they were talking about landing craft. I'm just saying, like, those landing craft are filled with fucking people, right? And talking about them in that way just sort of seems sort of callous. Oh, they're just a tool, just a fucking Swiss Army knife. Throw at this problem. It's all-in-one solution. Military troops in combat.
This will end only when
problems
Trump says it ends. And I think it will leave Netanyahu with no real achievement.
There are these 2,500 US Marines on the way to Kharg Island in the Persian Gulf. How would that change this conflict?
One bad decision has been doubled down on every stage so far, right? Doing the operation was a mistake. Escalating the operation was a mistake. Potentially doing the cargo operation was a mistake. I don't understand how we can just continue to make the same decision over and over and think the outcome will be different.
Welcome to this latest edition of the Forecast, coming to you from the bunker of my hotel. In fact, the corridor to the hotel kitchen. This is the safest place in the hotel. And we've spent so much time here in the last few days because the number of sirens and alarms over Jerusalem has increased exponentially, that instead of interrupting the pod as we had to do yesterday, we've decided to do it all from here for you today. And of course, there's no shortage of news. There are reports today that Donald Trump has dispatched more than 2,000 US Marines, perhaps to try and capture Kharg Island. That is the all-important Iranian oil terminal in the Persian Gulf. Is he doing that? Is that his plan? How will that change the war? Then, of course, last night, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Iran can no longer enrich uranium. Is that true? How do they know? Where is the uranium, by the way? And what difference will that make to the war? So to get a sense of the state of this conflict, almost 3 weeks in, we're joined now by Nate Swanson, as an American State Department veteran on the...
I can't listen to this conversation again. It was just unnecessary. This is an unnecessary conversation. Thank you, Channel 4 News. Let's go to Kyle Kolinsky from earlier on Friday, 14 hours ago to be exact.
What's up, y'all? Got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you on this Friday, and as per usual, this war is an absolute catastrophe, and it's getting worse by the day. So right off the bat here, it is now confirmed by the Wall Street Journal that Trump is sending 3 more warships to the Middle East, as well as more Marines. So this is a red flag. This is red alert, because I haven't seen them do this unless they're actually going to make them fight. Okay, just like when there was the military buildup around Venezuela, I said they're doing that because they're going to attack. I think the same thing is going on here. Either the decision has already been made to use ground troops, or it's going to be a last-minute decision, and they're likely to do it, again, because of the massive buildup in the region. So that is absolutely terrifying news. Needless to say, this, of course, would be wildly illegal and unconstitutional. It's illegal to be as deep in this war as we are, even just using air power. But at this point, ground troops absolutely is grounds for impeachment. And I'm pulling my hair out that nobody's talking about impeachment. Nobody's talking about removal or arrest. That's what needs to happen. I mean, there's no other way around it. We also have this news. Apparently, Trump is mulling the U.S. military taking Kharg Island with boots on the ground. Now, Kharg Island is the place, this little island that's Iranian, where about 90% of their oil leaves from. Trump already bombed over there, but he bombed the non-oil infrastructure. Well, now they're considering using ground troops to take over the entire thing. The thing that's extra terrifying about this is if they do it, I think the Iranians will just totally blow up the island. The mindset will be, well, if we can't have it, we're not going to let you fucking have it. And so they'll just blow up the entire thing, kill hundreds or thousands of U.S. troops. It would be an embarrassing military defeat, the likes of which the U.S. military probably has never experienced before. And it would be at that moment that I would be extra afraid of Donald Trump using nukes. Okay, so Again, I don't know how many times I could say it. Impeach him, remove him, arrest him. This is so fucking out of hand, and it drives me crazy that people don't realize just how through the looking glass we are. Okay, we also have from ABC News here. So the other day, they were able to take out, the Iranians were able to take out at least one F-35 stealth fighter jet. Now, we were told previously, oh, these things are not even detectable on radar. It's impossible to knock these things down. They got one for sure. It costs roughly $100 million to build one, by the way. $100 million just up in smoke like that.
Okay. I think that's all we need from Kyle here. Thank you, Kyle. Yep. This is all heading in the wrong fucking direction right now, people. Let's go here now. Reuters. I don't know if you can tell, I'm fucking beat. 10.5 hours into the stream. Jesus Christ. We're gonna have to end very soon. What the hell just happened? Playback error occurred. What the fuck? Alright, we're not gonna end it this soon.
Ridiculous.
Hold on, I'm restarting my fucking browser. Shockingly, though, 10.5 hours in, I am actually starting to get fucking tired over here. I mean, like, I'm okay, but I've been more lucid in the past. Scale of 1 to 10, I'm saying like somewhere between a 6, 7. Third only boots can find the right. What? Third only. I don't know what that sentence means. Syntax error. I have no clue what that's supposed to mean. 6, 7. Exactly, Omega. You get it. And that's why I love you. Oh, God. Stretch, and there we go. Reopen browser, duplicate window, move this one over here. Oh my god, this list is so long. I'm still scrolling through it to get to the bottom, which is where we're at. Nearly to the bottom. The last 15. Actually, the baker's dozen. Last 13. think. All right. Let's go here. The majority report. We have to talk about the PBD podcast. Oh, Paul Bet Davidson.
Paul Bet Davidson. Paul Bet Davidson.
All right, let's get to something more serious here. What clip is this?
This is 10.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's Friday, fun half. When we're talking about getting something more serious, I mean, let's get seriously value-tained. And let's do it on what could be the next prolonged quagmire this country has gotten into.
13 U.S. troops?
I believe so. Let me
killed.
double check.
I think the number is 13, 2 over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. It was 11 on Friday.
One is too many. One is too many, but I think we're at 13 right now. So it is one of the options and choices he had to put troops on the ground. The people that don't want it, can they criticize him? Absolutely. The people that voted for him, if this is a choice that he had to use, because right now you have one of two choices. You either leave right now and you delay the issue later on for somebody else, or if you're already in too deep, guess what? Finish the job. Which one do you want him to do?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at? Like, really, I'm asking you, Vinny.
Oh, what?
Right now, would you want him to leave?
He can't leave. No, he has to finish it.
You're an advisor. You're in the room. But there's not a right or wrong answer to this question. It's just where you are. And by the way, run this poll, Rob, okay? Right now, you're in the Situation Room, and not even that. He just calls you. Vinny, I saw you on the podcast the other day.
Yes.
Okay? What do you think we should do? Should we've taken out there, we've taken out this, we've taken out 50 people. The son is left, but his right shoulder, his leg
Pause
is
it
gone.
for a second. I just want to say, like, you know, it's easy to sort of look at Patrick Bet-David and be like, this guy's skimming the surface so much about this. Trump calls, we took out the this, we took out the that, we drop a bomb, we do that. And what should we do now? Should we finish the job? Like, what does finish the job mean? Like, it's just like we define a couple of the terms. Like, he didn't know, like, we did this, we died, we did that, we do that, you know, he called, do that. It's not just Patrick Bet-David. The ease in which people think wars will go, despite all of the incredible amount of evidence we have had over the course of, I don't know, 50, 60, I don't know, 100, whatever. But we could play Sam Harris 2 or 3 weeks ago saying, like, I think this is going to be relatively easy. We're just going to go in and this is not going to be Iraq.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
It's almost self-evident. Iraq,
shame on
I-R-A-Q.
Shame on you.
Iran, I-R-A-N. So it's clearly different.
Yeah, one's got a larger coastline and a bigger population.
Anybody who doesn't know that they're different countries, I mean, obviously it's going to be different. But it's just the ease in which they say this stuff. And Vinny was in the military, wasn't he? I seem to remember watching some of his stand-up.
Oh my God. How are we this deep into the stream? We're 10.5 hours into the stream. All right, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit the like button too, and please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Help keep us alive right now. Still gotta complete the financing of the galactic deficit, which is on DEFCON Orange over here. To raise like $30 a day on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon to pay the bills by April. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Well, I'm skipping ahead a little bit on this, just for time-wise sake, because we're gonna have to end this in a second. We can only go 12 hours, otherwise YouTube deletes it. So, we're probably gonna do this, but I think I'll do is this. We'll watch this, then we'll switch to the live stream on Al Jazeera to try and like be as like caught up as we can, because we've really covered a fuck ton today. I'm actually impressed with how much we got through. We got through like 130 videos. It's sort of insane. It's the bulk. It's the vast majority of it I wanted to get through today. I'm gonna skip it. Actually, there's a few videos I want to do. I'm gonna skip ahead to after this one. After the PBD boys. We just needed this to pick us up at the very end of this, I felt like.
And not even that. He just calls you. Vinny, I saw you on the podcast the other day.
Yes.
Okay. What do you think we should do? Should we've taken out we've taken out 50 people. The son has left, but his right shoulder, his leg is gone.
Might be
bad
gay.
situation. He might be gay, according to the new recent reports that came out.
Yes.
Anyway, so these type of stuff that's going on. But do you think we should get out and just claim victory, or do you think we should stay and finish the job?
No, you have to stay and finish the job. But be clear, and I understand what you're saying about the mission, and I do trust his instincts, but it's the being honest of this is what I thought. It was about, Mr. President, the Iranians in the streets dying because they wanted a revolution, and then it shifted to, no, we have to take out all the nuclear capabilities. I thought we already did that. So now my question is, what about those people? How is the objective? Because I'm trying to think objectively militarily. The Strait, Hormuz, oil, that's huge now. That's a different, phase of it. It's the leadership, the guy we just saw, the Ayatollah package. I don't see them stopping, because here's my thing. We kill the Ayatollah, we get rid of the loudmouth guy that is lying to everybody. Then what? Because what just happened? Reza Pahlavi was just like, hey, I'm going to be the official, what do they call him?
Transitional leader.
Transitional leader after you guys get rid of all the Khomeini. They're not going to stop.
After the regime falls.
I don't see them stopping.
So you're telling me finish the job.
Finish the job?
Finish the job.
What now?
Sorry, what? Oh my god, I love that turn. He got so close. It felt like he was really pressing up against reality, like momentarily. Like he was really pressing. It was like I could see Vinny pressing his body and mind up against reality for just a brief moment, like a fucking mime in a glass box. And he's just you can almost see it. You can almost visualize it, and then it all just disappears to dust when he's like, "Hey, is there a bathroom around here?" Finish it, says Vinny. Finish it.
Immediately. It's not.
I don't see them stopping.
So you're telling me finish the job.
Finish the job?
I mean, when Vinny is the voice of reason, when it's like now Vinny, of course, he can't contradict Patrick Bet David. I mean, this is all there to make
bring the chart up again.
Bet David look like look like he is a smart guy. But Vinny is actually sort of like stumbling on to it. What are we doing there?
He knows what time it is, especially because he has a watch and a pocket watch.
Exactly.
So
He's got both. Yeah. I've got two different. I'm in two different time zones.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Vinny represents the guy who actually.
I'm really glad I'm not the only guy who noticed the pocket watch. It's fucking hilarious. It really is funny. The 3-piece suit and the pocket watch and the regular watch.
Leaves the dumb bullshit that.
It looks like he's about to go like on a. It looks like he's about to go like on a steamboat gambling trip or something. It looks like an extra in fucking Maverick or something. Mel Gibson's gonna pop out of the corner any minute now. He's going to say something anti-Semitic, I'm sure. Okay. Skipping ahead. I figured I gotta do it. There's a little bit more I wanted to cover, but I can't. I physically cannot. Not because of my body or my mind, but because YouTube will not allow me to.
How rude!
It's incredibly rude. But it's a real thing. It's a real thing. They limit streams to 12 hours. I don't want to go over it. I don't even want to get close to it. I don't like when I get close to it. Wholesome Toaster, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Twitch continues to grow, trying to keep up with YouTube, but YouTube is growing very, very quickly. 2026 has been a good year for us, numbers-wise, but a terrible year for the planet and really the solar system. Wikipedia editors only want one thing, and it's discussing. Oh. I'm not sure. Why are we talking about Wikipedia editors right now? I just wonder, because that wasn't really a topic of conversation. It seems strange, like a strange, it's like you're coming from, it's like you were in the middle of a conversation, but I wasn't part of it. And then you just start like halfway through, you're like, hey, have you heard of this Wikipedia before? All right, while all of this has been going on this week, Muslims in the Middle East have been attempting to, at least some, to celebrate Ramadan. And tonight is the final night of Ramadan, Eid al-Fitr. Let's go through some of the clips that I have here of people attempting to do just that. Starting with Reuters from 2 days ago.
Salam Issa had barely set the table for iftar when the Israeli military published an evacuation order for all of Beirut's southern suburbs. It was the first time it had called for a mass displacement from the area as the Iran conflict spills into Lebanon.
They put a warning for the entirety of Beirut's southern suburbs, so we didn't know where exactly they would strike anymore. That's it, you just have to leave.
The Lebanese mother of 6 heeded the warning, and in the weeks since, Salam and her family have set up home in a tent within a sports stadium. Despite life being upended, as Iran backed Hezbollah and the Israeli military trade blows, Salam is determined to continue making the holy month of Ramadan special. Her family had been craving chicken to break their daily fast, so she risked her life by returning to their home. As she grabbed ingredients and pots from the kitchen, the Israeli military issued a new warning on X. A strike was imminent.
More than 2 million Palestinians in the war-torn Gaza Strip are getting ready to welcome Eid al-Fitr festival that marks the end of the fasting in the holy month of Ramadan. As it approaches, millions of Muslims around the world prepare by buying new clothes, special sweets, and cookies for their loved ones. In Gaza, however, people are having a difficult time due to tight Israeli restrictions introduced with the start of the war in Iran.
It has been very difficult for us to prepare the Eid cookies and sweets because raw materials are expensive. We're also using firewood instead of cooking gas, and it is not the same quality. Prices are high, and most people can't afford to buy things as they prepare for Eid al-Fitr, because poverty rates are very high as a result of the war.
This is the first time for the people of Gaza to prepare for festivities during the ceasefire after more than 2 years of Israel's genocidal war.
I mean, it still looks like the genocide's ongoing. I mean, I know people are moving around the streets, but the streets are literally
This
rubble.
road leads to the home of a Palestinian family in Sinjar,
north of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. They are amid the recent loss of their 16-year-old son, Salim Fukaha. Shock and pain have gripped the village. Salim was on his way to a nearby village to buy Eid clothes when he was shot. According to local accounts, an Israeli sniper shot him.
I just want to say thank you to, what was the name that you wanted me to shout out? Hold on, what was it again? I can't remember it. Hefe Hertz, or Hefe HZ, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to say that, but thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Much appreciated. I don't recognize that name from before, so must be a new watcher. Or perhaps a long-time viewer and first-time donator. Either way, donation is much appreciated. Helps us out with the galactic deficit, keeping the show alive. In this case, $10 at a time. Every dollar is greatly appreciated. If a all right, back to
injured his friend, claiming they had thrown stones at a military jeep from behind an 8-meter high barrier. Salim's body has been withheld, and his family was barred from holding a mourning ceremony, with threats that Salim's body would not be released.
Every day there are tragedies across villages in the occupied West Bank. As we are approaching Eid during the final days of Ramadan,
F.A. Hertz, professional lurker on Twitch. Much appreciated, pal.
chose my son. May God have mercy on him. His mother is devastated and cannot stop crying. The situation is beyond description.
This year, Ramadan and Eid preparations have been anything but normal in the occupied West Bank, with iron gates and tight security limiting Palestinian movement.
Yes, indeed. All across the Middle East, as a result of basically the actions of Israel and the United States. Everybody's having a tough time enjoying the end of a long month of fasting and prayer.
Fatima is making sweet pastries for Eid celebrations.
While I was making the cookies, I felt great joy.
But working over an open fire in a displacement camp is a great contrast to how things were before 2 years of Israeli bombardment that has left much of the territory in ruins.
We used to be blessed. We used to have gas. We didn't have to cook on a fire or anything. Since the war started, we've come to no fire, and soot, and the mess of it all. Believe me, I suffocate from the fire. But as you can see, this is our life now.
I mean, this is basically Muslim Christmas, just so everybody understands. This is
Pakistan,
a very important day. At least to my understanding, is basically one of the most holy days in the Muslim calendar, not the most holy.
In Pakistan, families celebrated Eid amid a fragile ceasefire with Afghanistan. Residents of this border town offering prayers amid the wreckage from recent fighting. And in Baghdad, Muslim worshippers attended prayer ceremonies days after the capital city was rocked by blasts near its U.S. embassy.
كما ترون شهر رمضان في روحانية في طمأنينة وسكينة.
As you can see, the month of Ramadan is filled with spirituality, tranquility, and peace, despite the widespread reports of wars, problems, and fears in other countries, and the people are seeking refuge and shelters in other places. But thank God we are safe and secure, and our wise government has not yet failed to provide us with this good news. I'm fairly certain this is in Saudi Arabia. I mean, there have been strikes in Saudi Arabia over the last 24 hours, but this was from over a day ago. So, I don't know. Actually, no, this was from 12 hours ago. Maybe he hasn't heard. Oh boy, we were almost done with the stream, folks. Final clip of the night. The Al Jazeera. Can't imagine trying to celebrate the highest holy day of my religion. Of course, around here we believe in Gary, our stream god, all knowing, all seeing, omniscient, ever accepting of all beings in the solar system. No matter your creed, where you might come from. Be ye from Earth or from Neptune, Pluto or Mars. Gary looks down on you with kindness.
Hello there, I'm Nick Clark. This is the Al Jazeera News Hour.
If you know, you know.
Coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran.
By the way, you know, you want to know how you want to know how you know that Gary is omniscient and ever present? There is a secret Gary emote that everyone on YouTube has access to. How? What? What are you talking about, StreamLord? Oh, maybe you should figure it out. Maybe ask a fellow chatter. I'm sure a Space Fams will explain it to you.
We can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
Mixed messages from the White House. Donald Trump says he's not looking for a ceasefire, but is also considering winding down the offensive against Iran. At the same time, the Pentagon asks for more money for the war and deploys more troops. Iranian media reports 2 ballistic missiles have been fired at the US-UK base Diego Garcia, thousands of kilometers from Iranian soil. And a drone targets the headquarters of Iraq's National Intelligence Service in Baghdad hours after another attack on the US military complex. So then, US President Donald Trump says he's considering winding down military operations in Iran, but he's also rejected the idea of a ceasefire. He says Washington has nearly achieved all its objectives.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
Pentagon is preparing to send more Marines and 3 additional warships to the region, and it's asking for billions more dollars to keep the war effort from going.
Oh, I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished.
Well, a day after the Japanese Prime Minister paid a visit to the White House, Iran's foreign minister says Iran can help Japanese ships sail through the Strait of Hormuz. He said only countries attacking Iran are facing restrictions. And Iran has been launching more missiles at Israel. Several hit targets south of Tel Aviv. And Iranian state media is also reporting 2 ballistic missiles were launched towards the US-UK military base of Diego Garcia. That's around 5,000 kilometers from Tehran and more than 3,800 kilometers from the south of Iran. All right, we're live from Baghdad in Tehran. Mohammed Val is standing by for us in the Iranian capital. And so, Mohammed, the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has been reaching out. Do we know who he has been speaking to?
Yes, he was speaking to his Japanese counterpart, and that's according to the phone interview that he made with a Japanese news agency. He told them that he had discussions with Japan, and that discussion is going on, by the way, in which Iran offered to facilitate the passage of Japanese vessels carrying oil and gas supplies, because Japan depends on the Strait of Hormuz for the shipment of its gas and oil supplies by 90%. So it's a very crucial choke point for the Japanese economy. And that's an offer by Iran there on the table, because Iran has been also campaigning on its part to counterpart the American campaign to draw some new allies to the war on the side of the Americans and the Israelis. The United States has called on Japan, China, and many other countries to send warships to force the opening or the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. For Iran, that's a call for a coalition that will be participating in aggression against Iran. So they are working against that plan and trying also to lure some countries, including Japan, which is one of the primary beneficiaries from the Strait of Hormuz, trying to convince them to stay away from that coalition that is being called for by the United States. Iran has reiterated that it is not closing the Strait of Hormuz. It calls it smart control, whereby Iran prevents only Americans and their allies from using the strait while allowing other countries, provided those countries stay away from the coalition of the Americans and also provided they coordinate with Iranians regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. Iran continues to say that the strait is open. Anybody who's not our enemy or actively aiding our enemies is willing to work with us. And also, I think they're also collecting fees.
But it is both the Eid holiday and New Year in Iran. Normally such a time of celebration, but this year, of course, under this dark cloud of war.
Oh, right. I guess it is more analogous to New Year, isn't it, than Christmas? Whatever you want. Whatever.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I make mistakes. I'm not an Abrahamic religious scholar, okay? Thanks, but...
Yeah, it's not like what the Iranians are used to see and do on this particular day, either on Nowruz or on Eid al-Fitr day. Nowruz season started last Tuesday, and people were supposed to be in the streets to showing their happiness with this Eid, very historic cultural Eid in the country. But that didn't happen because the government issued instructions for people to stay away from the streets and to avoid big gatherings because there were fears regarding security and law and order. So people did not do that, and they stayed at home. Also today, that's basically mostly the scenario. People, yes, they went to the Friday prayer at the Grand Mosque. There was a big gathering, but it was noticed that the Supreme Leader hasn't been there, and that's contrary to the custom. Usually every year on this day of Eid Fitr, it's a Supreme Leader who comes and leads a prayer and gives a sermon talking about national unity, about Islamic unity, about support for Palestine, and addressing all the major issues of the day. But that didn't happen. The Supreme Leader hasn't been seen or heard since his appointment. People are worried, but also mostly they're worried because they are not happy with what's been going on since the beginning of this war. Not only not happy, but grieving for the dead ones. They lost a lot of people. And even before the war, many people also died in January during those protests. So it's not a time of joy here in Iran right now.
Yes, indeed. It's been a very difficult year, to say the least. Mohammed, thanks for that. That's a picture in Tehran. Mohammed Val reporting.
I think that's a perfect place to end it since we were just talking about Eid. Well, everyone, it was a pleasure. 11-hour-long stream. A lot of new viewers I see showing up. Catching the Galactic Spacecast here tonight on GNN. If you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. This week ending report was brought to you by space fams like you. We got through another stream. It was quite long, also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Orbitist, Obsessive Audio, Oh No It, Nadia, Jokey, Skelts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean, Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Tocracy, H. Larson, Frizzla, Penny, Hana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for the low price of $3 a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, the Republican leadership.
All right, everybody, super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream engaged. Looks like we're alone now. Unfortunately, all of the winter decorations and the Ramadan decorations are now going to be going away as well. You're watching the lights, everything slowly disappear from the holidays. Spring is here.
And the nation exactly.
I'm sure summer right around the corner. But the snow, the camel, some of the other things that have been around here are going to be slowly disappearing.
Call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt. At the same time, as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire. And they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair amendment. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want. And I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this. They want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because